I cannot do that, but that will change the game in terms of addressing the pain points of the customers. It will address the key areas of a solution provider. Like, we will see a lot of new change rather than all the big names of the IT who generally lead the game in this IT world, where we have all the niche players, new players coming and entering into this market and across the globe as well. So stay tuned for that, because we'll be launching that in the finale. And as Ujjwal rightly mentioned, the CIO 200 finale is happening in 23rd and 24th of November in Thailand. So all the very best to all the CIOs who are winners today, and hopefully and hopefully you guys make to the final. So thank you once again, and let's have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you, Ronak, for sharing your vision and mission with the audiences here today. I completely missed. You all look absolutely sharp, dapper. Thank you very much for bringing me in a suit after, I don't know, when I was watching Suits maybe. Because in our profession, we just walk in boxers and chappals to our office. So thank you very much. You all look sharp. I don't know how much time have you spent doing this, but for me, it just took years. I started like half past the midnight. So thank you very much. You all look sharp and present here with such finesse, and my gratitude towards you. Moving on, we've got someone who also is someone who's associated with the brand, of course, and she is Anushri. I'd like to call upon her. She's the Global Head, GEC Media Group, to present the inaugural welcome note to the delegates. Give it to Anushri, please, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Ujjwal, for being a fantastic host. Good morning, everybody, and a warm welcome. Thank you so much for coming in so early. It's so good to see all the happy faces in the morning. I think our CEO did cover most of the points, so I'll keep it very short. At Global CIO Forum, we always say that the value is in bringing something new, something different every year on year, and with all your support, we can say that we have been able to do so. And the World CIO 200 is such an event where we actually get to talk to you, talk to all the CIOs from different parts of the world. And one of the biggest launch that we had this year, as you said, was the bots. Like within a short span of, I would say, just 1 month, we have a record number of members who joined us on board. We are still in the alpha phase of it. We want more and more people to join, and then we would be having some great collaboration happening over bots. So the World CIO 200, as we said, it's a 40-country tour, and we would be having the grand finale in Thailand. And like every year, we would be doing something different there. At Global CIO Forum, like as we say, the community is of the CIO, by the CIO, and for the CIO. So your feedback is what keeps us going. This year, the plan is to make this forum, and especially the grand finale, more of a problem-solving platform for us, wherein it won't be just, like all about the presentations and panels, but we would be trying to touch upon various pain points that a CIO has to face in their day-to-day life. It can be from a financial transformation point of view, from a business point of view, from various other points of view. So the whole idea is to create cohorts. I take this, borrow this word from one of our CIO who we met last week itself. So we would be trying and making World CIO 200 a problem-solving area for all of us, wherein, like once you walk away from the ballroom, we want you to have some great takeaways, not only from our speakers, but from your networking as well. So we wish and hope that this day would be a stepstone for that, and leading all the way up to the grand finale in Thailand. We hope that you all have a great day, and we look forward to seeing many of you in the grand finale with us. So with that, Ujjwal, I hand over the stage back to you. Let's be on time and have a great day. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, wonderful. Thank you. It's a great pleasure to have all of you here in this venue, and we thank you for taking out the time for joining us for this upcoming fantastic lineup of invited and technology keynote sessions and panel discussions that Global CIO Forum Teams has put together for you. Now, today's event, it's structured with individual keynotes, panel discussions, and the award ceremonies to be held in 4 parts throughout the day. 2 more, you can scan the agenda on the placard which is placed on your table. Can you see the placard there? You can scan it there. Brilliant. And there's also a little timeline that we always have to abide to. We just keep going. 15 minutes is all you've got, okay? Let's stick to the timelines. If you don't stick to the timelines, you'll have to do push-ups. 10 at least, for starters. Okay? Every minute you exceed, 10 more push-ups. Are you into workouts and everything? All of you? Amazing. For you it'll be easy. So you can talk for 25 minutes. So, yes, but I've been told very strictly and very, very strictly to adhere to the timelines because everyone is talking here, so let's strictly respect, and it's my humble request to everybody to just stick to the timelines, okay? During the sessions, the audience is welcome to ask questions with a raise of hands. That is not included in the time, and the mic will be provided, okay? We have got running coffee, just in case you think, oh, it's just getting a little boring, could I get an Americano or a whatever, espresso? So feel free to keep yourself refreshed. Also, you guys can vote on Mentimeter, okay? You can go to the Mentimeter website right now. You have a chance of voting for the people that you like. Everyone likes each other here? Out of deliberations, if you say minus, minus, minus. Don't do that, okay? So I hope everyone's liking everybody here. So you can go and you can choose the best speaker here because the best speaker goes to Tyler. Okay, so that's the catch. Okay, now without any further ado, I would like to invite our first opening keynote speaker of the UAE edition. His name is Ahmed Aldarne. He's the Senior Strategic Transformation Consultant, Dubai Police. With over 20 years of experience and working in various industries, with this amalgamation, Ahmed will be sharing further insights about use of metaverse and digital twin in government services. Ahmed. Give it a support, Ahmed. Remember 15 minutes.
Good morning. Awake? I don't like opening sessions or closing sessions. I hope I will be interesting and add something new and interesting to your day. Okay, so a little while back, it's been completely new. We start to hear the word metaverse. And then Facebook jumps on the wagon and changes their name to Meta. And then they announce somewhere around billions of dollars and 10,000 developers worldwide project or initiative, right? And then immediately after that, within a few days and months following, over 500 major organizations worldwide start to adopt and adapt to the word metaverse. And then we saw apps, we saw weddings, we saw all kinds of things. I personally jumped on the bandwagon as well and wrote a book on metaverse called Around the Metaverse in 80 Cases. It's coming out in both Arabic and English soon, and there's a plan to actually launch the book in a metaverse where you can choose an avatar and enter the metaverse and choose a chair or a lounge or something like that and then start to read the book. So we'll see how that develops and we'll keep you posted on it. So the metaverse, is it a game or a game changer? I have a few technical slides, and the slides you can have, so I'm not really going to spend a lot of time on that. But my main concern here is to relate with you the value of the metaverse, as I personally believe that it's a game changer. I believe that it would change our lives in many, many ways. It will change organizations in many ways, and it will definitely change services and government. So I will try to concentrate and add value in the field of government services and how the metaverse as a concept can be bundled with other things such as the digital twin, conversational AI, and many, many other things to produce value for cities, to make cities happier, safer, which is our mandate in Dubai Police. So without, okay, clicker is not working. Guys, it's not changing. Clicker is not working. Someone, please. Help. Excuse me. Guys, someone technical? Okay, so anyway, until this is resolved, the metaverse is definitely nothing more than a concept, okay? It's not new. We have seen games and we have seen all kinds of things happening actually in the last 70, 80 years, right? But the idea is immersiveness. The idea is to amalgamate the real world with other worlds. And so this is what we look at. So the basic foundation of a metaverse is a combination of technical things and techniques and as well as technologies. If you bundle them all together, you arrive at some level of immersiveness. The value of or the actual value of a metaverse is not going to show until your organization can actually take that concept and make it impact something within the organization. So for us, for example, at Dubai Police, we look at our strategic directions, we have 3 of them, and then we look at our challenges and ambitions. Like one of the challenges we have is that we trying to keep a safe city of approximately 203 nationalities, speaking different languages and different cultures and so on. So one thing I want to do, or our teams are doing, is trying to break down the language barrier. The other thing you want to try to do is break down physical barriers, such as geography, time barriers, and have people actually arrive at your services and you can deliver services to them with no limit in languages, in geography, and in time. So that, and of course, do all of that in a very low effort. So we, for example, measure customer effort scores in terms of services, not in just terms of calls or something like that. So this is where this technology starts to play a role in organizations and add value. So basically, when you're talking about a metaverse, it's nothing more than a combination, to me and to our teams, it's nothing more than a combination of people, processes, technologies, partnerships, and resources. So the 5 distinct rooms we try to bundle together. How can we get the right combination of people, processes, technologies, resources, and put all of that in a way that we can actually produce organizational impact. Blockchain is definitely one of the things that are there, although there are some metaverses that are not blockchain based. Okay? You do need the internet, you need an open standard of media. These are all technical terms, which, like I said, I'm not going to concentrate on these things. You can have the slides, but you need to pay attention to something called augmented reality, extended reality, virtual reality, and mixed realities. Those are our 4 terms that we really have to pay attention to in government services if we want to make the best use of these bundles and the concept of the metaverse. Like I said, you can have a blockchain-based metaverse, or you can have an XR-based metaverse, and different combinations of different technicalities will exist in that space. But if you do combine the metaverse with the blockchain and the XR, which is the extended reality, which I'll come to it very quickly, along with the Web3 and all of these nice terms that we are now being hassled with every day almost, and trying to make value of them for you, for those who are highly commercially driven organizations and private businesses, you do need to make good use of those things. So basically, you work with decentralized nodes, and you work to produce some kind of a metaverse setting to serve either customers or employees. I'll give examples on that. For example, like I said, if I want to break down the language barrier, so I can have a metaverse where a customer can enter into the Dubai Police metaverse, choose their avatar, and then choose the avatar from the Dubai Police side, male or female, dressed in a kandura or dressed in a official police dressing, and speak your language. So this is a combination of the metaverse being used as a channel for delivery of services. That's number one. Number two, you're bundling that with something called digital twin. This is where we have the representation of His Excellency, the Chief Commander, all the way down to anyone in Dubai Police, being represented in a digital twin. And it's a conversational AI bundled as well, so it's a conversational agent. And then, of course, you can go into the metaverse and avail of any of our 34 services, like I said, in any language you want, at any time, and from any geography. So you have a choice, you have immersiveness, you have the ability to feel the services in real time. This is not something near real time or periodical. It is real time. You have the autonomy to choose your avatar or your avatar from our site. And what you get at the end is a full-fledged service from the Dubai Police in real time in what we call very, very minimal effort as well. So customer effort within the service, we're trying to keep it somewhere around 1 to 2. We have a scale. We measure our services in terms of customer effort. How much effort does the customer exert and put forth to actually receive the services? And it's a scale from 1 to 10. And so basically, this is how we run our strategy. So our low effort services from 1, 2, and 3, these are the ones we need to maintain and sustain and keep in that way. Then we have a 4, 5, and a 6. If it's rated that way, those need help. These kind of services need help to reduce the effort. And definitely the 8, 9s, and 10 need total transformation to bring them down to a 2 or a 3 or something like that. And that's a long-term plan that is set within our enterprise architectural mapping and in our digital strategies, data strategies, life cycles, and all kinds of things. Hundreds of teams work across 7 sectors, over 32 general departments, and 24,000 people participate in producing that kind of value for Dubai. Mixing, being a law enforcement agency, keeping the city safe is the #1 goal, but keeping it safe and happy at the same time, that's not a very simple combination. Alhamdulillah, Dubai Police and the Dubai government and probably the UAE in general have been able to produce that kind of combination of happy services. At the same time, you're fulfilling your mandate. So basically, you can see in front of you that the amount of work that goes within the putting together this kind of concept together, bundling the metaverse with the digital twins, with the conversational AIs, with it really gets to be a very big task, and we're right at the very beginning. Part of the problem is the changing ecosystem of metaverse. I mean, there's almost something happening every day. Several times you hear about different organizations, different people, different things being explored within the metaverse as a concept and so on. And the digital twin itself, although it's not something new, but it is definitely a game changer as well. This is where, for example, while we are doing these projects, we're using project management methodologies. We follow Scrum, we follow Safe, Scaled Agile, we follow PMI and all of these things. But in your project management also, you can embed the digital twin, and your project can have a digital twin of it, and that's where you can take projects from periodical to real time. So this is one of the things that we're also trying to do, is to transform the organization from anything periodical to real time as much as possible and as fast as possible. And that, of course, plays a role in keeping Dubai safe and at the same time happy and secure. So these are some of the slides that talk about these things, and I will not concentrate on it. Our way of trying to tackle the metaverse is basically to develop the metaverse strategy. So we developed the metaverse strategy, we cascaded from that a framework, the metaverse framework, and we made sure that that is embedded within our enterprise architectural mapping and within our digital transformation plan, which goes on to 2025 and totally in line with every other digital transformation strategy within the Dubai government or UAE and even regionally and globally as well. So I touched on XR. So if you take augmented reality, and augmented reality, this is where you take real reality and try to augment part of it. Like you see it, for example, on Instagram, you know, when you try to use glasses or something like that. So you augment your real reality with a glass or a mustache or something like that. You add that to Instagram, so you have an augmented reality. Then you have a virtual reality. This is where you actually can make things virtual from the real reality and so on. But the real game changer within the metaverse is to go for something called XR, which is extended reality. This is where you can produce the biggest immersiveness possible within the concept and the world of the metaverse. And that's, there's a lot to be said about extended reality. So this slide again explains a little bit more about the extended reality. What I wanted to do is to concentrate on a little bit of the past, present, and the future. In the past, we play games and there is some type of immersiveness. Now we take it to the metaverse, and so we can produce more immersiveness, but we have to use goggles and we have to use Oculuses and things of that sort. Now there's a lot of research and billions of dollars being spent on actually doing metaverses without any kind of Oculus or any kinds of goggles. And definitely in the world of services, for us at Dubai Police, for example, I can't expect anyone who wants to do services with me to own a pair of $600 goggles. So the solution that we're following is what else can I do to actually produce the metaverse for the Dubai Police as a channel to deliver services so that I can break down language barriers and time and geography and so on, and reduce the customer efforts and give them the biggest immersive experience they can have, but I can't expect them to all buy a $600 pair of Oculus. So there are solutions which I can't discuss at this moment, but there are solutions where you could actually have less, much less expensive wearables in many ways, okay? So it doesn't have to be glasses, it can be other things as well to produce the immersiveness for the world of the metaverse. Okay, so now, I want to just go back directly to the use case whereby you can actually enter the metaverse and start to avail of use cases. So one of the things that we want to do is produce a world where you could actually avail of services, but at the same time there are other uses. So we are using, for example, a physical metaverse. This is a 12-meter by a 12-meter building that's set up in our Dubai Police Academy in Jumeirah. And we were able to actually hold training exercises for critical police forces from around the world. So 7 countries participated in real time in a training exercise with wearables and all kinds of things in an immersive way to actually produce one of the best training and lessons learned were like really big. And this is done now in a physical metaverse with breaking down language barriers, geography barriers, and time barriers. Same thing can happen also for training soft skills or hard skills or specialized skills or whatever you want skills, okay? It can be even used to train our K9 units and so on. So there is that angle of it. Other uses for the metaverse also I discussed in my slides, and I thank, of course, the Blockchain Council, which has, by the way, one of the simplest certifications that you can get. It's not really that big, but it's it's informative in terms of getting you rolling, or some of your staff, in the world of metaverse. I certified as a certified metaverse expert. For example, it took me about maybe 6 hours to take the material and take it and get certified and get passed. But uses in e-commerce, in meetings, in events, training, travel, projects, shopping, gaming, services, and more. What do we do at the Uae Police? We're trying to maximize. We're trying to actually build something called a benefit realization matrix. This is where I take the concept of metaverse and I take my challenges and my ambitions and I try to figure out where the metaverse can play a role, or a bundle of. So keep in mind, it's not just the metaverse. It can be a bundle of the metaverse, the digital twin, conversational AI, the connected concept. For example, how can I use the metaverse to manage the micro-mobility side of Dubai, which is growing and growing big. Now we have like hundreds and thousands of people who are using the small scooters. So how can I police the streets using the metaverse and keep them safe? So then actually when you look at this benefit realization matrix, you come up with use cases that you can implement. And if you prioritize those use cases, then you can start to develop use cases that can produce bottom line impact within the organization, Dubai Police, and within Dubai and within the country, UAE, and globally share that knowledge and grow from there. So basically, the world of metaverse is a big word, okay? And ways that you can get into it, if you want some advice on that, you can be a developer, you can be a content creator, you can be a consumer. Choose your world and go for it. But without having a strategy and an action plan and a framework, things are not going to work, and you're probably going to fail more than succeed. If you do not pinpoint exactly what's the value, what's the benefit realization, and have that benefit realization matrix, which produces real impact within the organization, whether it's in customer, you could use it to lower customer efforts, employees' effort, produce more ROI in training, bring the organization, like I said, transform it from anything periodical to real time and risk management, for example. In project management, this is where you can take and build a digital twin of your project and give all the workers and everybody in the project, for example, some wearables, and now you can actually monitor everybody's movements within the metaverse, in and out and everywhere. You could control health and safety and all kinds of things. So it's all about use cases. And the biggest impact that you can produce is to think of the proper use cases that actually fit well within your enterprise architecture mapping and your transformation journey towards the future, whether you're a private organization or a government. Basically, it's all about that benefit realization matrix. Another thing we're doing, for example, is monitoring our cars, our movements, and measuring the carbon footprints of these cars in real time within Dubai, discovering bottlenecks on the streets using the digital twin of Dubai. So there's already an existing digital twin of the city. It's being improved all the time, and we are accessing and leveraging that digital twin now and soon, inshallah, in the metaverse world, to actually discover in real time where are bottlenecks, where are accidents, what type of accidents. And instead of me sending 2 or 3 patrol cars, not me of course, the Dubai Police, but instead of me sending 3 or 4 patrol cars and bogging down the streets more, I can send a drone, or I can send 1 car, or the first responder can be the ambulance or something like that. So it's there to manage relationships and collaborations within the government bodies as well. So basically, what you see in front of you are some of the big players within the world of metaverse. I will stop at this level. I believe I have done what I can in terms, in a few minutes, trying to produce some value in your day and bring something hopefully new to you. If I have one piece of advice, it's all about the benefit realization matrix that you can really do, and it's all about the use case within the benefit realization matrix that can actually be implemented. It's prioritized, it can actually achieve impact within your world as an organization. I thank you for listening to me, and I'm very, very sorry about if I haven't touched on a point that you feel is important, but I'm happy to stick around and discuss anything on the sidelines or take any questions if I have the option or not. Please. Do we have questions and answers?
Yeah, good morning.
Okay, good.
Ahmed, you mentioned the digital twin of Dubai. How do you keep such digital twin live when you have a live city?
Yeah, Dubai Police does not own that digital twin. We are in partnership. We're trying to leverage and access. It is actually accessible and is done by a private organization in collaboration with Digital Dubai. Okay, and Digital Dubai, I know, are working on their own Digital Dubai project, Digital Twin Dubai project as well.
But in general, anything live, how do you keep it on the digital part also live?
Okay, the digital twin as a concept is a big concept, but it's replicating the city in everything that you can think of. Streets, people, buildings, everything is replicated within the digital twin. You access it just like you access a website. But when you go in, you are actually in a real-time environment. You can see the traffic movements. It's beautiful. I'm sorry that I would have done a demo for you, but I don't have that authorization. But it's a beautiful thing. It's actually, you can see this, I can hover down on any street and see the bottleneck and who's actually causing the bottleneck, okay? What type of car I could read even and contact and help, and we could do beautiful things if you combine all the 3-4 things together: metaverse, digital twin, and conversation and AI. It makes a beautiful combination. Yeah, but it's really a big thing. If you like, on the sidelines, we could discuss more if you're interested in something like that.
Any other questions? Anyone here? To sir? Anyone? No questions? Yes, we've got another.
Assalamu alaikum.
Like
Sorry, it was very interesting to have this presentation, especially from a governmental institute like Dubai Police. I can understand that the government in general want to add more services to the consumers and citizens, but how to validate the return of investment when you are a company? It's very interesting, it's wow, but if I am out of the IT world, I say this is only a hype. How you are going to justify or validate return of investment when you have a solution like this using the metaverse?
Beautiful question. Okay, here are my quickest notes on that. First of all, do not work based on output, work based on outcome. The difference is big. Output is scope, outcome is benefits, okay? So at Dubai Police, when we do project management, we do a work breakdown structure, but we do against that a benefit breakdown structure. In the benefit breakdown structure, this is done at the very early levels of actually, because in projects you have a demand cycle. This is where you start to discover demand, what you need in terms of projects to fulfill your strategy, and then you go into pre-initiation, you do feasibility study. But we at Dubai Police, we don't just stop at feasibility study, we do a benefit realization study. So map the two together. Now, you have the contractor or the partner or your internal teams trying to fulfill the scope, but you have a business team that's monitoring the benefit realization matrix. And of course, you set the benefits that you want to achieve in the beginning. So I said, for example, I want to decrease customer efforts in these 3 services by 20%. So I look at the customer journey, I study the customer journey, I, of course, involve through social listening, social monitoring, and community involvement. I involve the customer and the segments and the community. I get their feedback. I analyze and visualize all of that, and I discover actionable insight, which gives me the benefit that I'm looking for. I set that benefit within my benefit realization matrix, and after the project is finished, or while it's progressing towards finishing, if you're developing it in an agile methodology, then basically you start to measure 30 days after the project, 60, 90, and so on, to see if these benefits are actually happening. through a survey or through a social listening platform on our Sprinkler platform, or through a co-creation session on CRM or Sprinkler or a survey, whatever, that gives you the results and it can validate your project success, okay? In outcome basis, not output basis, okay? Did I answer your question?
Yes, thank you. All right, any other questions? Anyone? I think we're good.
Okay.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Please give it up. Just stay here, sir. Mr. Ahmed, just stay here, please. We've got a token of appreciation. We've got Ms. Anushree. She's the global head of GC. There's one, I've saved the worst question for the last. Can you block people from getting married on metaverse?
Yes. I actually pinpoint 3 use cases in my book. In Dubai, it happened here in Dubai. 2 cases, 2 people got married using the metaverse. One of them actually did an avatar of the dead father of the groom.
Oh my God.
And brought him into the metaverse. It was very interesting.
Amazing. Dubai police, anyway, they do an incredible job with metaverse, I guess. The metaverse is the black box of information technology.
All of Dubai is actually working towards happiness and quality of life. So I hope you appreciate it.
Give it up for Dubai Police, ladies and gentlemen. They're the most swiftest department that we have across the world that they've done, and they've shown every time. Ms. Anushree, sir, a token of appreciation. Give it up once again for Ahmed, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. All right, remember the time, always remember the time. Stitch in time saves you from push-ups, okay? Always remember that. If you go overboard, there's a teleprompter which says, stop, keep quiet, okay? Do not go overboard. If you go overboard, we are doing 10 push-ups in your great tuxedo that you've got yourself stitched, okay? So let's do it, okay? Next up, we've got Ashraf Al-Dabas. He's the Senior Systems Engineer at Dell Technologies, who are also the title sponsors. Ashraf, could we have you on stage, please? Oh, he's all ready to rise and shine. A quick brief about him. He's a Senior Systems Engineer with 20 years of diverse experience working as a technology evangelist in data center architecture, cloud technologies, virtualization, spearheading corporate-wide initiatives, organizing and conducting events. Ashraf is a trusted customer advisor that speaks from both knowledge and first-hand experience. All the best. Do well. 15 minutes.
Okay.
I think we'll anyway do the push-ups.
Yeah.
Ashraf.
No worries.
I'll also join you. Okay.
Good morning, distinguished attendants, fellow speakers, and friends and ex-colleagues as well. It's an honor to be standing here at this stage again, and today I am talking about the edge, opportunities in the edge, some of the challenges, utilizing the edge technologies, and some tips to be successful using this technology and along this journey. I believe this is the clicker. So, before starting to address customers, I used to be a customer myself. And 10 years ago, I started working with EMC before it was acquired by Dell. And since then, we were talking to customers, and probably before, about how many zettabytes of data the world is producing every year and every day. And the number kept increasing year after year. So I will not give you that number because most likely in the next presentation it will be a bit higher. So what number is more interesting to me is that 30% of this data generated is now processed at the source of the generation. This is the world that we live in. This is the world of the edge. And this translates into 90% of more operational use cases new at the edge. So basically, I will start my presentation with what Mr. Ahmed Tarawani ended with. Think about the use cases. Because you are no longer limited to the box that is the data center. You can think about new use cases at the edge. And it is predicted that this will translate into 50% of your IT spending at the edge location worldwide, which is about $300 billion worldwide. So there is a lot of investment happening at the edge. I will share with you a few of the examples that I saw with some of you as customers utilizing the edge. So, this is the IT landscape today. This IT landscape is expanding by new trends. For example, there is a co-location of data, the multi-clouds where the customers leverage different clouds for their different workloads and to consume different services, but also 5G and connectivity is affecting the way that users and consumers are utilizing this data. This means that the edge is distributed. It's not only in one location, the edge is at the telco side, the edge is with the remote users connected outside, the edge could be at the branches, the edge could be at the hospitals, for example, the factories. The edge is basically everywhere. And politically speaking, it is actually defined as the place where the digital world and the real world collide. Why the digital world and the real world interact? Basically, to collect data, process this data near the source, and generate value. Why we need it near the source? Because the application that are collecting this data, the use cases, require low latency, or maybe dealing with a huge amount of data that cannot be transferred back to the data center in time to generate value, or there is no value after that time has passed. While we need to maintain compliance and governance and security on this data. Today, some examples, you are interacting with the edge all the time. For example, who here didn't get a notification from his car that predictive maintenance is due, for example? One example that probably all of us used is self-checkout at Carrefour or at Zara now, where you can skip the line by going directly and do self-checkout. Another example, one of the customers here in Dubai, a hotel, is actually discussing or planning to use is face recognition of their frequent guests to give them customized experience. So when you walk into that hotel, immediately at check-in or immediately at the counter, they will recognize you, they will know what kind of a room you usually need, smoker, non-smoker, sea view, with your kids, without your kids. So basically they will customize this experience for you. So this is a few examples, and the examples are many, and I will highlight more examples during this presentation. But to quantify what is the edge, to compare in comparison with the rest of the IT landscape, today the public cloud globally is a huge data center with thousands of racks away in the edge of the continent, for example, with a latency of around 100 milliseconds. While your own data center will be probably closer to your organization with a lower latency and a smaller number of racks. This is probably you are already familiar with. And here what you do with the data? You do machine learning, you do analysis, you do reporting, you learn from this data, and you get information from this data and insights. The near edge is actually more closer to your data center than the source of the data, and I will give you a few examples for the near edge. A hospital. A hospital is considered a near edge. It may not be, for example, in a hospital chain. Why? Because a hospital will be generating a huge amount of images, MRI data, X-rays, that needs to be processed closer to the source. And before moving it, for example, to a data center or to a public cloud provider, because the data is huge. You need to analyze this data near to the source of creation. Another example that I worked with that has a near edge is an aluminum company that they have 4 data centers, each one of them connected, each one of them near to one of their operations here in the UAE. Why? Because they need to have latency there to be able to optimize on the site, and they cannot at any time afford disconnection or connection interruption for their operation. Here it's all about optimization and analysis of the data for fast analysis. The far edge, for example, is closer to the source of the data. One example of a forage, which was from my experience before this role. I used to work with an airline, and the last thing that I did there was the Boeing 787 Dreamliner project. Basically, this airline, which was introduced to that airline about 10 years ago, has a data center on board each airplane, each aircraft. It's actually a funny thing. You have a Dell technology product called the vBlock. Basically, the vBlock is a data center in a box. Servers, storage, and all of what you expect in data center in a small rack. Why would an airplane need a data center on board? For a few things. One of the things is that each engine generates about 10 terabytes of data for each hour of flight. This amount of data is very huge if you want to transfer it after operation to the data center for analysis. This is one thing. Another thing, by doing a primarily analysis into the data itself, you can actually lower the cycle of producing value from this data from 30 days to about 20 minutes. This means that you can predict when the airplane needs maintenance much faster and in a much shorter time, which means this airplane that costs millions of dollars will stay operational more time in the air, generating value for this airline, and it will be safer even, as you will be able to get from all of the sensors on board real-time information about the status of every component in the airplane. Another thing is that each engineer, when he wants to install any equipment, any part in this airplane, this part needs to be digitally certified and digitally verified that this is the right part according to the engineering process and that it was approved with the real process. Those actually laptops are ruggedized laptops, especially to be able to be used in such a situation. So this is all about an example of a forage. Another example that I worked with here in the UAE is basically ships that do seismic analysis of data that they collect during their journey in the ocean to look for oil. Why they need to do some analysis even while they are on board of the ship in the sea without even transfer it back? Because they can optimize their path to collect more valuable data according to hints and tips that they will get from the initial data that they are collecting. So those are a few examples of a forage. And then comes the fancy examples, the self-driving cars that cannot wait to send the information to the data center to make a decision. Should I stop on this traffic light? Is this a deer in front of me or a kid that I need to stop? Should I take right? All of this needs to be collected from sensors in real time and be actioned on in real time. So this is the difference between the landscape of IT, and you can see here the flow of information and the flow of control and what kind of operations. Near the edges, more like operational, and in the data center or the public cloud, it's more of analytics and deep learning to be able to use this to create value. And this moves to the value of data. The value of data is paradoxical. Let me give you a simple example of the value of data. Today, we have an event. Probably a lot of photos are being taken in this event. Those photos are now very valuable because you need to post them online, to do press releases. You will use those photos. The most value of those photos is now. Few hours from now, few days from now, the value of those photos will actually reduce, because probably no one of us will be looking back to photos from last week's event, except if we want to do some analysis. For example, I could be looking at a recording of this speech and notice the interaction of the audience. When people were responsive, when people were listening, when people were looking at their phones, are not paying attention. I can look when people are smiling, laughing, or when people are leaving the room, for example. We can even use historical analysis to see which session got more attendance, and even compare during the years and to make the difference between the different speakers and the different attendees. So this is an example that probably you need to keep in mind when you look about the value of the data. One thing very important that I wanted to add here is that we need a consistent approach of how the data flows and how the data is transformed during this cycle. Few examples of some of the industries that will benefit the most in the coming years from this transformation. Healthcare, and I am using a lot of examples from healthcare because I have a friend here that works in a hospital. So one of the examples, for example, of healthcare is, and also, for example, it's about the far edge, like an ambulance cars. Imagine if the data that is collected from the ambulance car are moved to the hospital before the patient is there. Already the doctor will know what to expect, will know what they will be able to deal with, and immediately will admit the patient and deal with his situation if it is an emergency situation. This cannot be done without processing the data first at the edge, the far edge, which is in this case the ambulance, in order to get what is more valuable to the doctor at the hospital. So this is one of the examples. Of course, you would imagine that factories and industry will be one of the most to benefit as well because they are already extremely automated. One of the examples that I worked with, for example, have a small storage and server in every production line that is doing control and optimization to make sure that they do not disconnect from the rest of the network in case anything bad happened, and they don't want that line to be stopped. This is some of the examples that I wanted to highlight, and the last example is, for example, energy, cooling, heating, making sure that you adjust with the lighting for saving power. All are things that the edge will be benefit from. And before I end my presentation, I wanted to show this concept of a service or telco edge, where the telco or the service provider, like Etisalat or Do, can enable organizations to provide private network for their customers and their users to leverage application and services wherever they are and consume where they are. Actually, the real reason why I put this slide was to sneak in a few of the logos without highlighting our portfolio to tell you that wherever is the use case, wherever you want to collect data, we have the right solution for you, basically. Instead of spending time showing you this portfolio and explaining everything and its use case. So the last thing that I wanted to summarize this presentation with is, basically the edge is not a single solution and it's not for a single market. There are different use cases and you need to think about the use case that fit your needs. Today there are 20% of use cases deployed in the edge. In coming 2 years alone, it will be 90%. So you need to think about 4 more things to do at the edge. And it's basically a category of different hosts to leverage those applications. What we believe in as Dell Technology, and this is the message that I wanted to tell you, is that we believe in a platform that is open to be leveraged by the different edge applications. Imagine today a retail shop. They have an edge for the CCTV. They have an edge for example, checkout. There's an edge for paying gateway. Different small devices for different use cases. All of those can be virtualized and used on a single platform. And all of those platforms need to be automated. Why they need to be automated? The voice is breaking. Why they need to be automated? Because there is little IT presence on the edge. So you need them to be automated and they need a special care of compliance and security at the edge because you cannot leverage what you're already using in the data center and the public cloud in the edge. You need to customize it for that specific use case. I hope that I left you with some ideas to think about, some use cases to consider, and to start exploring your own use cases. Thank you.
Thank you. Incredible insights. Thank you very much, Ashraf. Thank you very much. I would require Mr. Ronak from JC to pay a token of appreciation to Ashraf. Meanwhile, guys, go on Mentimeter right now and please vote for Ashraf and make him win. Unless you make your own WhatsApp groups and, you know, want to have your own personal speakers win. But yes, go on Mentimeter right now. Mentimeter is the place that you have to go, mentimeter.com. Vote for Ashraf. Could I have Ronak on the stage, please? Ronak from GC Media. Can I see Ronak somewhere?
This light is very strong, by the way. You cannot see anybody in the audience.
Yeah, the eyes have just got easy. Okay, let me do it for Ronak. Can I get the token of appreciation, please? The token of appreciation, please. It's small. Yes, just. The one that you gave the last speaker. Yes. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Master. Could I get a huge round of applause for Mr. Ashraf? Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Vote for him. Vote for him. Incredible insights about data. I think I'll be full of.
Do I need to do push-ups?
No, I think it was just about a minute over. Just a minute. So I'll excuse you. Anyway, incredible insights, like I'm saying. I'll go with a lot of IT glossary in my head. Remember, you have to go on Mentimeter to vote for every speaker. There's a very special prize. You're winning yourself 100,000 dirhams. Yes, that's a catch. 100,000 dirhams is the prize. You'll get... But yes, there's something very special for the people who are speaking in, and mentimeter.com is the place. And of course, again, I'm reiterating, please be really kind to the other speakers as well. I'm not condescending your acumen or your expertise in, and your knowledge, but let's not go overboard. Let's not exceed the time. We also have to pay respect to the other speakers. With this, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the next session and the first panel discussions of the event. We have a panel discussion. We would request people to sort of set up the furniture. Meanwhile, the session is all about rewriting the digital and business transformation strategy. Okay, and I would like to invite Mr. Arun Shankar. He's the group editor at GEC Media as our esteemed moderator. Arun Shankar. To the time they arrange, you can. Has everyone voted on Mentimeter? That's very important. We all like to judge each other, don't we? And this is the best time that you're getting to judge people. Please go on mentimeter.com. If there's any problems as such, you can speak to people from GC Group. They'll be more than happy to help you. Meanwhile, we'll structure the table, we'll structure the furniture. I'll ask Mr. Arun Shankar to come in and take it over. You take it, sir. You have the command. Go ahead.
Fantastic. So while the chairs are being put up, can I just get the panelists ready? So I'd like to invite Mr. George Akras. I'd like to invite Ms. Bashair Al-Dagri. And I'd like to invite Shireen Ali or Mohammed. If you can just...
All the panelists? Hello, please. It'll be an interesting session of interaction. Give it up for all the panelists, ladies and gentlemen. Let's keep working on our energies. It's a day which is full of great information and great insights, so we rather just keep ourselves buckled up. Also remember, voting for every speaker on Mentimeter, okay? A very special prize is coming by the end of the evening. Could we get the mic check, please, for all the panelists? Thank you.
So thank you, Address Hotel. Fantastic rearrangement, and then again you'll have to rearrange. and please discount those minutes from the 15 minutes that we have. The last panel, they actually removed the chairs while we were talking. So that was another event. So we have to be a bit careful over here that we don't overshoot 15 minutes. And there's no mentee for us. So feel free to talk whichever way you want. Nobody can vote you in or out, but they can remove the chairs while we are speaking. So welcome once again, and it's going to be an exciting panel. Topic is very exciting, and I will invite some of the audience to also participate. For the simple reason, there's a lot of experience sitting over here as well, and it's good to get all points of view. Now, essentially the topic, if it's displayed up there, is quite a mouthful, but essentially it's about when and how to select disruptive technology to disrupt yourself before you get disrupted from outside. Does that make sense, Madam Bashairi? It makes sense? You try to disrupt yourself before you get disrupted. George, what do you think?
Yeah, of course. The first thing is the CIO has to be ready and the company has to be ready for the disruption before they bring it into where they go.
Fantastic. And Shireen, are you comfortable with the topic? Because oil and gas is a non-disruptive industry, right? You don't like to disrupt yourself because billions of dollars are in the investment. And as I can understand it, oil and gas doesn't like to disrupt themselves. Am I right about that? Anybody who disagrees? I guess everybody agrees then, so nobody's disagreeing with me. So if it's okay with you, let's start on the formal questions, right? So George, I'd like to start with you. Okay, we'll go a bit random. You're in the education sector a long time. I saw a very interesting title attributed to you in LinkedIn, which is Director of Digital Transformation at Al Mawaqif School. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, fantastic. So the question now is, in the education sector, for example, when do you actually like to adopt a technology? Is there any thumb rule, or do you wait for the management to tell you? Do you wait for the students to tell you, or do you just take the initiative yourself? Go ahead, George.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. I have been working with Al Mawaqif schools for the past 30 years. So I have seen the digital transformation journey from its initial start. Now, when we work with a school, in a group of schools, we are working with teachers, students. We are working with people who definitely don't like the change, who are always wary of the change. Teachers don't like to be put out of their box. They are always happy with what they're doing and they don't want to take an initiative and change. However, students are not like that. Students are constantly looking, parents as well, for something different, for a new experience, for something that they want to do in a different way. And this is why we always find that transformation comes from the requirement and from the actual client that we have. They want to see something different, they want to work in a different way. And the disruption starts from there. This is where they see something different outside and they want to bring it in and start using it inside the school. And this is how, in our experience, it starts. And we always listen to what they want to do and we try to manage the expectation from everyone, because we would have the ones who would want to do something different and the ones who don't want to make any changes because they would be afraid of the challenges that will come. In this sense, it is a very challenging position. We constantly have to look for something new, but at the same time manage the scared client, the scared teacher that is in front of us.
Very interesting. Just a little bit, when you were the Director of Digital Transformation, did you have to organize the change management? Did you have to get them on board, or was the solution strong enough and powerful enough for them to appreciate the benefits?
Okay, I will talk about some examples of some digital transformation that we had in the past. I will talk about two of them for now. The first one is back in the year 2000, we decided to broadcast our graduation ceremony live on the internet. At that time, it was something that's completely new. People were very scared of something like that, having such an event go out to the public in front of everyone, and it was something that was completely different. So we had to spend a lot of time convincing our management, our parents, all the people who are involved in this event that this is going to go live. Back in the year 2000, this wasn't something that was normal. This was something that was completely out of the box. No one has done something similar in a school environment. So it was very challenging to go and talk to them and convince them. We had to have seminars with them. We had to bring them into one room and talk to them and explain to them what's going to happen. Then in 2004, our schools we decided in our schools that we don't want to have the students of the upper grades carry books anymore. We want to digitize all the books, give them notebook computers, and all the students will come to school with a notebook computer. We decided to stop using books in some of the levels of the high levels of the school. In 2004, again, this was something that was completely out of the box. It was disruptive to the teaching process, and all the teachers were very worried about some change like that. Parents were even more worried. Students were very happy. This is why we say we always cater to what the target audience want. Our target audience in this case are the students, so they were very happy to make this move. They were the ones who were supporting us. We were trying to convince everyone else that this is the right thing to do at that time. Back in 2004, there were a lot of challenges. Technology was not at what it was right now. Devices were not as good as they are now. Internet was not as fast as it was now. So we had to bring all the parents to a hall similar to this one. We had thousands of parents in that hall, and we have to explain to them what the benefits of something like that is. So I believe, basically, whenever you want to do a change, whenever you want to bring something new and you want to introduce something new, you have to be very patient and you have to really subscribe to your idea, you have to embrace your idea, and you have to really believe in what you are doing so that you can convince all the other people and address all their concerns. If you are not convinced with what you're doing, there is no way you can convince others of doing it. So the first thing to do is, before you adopt any new technology or take on any new challenge, first of all, you have to embrace it 100%. You have to subscribe to it, and you have to believe in it before you go out and explain it to the others.
Fantastic, great takeaway over there. Believe in the technology and be convinced before you push it out. So fantastic takeaways over there, and I gave you the space because Director of Digital Transformation is a very rare title in the education sector. So when I saw it, I said, okay, we must give you some space on that. So Bashar, I'd like to go to you now. Very impressive master's degree in information technology. In India, when I was a student, it used to be the top 1% who used to qualify to do information technology. So hats off to you if you are maybe that 1%. A great track record, Masdar, ADCB, and a lot of government sectors. In the government, how do you look at technology? Is it, as George was saying, from the consumer, the citizen point of view, or do you look at it as a hype, we need to try it, or do you look at it with a visible ROI? What is your take on that, based on your experience? Go ahead, please.
Okay. Thank you, first of all, for having me here. And is my voice clear? Okay. So in government, and especially Abu Dhabi government, is like a little bit different than the other Emirates governments. A little bit. Why? Because when it comes to the citizens, it's like a high priority, the way that a single mistake is not a normal mistake. So as a leadership, you will lead from within safe and tested boundaries. You will not be creative as an IT person, but there is authority in Abu Dhabi called Abu Dhabi Digital Authority, responsible to lead all the governments under Abu Dhabi government umbrella to achieve the best when it comes to the latest technologies. So it's like they will guide us. They are our parents in IT, and they will guide us as IT leaders, and we will follow the latest technologies, the latest tools after they guide us. Yeah.
Fantastic, very interesting. So obviously high power intelligence committee or advisory committee, sort of putting the digital roadmaps, right? If I can put it like that.
Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. So thank you for that, Bashir, and I'll come back to you on a few more questions as we go forward. I'm just trying to think how I can ask you further questions on that. But Sherry, I'd like to come to you. So long baseline in the oil and gas, specifically with Shell as an organization. What is the way forward for that industry where the technology life cycle is typically 10 years? The assets are very, very expensive. How do you actually disrupt? How do you actually select a technology to adopt? Go ahead, please, Sherry.
Sure, thanks. I'm going to give you a retail example. So these are the stations. We started by asking ourselves, where is the business going to be in the next 5 to 10 years? So this is specifically the fleet retail business. So it's always anchored upon business strategy and commercial outcomes. Now what was interesting was that we found that, hey, we're going to be massively disrupted because we sell fuels and through cards, both of which are being disrupted across multiple aspects. And we realized doing nothing is not an option. So we realized, obviously, the use of technology is not only going to help us potentially double the business, but also create additional revenue streams and business models that were previously not in play. So previously, our focus was quite myopic. How do we sell more fuels? But after looking at the opportunities that tech brought, we realized that our assets are not just the physical assets. Our assets are our people. Our assets are the relationships that we have with multiple customers around the world. Our assets are the billions of data points that we have across the different businesses. And how do we utilize that? So how do we utilize that to A, add value to customers, but B, gain more share of wallet than we already do? So one example is we came up with a partnership with a telemetry provider for trucks, where we got access to additional data points. We could then use that to understand driver behavior. We could then partner up with insurance providers for usage-based insurance. We could then help them save fuel. We could help them with maintenance, etc. So that's an example of how we look at how tech could help. It's not tech for technology's sake, but really anchored around what commercial outcomes can we achieve and how.
It's very interesting, especially the point which you made about data, because an industry like oil and gas generating huge amount of data, and this is the downstream thing in terms of the supplies, the delivery side. So very interesting. Of course, you didn't quite answer the question about technology selection. In case you want to put it here, go ahead, please.
Yeah. So it's basically what problems are we trying to solve, in what shape and form. So when we looked at our telemetry use case, we had certain requirements. For instance, we needed access to and control of data. It needed to be easily portable to different types of vehicles, etc. So it's really dependent on what problem we're trying to solve and what vendors could allow for that.
Sure. Fair enough. Venki, are you somewhere here in the audience? Because Venkatesh has been quite exposed to a lot of digital transformation and technology selection. So I want to ask him a question. Are you there? Can I see your hand, or you stepped out? Yeah, you're there. Okay, so you stepped out. Okay, fine. I want to get him to answer the question on technology, because in every presentation of his, he talks about how CIOs have to cope with technology. So I want to bounce off a question. So when he comes in, we'll go to that. Let's go to the business side of things. Technologists have to tread a fine line between keeping technology to themselves and technology for the business. So I can see Venki is coming in. If somebody can get him a mic, because I'm definitely going to ask him this question. Venki, while you're walking, start thinking. So many technologies have come during your career. How did you actually decide when to select one for your organization and when to ignore? Was it on the hype that you must try it out? Was it that your peers told you a good ROI is coming? Or was it just your gut feel? When you get the mic, you have a mic? Okay,
Yeah, I got the mic.
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you. So, as you know, men can't multitask. So I can either walk or think. So I can't do both. So I decided to walk. From a technology point of view, so this is unfair, right? I'm having a coffee and you guys get me in. So from a technology point of view, I think it's essentially business that drives the requirement. So while we have a lot of peer-to-peer discussions and we have a lot of discussions with vendors and partners, I think what really comes out at the end is what is the right fit for your business. And I'm going to say this at the cost of being disagreed with, but sometimes state of the art is not what you need. Sometimes appropriate and relevant and cost effective and a different approach is what you require, and that's what we're doing currently as we are undergoing the transformation across all our group companies. So it's is it discussions? Is it what the vendor is telling you? Is it what your partner is telling you? Is it no? I think somewhere you need to have a framework or a roadmap saying this is the technology I need to go with, and this is what because you as a CIO are probably the only person along with your business who knows what your 3-year or 5-year roadmap is. So I think that's extremely critical for you to be able to choose the technology. And if you don't spend time in the initial stages, then I've noticed that, and this happened to me as well, you then end up undoing some of the stitches and then putting them back again because you went with the technology in what you thought or somebody else thought was the best fit for your organization. So don't do that. Spend time, write it up front. Yeah.
Like the last part, the best about the failure when things have failed, and we'll take this up with the third question, and I have a few more people in the audience who are going to talk about the failures. It's okay to talk about technology from the top. Yes, it works very well. Very few people talk about the failures, and failure is part of technology. Am I right? George, what do you think? So, Venki pointed out a very interesting thing which gives me a lead in, which is you decide on the technology based on your end user in your organization, which is the business. When would you actually, as you said, with the live streaming and all, when would you actually bring in the teachers, the administrators in change management? Right from the beginning, towards the end, after you're convinced about it, pilot, proof of concept? Go ahead, George.
Okay, to add to what our colleague has just said, the thing is sometimes we adopt some kind of technology or we go after some kind of technology because of a challenge that we're having, because of a pain point that we have in the institution. And this causes us to make mistakes, and the technology could sometimes fail because it's not being planned or decided upon in a proper way. It's because we want to solve a problem and we have to solve it quickly. This has happened really a lot during the beginning of the COVID period in 2020 when the pandemic hit and everybody started looking for solutions, and there were so many solutions that were not the correct fit for the organizations that were doing them. So we could see a lot of failure over there. I believe we shouldn't be looking at technology as a solution for the problems we have. Technology should be used to bring our objectives and our outcomes to fulfillment. We have to use it to fulfill some kind of objective or goal that we have in our institution. It's not only to solve a problem when a problem happens. When that is the case, we have to sit back and understand the actual result or the actual cause of what we are having and decide on the best technology that could make us solve the problem in a proper way. So there are so many technologies out there. There are so many vendors and suppliers in the market, and everybody will be trying to push a solution to you. Sometimes those solutions are not the best fit to what the requirement is, and it is the job of the management team to identify which one is the best solution and not to resort to the band-aid situation whereby I have problem and then just cover it with a band-aid, and that could be a small solution for a short term, not for the longer term.
Okay, great, but I need the Menti 10 on 10 for myself, so I need to redirect the question to you. When would you bring in business? When would you bring in business or end user or the actual people who are going to rate you internally? When?
You bring the business once you find a solution and you really believe that this solution is going to help in realizing the goals and objectives of the institution. Once the solution is there, then you understand it very well, and then you present it to the management. If you go to present to the management, you must be 100% convinced that this solution is the best solution for the management. This is when they come in. This is the best place for them to come in.
Fantastic. So Menti 10 on 10 for George and 10 on 10 for redirecting.
Can I say my point of view here?
Yeah, I'm coming. Go ahead, please. Go ahead. Yeah, all
Just
yours.
to make it like wide discussion. I see involving the business owners of the operation in any company should be at the beginning before you select any technology. You interview the business owners, managers, you measure the situation there, you observe it, and then after you gather all the information you need, you start looking for the best technology. And the best technology doesn't mean that you need to take the best. No, but sometimes, for example, system A and system B, for example, A is like more sophisticated than system B. But my business and also A is like higher, triple when it comes to a cost perspective. So, but system B can fit my requirement as business owner. So why I go with the sophisticated option, and I will go with system B. I will save my cost. It will fit all my needs, and at the same time, I got the solution that fit their needs by making it short, by doing the homework at the beginning of the research. This is like
Very interesting. This is a very valid point about when do you partner with business. But before I go back to the audience, because I see some people wanting to answer something, Shirin, your point of view. Two sides we have. One is convince yourself, test it, do all the rigorous testing and the elaboration and stress testing, and then present it. But Bashir also saying partner early, so maybe you can eliminate a lot of or get the learning surface much faster. Go ahead, please. Your point of view.
Yeah, experience has taught me that the latter has resulted in more impact, especially where there's a significant amount of investment required. And in Shell, our culture is very collaborative, so I tend to involve various parts of the business from the get-go, end users, stakeholders, so that we get a more diverse perspective, but also more in-depth view, because the end users will come up with a view of how they feel the system should be, whereas the commercial owner might have a different view. So we found that collaborating from the get-go right up to defining the business problem, defining the outcomes together gave us a more 360 holistic view of what we're trying to achieve, as well as involving the teams in choosing the systems, give them a vested interest, and give them higher reason to believe they feel they're part of the process, and that helps as well with change management. So it's a team decision, and it's not just the technology function shoving something down people's throats that they may or may not believe in. It may be actually the best solution for the organization, but I think involving people as early as possible helps them, bring them along the journey as well.
Sure, what a fantastic answer. You don't generally hear such answers. You hear a copybook approach. So I guess both the models in play. I want to get to Sohail. Sohail are you over there? Okay, so Sohail, essentially, we know him right from Emirates NBD when he steered the transformation over there. If somebody can pull him in, I definitely want to ask him the question. He tackled a lot of these business issues, but let's hope he comes back. Let's go to the third question, and I hope, Ujjwal, you can prompt me when there are just 10 minutes left, because I can't see the prompter on the screen.
Yes,
and
I'm there.
Okay, fantastic. Let's go to the third question, which is essentially, let's just see that, should you make changes often, slow? How do you pace changes? So I think I'd like to start with you, Bashir. You mentioned a very interesting thing about, and both Shireen have said that, try to coexist and work with business simultaneously. But let's assume your business is not proactive, they are sluggish. Will you push them, or will you just let them set the pace? How soon, how fast should you bring in technology? Go ahead.
You are saying like if we reach a state where we need to change the technology, right? Okay, in case if we need to change the technology, first I need to make sure that the technology or the system itself is the barrier, not the user, not the developer, not the programmer. Even though if it's an old technology, we need to make sure, because it's a huge change. You don't want to take this risk in case if it wasn't the system, even though it's an old, it's the user, programmers, or so on. So let's assume that now we make sure that the system or the technology now is the barrier, or the system disabling my functions or the company operation. In this case, in case if it was my decision, what I will do, I'll make sure when I will change to the new technology, I'll make sure certain criteria. Okay, those criteria: stability, scalability, and third point, because I faced it myself, availability in the market. I'm talking about resources, support, and tools, because I faced that I dealt with a high-cost system, and then when I was looking for resources, I struggled, and this led to another issue, which is the cost. The cost was higher because the employees there, they are rare, so you need to pay more cost. So we need also to consider the cost, and then we need to note the easy customization in this technology. Once I see those criteria and I make sure it's there in this technology, what I will do, once I will make decision to change, I will in symmetric way run both old and new technology. Yes, it's more cost, but it's less risk and it's less customer satisfaction impact, and etc. And from there, I will just determine a deadline, 6 months, for example. I will run both of them until I 100% rely on the new technology.
Fantastic. I think you've been applying these rules in practice, because it seems to be a well-tested.
I applied all. I went through all of them.
Yes, fantastic. Because I can clearly see a high degree of confidence, and based on obviously success and failure. So great answer over there. Coming to you, George. So again, education a bit sluggish. Will you by default stick to a tested model, or will you try to improve through self-disruption? Will you wait? Of course, the pandemic was different, it was external, but what is your thinking over there? Should you try to self-disrupt, or should you just wait the normal technology life cycle for the technology to come to an end? Go ahead.
Okay, I come from a different background. In the company, in the business, we sit together in the management level. We are always together, so the decisions in our institution happen at the same time. When we set a goal and we go out to achieve that goal, what we do is we decide this is what we want to achieve, and then it is up to individuals to take on the challenges and move forward with them. I will give you an example of how we made a big change back in 2018. We, as schools, we give diplomas to students every single year. They graduate, they take a diploma, and they leave. So we decided, we spoke to each other and we said, okay, let's try to change the way a diploma is given to students. In 2018, we made the first pilot of publishing our diplomas, the student diplomas on the blockchain. And in 2019, our graduating class was the first class in a K-12 school to get their diplomas published on the blockchain. So we stopped giving normal diplomas, and now all our students receive digital diplomas on the blockchain. I guess this is a self-destruct model whereby we decided to stop something that we're doing and to proceed with something else. The decision was to do something like this because we were convinced that the future is coming and this future requires some kind of change that should happen. And as a group, we spoke together. We were all together in the same room and we decided we want to come up with something different. This is where we adopted the new technology and we assumed that this new technology is going to take us to the next level. It's going to take our students, it's going to take our brand image into a different perspective. And this is how we run things in the institution. We don't wait until things happen and then we follow. This is what we've done in 2004 when we decided no more books in the upper grades in the school, only computers in the upper school. So this was a complete stop of what was being done before, what is traditional, and we moved into a different thing. This is the concept, this is the kind of digital transformation that happens and I believe should be happening in many of the businesses. Things should change and transformation should happen only if the technology allows it and if the technology really serves the purpose and the goals of an institution.
Thank you very much, Mr. George. Sohail, are you back in the room?
Yeah. Arun sir, 4
okay,
minutes.
fantastic.
4 minutes, Arun sir, in the panelists. 4 minutes.
Sohail, the question I wanted to ask you was huge track record in banking. Banking hugely compliant, a lot of regulations. You can't just change the user interface. You have security. You have a lot of restrictions over there. How did you manage during your time in Emirates NBD when we saw a huge amount of user facilities coming in? How did you manage the business at that time? Go ahead.
Well, with regulations is always about having it yesterday, not tomorrow, not today, but yesterday. But what you can do is actually be ahead of the game, right? With MSMBD and also with FAB, we had the privilege of thinking along our government, for example, when it comes to cloud adoption. We could actually write some passages of that with them because we were ahead of the game. And from the business side also, you can get them along whatever journey you are thinking about. Because eventually, technology on itself is not the only thing that companies need to do. It's about customer journey. And I'm saying it in the last couple of seminars when I'm speaking myself. Technology used to support the business. And then 10 years ago, we said it's about enabling the business. But right now, you see it all around you with the Dubai twins, digital twins. It's about technology is business and business is technology. As soon as we realize that, the life will be easier for everyone in the room.
Fantastic, thank you, sir. But I like the part which you mentioned right in the beginning, which is being ahead of the business or being ahead of yourself or whatever. I think that's a very key thing. So thanks for that, Sohail. And again, hats off to Emirates NBD for, at least as a user, we've seen so many changes. I don't know too much about other banks, but that was one bank which really impressed me. And Sohail, you have a great track record in coding, in applications. So I hope you were one of the people who set up all the back office. If you weren't, don't tell me, but I just presume you were. So Shireen, last question. We have a couple of minutes left, and I want to go to the lightning fourth question. Your take on disrupting yourself. I mean, the question essentially was too many changes or too few changes. How do you balance? Go ahead, Shireen.
For us, it's always anchored on the business problem. So, which pain are we trying to solve, and what causes us the most pain? So we've had years where our change agenda was fairly light, and we've had years where it was at pure mayhem. But that decision is purely based on what do we need to do and why. So I'll give you an example. We migrated a significant trading desk, and that involved the entirety of the trading organization across all the different teams. Very painful, high resistance to change. And initially, it was, why do we need to do it? We've been running this business, making billions for years. Why now? But when we framed it as, hey, look, it's running on, I can't ensure reliability anymore. This thing is running on tech that can probably be supported by 5 people on the planet. And we're not going to be able to do these different types of trades. And the opportunity that algo trading brings us can increase our bottom line by 15%. Then people start to pay attention. They say, hey, we really should do it. So the narrative changes. Hey, we really should do this. How can we do this? What do we need? And who do we need across the organization? So what I found works is flip the narrative and frame it as a business commercial outcome, and people then are interested.
Good. So you're in favor of continuous change?
It makes sense.
Okay,
Yes.
fantastic. Is Shraddha in the room? We were having a talk about failures. I want Shraddha here. Maybe not. She was giving me an interesting perspective on failure in software implementation, and that's something which we generally don't hear a lot about. But we are coming to the end of the panel, and I need the last 4th question as a lightning fast reaction. No thinking allowed from any of you. I just want you to react as you are intuitively. What is your natural technology style? Fast, medium, slow, tested? I hope you understand what I'm saying. Do you prefer to make changes quickly? Do you convinced on the benefits that you feel? What is your natural thing? Or you prefer to follow the peers? Do you prefer to have rigorous type of advice and evidence? Go ahead, please, Bashir. What's your natural?
Yes. For me, I always say, as a leadership, and there are senior managers also above you, you need to shape yourself. You need to be like the water. Depend on the work environment you are working on. Sometimes you need to make those changes so quick. Sometimes you need to bring the technology to them and tell them, advise them, and you take the whole board. Like, you tell the higher management, you need to do this and that. And those happening when you are working in profit companies. Okay, IT is like, they can concern the opinion of IT people. But when you are working on non-profit companies, like what I'm doing now, I'm working in social sector in Abu Dhabi. So no, here you need to, as I mentioned at the beginning, you need to be careful. You need to lead from tested boundaries. Any change you will make, you need to have a high, or let's say a big quality assurance team, and so on. So I will tell you what I'm following now. I'm following now the careful change habits in the entity I'm working in. Yes, we are grabbing the latest technologies. As I mentioned at the beginning, we are following Abu Dhabi Digital Authority, where they are responsible to bring us the technologies, and they are like the latest technologies, which is something makes us as IT comfortable, but we need to adapt them in a way that there is no big consequences. So let's say caution leadership style.
Yeah, it's like a 360. You are fast, you're also cautious, you're also rigorous. Okay, I mean, all put together. So thank you very much, Bashir. George, your style, natural style, based on experience, based on the industry, based on the organizations. Go ahead.
I'll make this very brief. I will split it into two, the professional and the personal. In the personal, I'm very fast to adopt to any change. I will just dive in and go and make the change. But in the professional, I will take a little bit more cautious approach, and I will say I will be medium. So I will not wait until the thing is finished and then I will follow it. I will try to learn a little bit from what's happening and try to be one of the first. If not the first one of the first. This is how I will approach with anything.
Fantastic. Thank you, George. Shireen, your style?
Time and place for everything. When I was running my startup, it was let's go crazy and try different things. Obviously, I wouldn't gamble with the trading business. So I think there's a time and place for it. Experiment in a controlled manner is what I would say.
But you're a people person. You miss that out. You like to work with people. So you're probably collaborative 100%, isn't it? Something like that?
Depends on, sometimes if we experiment on crazy things and we know we're going to get in trouble, probably not.
Okay, fantastic. So thank you very much to all the panelists, and I hope the mentee scores are all 10 for all of us, and we break all the records. Let's see something coming up there. I see time at 8.3, messaging, so, if that is the score. So Ujjwal, back to you. Thank you very much. Thank you for the panelists.
Thank you for organizing. Thank you. It was quite a great narrative, all of you. We'll request Anushree to quickly come on stage and please hand over the token of appreciation to all the panelists and all the speakers here. Could we have a round of applause again? It's a great exercise of understanding how far are we projecting our business in terms of transforming it through technology. Transforming it through technology, I beg your pardon. Thank you, Arun. We'll just quickly fix this Mentimeter thing. A lot of people have certain things in their head. For all the ones who just joined in, we guys are also voting for people who are speaking on stage. So I guess the judging goes on to you guys. It's a brilliant platform for you to express your thoughts, whatever you feel about a particular speaker. Okay, let us quickly go to the Mentimeter thing. Okay, this is menti.com. Okay, you go to this website. Okay, you go to this website. Use the code above 4440234. 444-2034. You use that code, you reach onto the website where you can judge every speaker that comes here. Remember, one speaker would be the infinite best speaker that you would be judging, and they would take away a very special prize. Special prize is special, we are not disclosing it. Okay? So I'll just give you a minute or two because there were a lot of speakers here. Just take your time, 2 minutes, and then we could quickly go on to the next exciting thing, which is the first set of awards, okay? Quickly, and you can even check who's winning, who's leading the battlefield. It's exciting for us, isn't it? We always want to lead, and it's a great time for you to judge. Mentimeter.com is the place. Use the code 444-2034, and then you can rate every speaker. You've heard them all, and you've taken a lot of whatever they've said. I'll give you a minute of the time for all the speakers, and the past speakers also that you've not voted for, you could vote for them as well. I could have some music as well. Thank you. Are the backbenchers here? Yeah? Okay, the backbenchers, are you with me here? Or are you in your coffee and your wild dreams? Backbenchers, can you wave? Can you wave? Okay, great. I'm always economy, never business. Could I get a round of applause from the backbenchers? From the last table. Yeah, they saved the best for the last. That's what I thought. Okay, all right. Okay, great. You guys have voted? All of you have voted? Raise your hands if you voted. You voted? Okay, amazing. I hope you have not made any personal WhatsApp groups. Vote for this guy. Vote for this guy. Okay? No parties here. Okay. Anyway, thank you very much for voting, guys. You have to keep voting to decide the best speaker here. Moving on. That was a fantastic power-packed discussion, and there were great takeaways about business strategies and strategizing your endeavors for the near future. Thank you, Arun sir, and the fellow panelists. With that, we come to the first set of awards for the World CIO 200 in association with Alteryx. Okay, the awards are now divided into 4 categories. We've got Legend, we've got Master, we've got Leader, and we've got the Next Generation CIO. Okay, so we'll be starting with the Next Generation CIO category. The Next Generation category winners are the ones who have broken the age barrier and proven themselves through the humongous projects that have been carried out in a short span of time. And to felicitate the CIOs, I would like to call upon Ronak Samantre, the co-founder and CEO at GEC Media Group, to the stage. Please, Ronak. Thank you. All right, are you all excited to hear your names? Okay. So this is in no particular order. This is actually in order of how Google told us. Okay, so there's no particular order. The first person who gets the award is Mohit Duggal. Millennium Place, Barsha Heights Hotel and Apartments. He wins the Next Generation category. Give it up for Mohit Duggal. Mohit, you can wave me hi. Yes. Congratulations, Mohit. So, thank you. Next up, Sabin Subramanian, Class Hotel Apartments. Sabin Subramanian. Up is Mr. Sergio Antillo, Mundo Crypto. Mr. Sergio, right there. Guys, keep giving round of applause, a lot of awards, please. They're here because you deserve it, and that's why they do the awards. Congratulations, Sergio, Mundo Crypto. I'll also call Mohit and Sabin to come back again. We'll do a quick photo op with the three of you, and we proceed to the next set of awards, please. Mohit and Sabin, I really have to bring you back, both of you back. Come, quickly. Thank you. Sergio, you stay here, please. We'll do a quick photo op. Sergio, just come here. We'll just do a quick photo op with all the winners, and then you can enjoy coffee. All right, ladies and gentlemen, they are the Next Generation category award winners. Thank you. With that, we move on to the Leader category. The Leader CIO with an experience of 10 to 15 years old. The leaders are just sort of suiting themselves up. I just see a little change in the air. Okay, with an experience of 10 to 15 years and multiple domain expertise, the winners in this category have excelled in leading transformation in the business models of the organization. So for all the leaders, first of all, round of applause to you. Every leader is a great manager, and that's why you guys are leaders. Let's go in no particular order. First is Amna Al-Dahiri from Ajman Transport Authority. This is in the leaders category. Amna. She's from Ajman Transport Authority. Give it up for Amna, ladies and gentlemen. Next up, we have Mr. Badr Zayoub, Government of Sharjah, Central Finance Department. Badr Zayoub. Congratulations.
Huda Khamis Al-Ghafri, Monitoring and Control Center. Huda Khamis Al-Ghafri. Is Huda around? Okay, we move on to the next person. Mohammed Nofel. Mohammed Nofel, Royal Continental Hotel and Suites. Mohammed Nofel. All right. I hope they're not drinking coffee outside. But what's going on? Can you scream outside, Mohammed Nofel? Okay, next. Mustafa Ostrov, HMH Hotel Group. Mustafa Ostrov. God. Next up, we have Mr. Mudassar Ali. He comes from International Modern Hospital. Mr. Mudassar Ali. Give it up for Mr. Mudassar Ali, ladies and gentlemen. Woo-hoo! Next up, one from one of my favorite universities in Dubai, the Middlesex University, Dubai. His name is Mr. Pragnesh Menon. Mr. Pragnesh Menon from Middlesex University, Dubai. Mr. Pragnesh Menon, are you around? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Rabi Mari, Rotana Management Corporation. Mr. Sheridan Moodley as well from Asafi. Both Rabia Mari, Rotana Management Corporation first of all, and Sheridan Moodley. You can click this picture from the center. All the winners to come back on the stage, please. We'll do a quick photo op and then we'll move to the next set of discussions. Just stay here, sir. Just stay here. Thank you. All the ones who are the winners, could I have them back on stage for a quick photo op and then we'll move on to the next set. Give it up, ladies and gentlemen, for all of them. All of them have excelled as leaders, and that's why they're here. They've powered the organizations, the social structures in a way that they are the future and the present leaders. Sheridan, did you hear your name? Sheridan? Come here, bro. Sheridan Moodley Masafi. Come. I did say your name though, but yes, there were two names. Just a minute. We have Sheridan Moodley as well. Sheridan Moodley from Masafi. Sheridan, please. Sheridan, come over. Yeah, the first solo picture and then the photo op. Oh, I now get it. One final time. Group picture with everyone. Thank you. Thank you, ladies, thank you, gentlemen, thank you, Robert. Now for the next set of awards, I would like to invite Anushree Dikshit back to the stage, please. Anushree, thank you very much for coming again and again on the stage and taking care of the entire experience today. We move on to the third category, which is the Master CIO. As the category gives away, these winners are masters in unparalleled technological experience backed with 15 to 20 years of career span. That's a lot. All right, let's begin the awards for this category, the master category. The first, Abdullah Al-Ali, DMCC Authority. Next to the stage, I will request Mr. Abdul Hamid Jones, the grocer. Abdul Hamid. Can we see Abdul Hamid anywhere? Abdul Hamid. Alright, moving on to the next person. Abidin Suleiman from Arabia Holdings. Abidin Suleiman. Give it up for Abidin. Thank you. Adam Dockrat, Aster DM Healthcare. Adam Dockrat. Give it up for Adam. Sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, keep applauding all the winners. They've excelled, and that's why they are getting the awards we've done, and especially the masters. Congratulations. Next up, Akash Lal, Dubai Holding Entertainment. Akash Lal. Congratulations, Akash. Thank you. Next up, Arul Jose Widgen. Arul Jose Widgen. Arul. Arul. Okay, absent. Next is Ayman Medaka, Al Masaud National General Contracting. Ayman Medaka. Ayman. Okay. Next up, Deepu George Thanikal from Jodhpur. Deepu George from Jodhpur. Alright, up next, Iyad Kashkash, Al Rams Corporation. Iyad Kashkash. Got it. Give it up for Iyad, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations. Last but not the least, Fadi Slayman. Fadi Slayman from Mantrack. Thank you. Congratulations to all the winners. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And a huge round of applause once again. We've got more awards to come in the pipeline. And let me again remind you about the Mentimeter. The ghost keeps following you. Keep voting, keep voting. We've got a special prize for the person who's the best speaker. All right, with that, I would get off the stage and hand over the stage to Tausif Sayyid. He's the Director, Data Analytics and Artificial Intelligence, Spire Data. Tausif Sayed. Now Tausif, he's a seasoned data professional who has worked across the MENA region for 10 plus years and has successfully delivered complex data projects for customers. He's passionate about helping the organization be data-driven and build modern data analytics solutions on board. Tausif, over to you, and all the best.
Thank you.
Timeline.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. It's an honor to be here. I hope you're having a good time. As mentioned, I'm a guy who has spent a decade plus, and I'm somebody who's really passionate about data. So today we are going to talk about, can we have the presentation, please? The topic which we cover today is more about doing innovation with modernizing the data analytics. It's not like, it won't be. Thank you. So today we'll talk more about how data analytics is driving the modern digital transformation. Why we are talking about innovation today and what is it all about, right? We all are aware of what happened with COVID. And what is today's new normal? The new normal is that there's no normal. We are living in a world of uncertainty. Something which is predictable is no more predictable, especially post-COVID. That's why the industries, the businesses are looking to innovate. Why to innovate? Because if you don't innovate, suddenly the path to success or even the path to existence is going to be really, really difficult. And that's where we're talking about innovation. Why innovation in data analytics? We all are talking about digitized world. In digitized world, the most important or the core element which accelerates digital transformation for any industry or any business is data. So accelerating digital transformation is like spending or looking at data as a prime focus. Now how do we going to achieve it? So let's not confuse ourselves with two things. When we talk about innovation, sometimes we get it confused with creativity. Creativity, yes. Creativity is all about coming about good ideas, new ideas, something which we haven't heard before, something which we haven't applied before. But what is taking over is innovation. Now, how do you distinguish between creativity and innovation? It's quite simple. Having good ideas, but a process-oriented plan to execute them and make it realistic or impractical is something we call innovation. How do we drive innovation? And why data innovation is important? We can drive this by two ways. One within the teams. So we all have a teams of CIO here, people who are responsible for running the IT organization. It's quite important to understand that innovating in data space is quite vital. If you don't do it now, sooner or later, our competitors or somebody else is going to do that. Secondly, when we talk about running businesses, irrespective of what kind of verticals or business we are looking at, the decisions are going to be fact-based. They are no more going to be experience or gut-based. So tomorrow, if I'm taking a smallest decision, which is important for my business, is going to be fact-based. So how do we drive innovation in the organization? There are two ways about it. One, definitely spending time within the teams, modernizing and innovating within the teams. Secondly, you have to come up with a better approach for letting the decision maker take decisions. It means a lot of enablement, also assistance to the decision makers and the businesses, which consist of operations, supply chain, logistics, whatever you mentioned, via data. That is something which is going to be very, very critical. So what we are talking about innovation is creativity with a proper plan of execution which leads to innovation. Now how do we do that? What are the next steps for it? When we talk about modernized data analytics, I would talk about four key areas focusing on it. First, the data. Of course, I'm going to cover each area in detail, but we're talking about big data, we're talking about data going on cloud, everything is there. But is it the right data? Today, what happens is, most of the industries are looking like, okay, I need data backup for everything. Why? Is that the data you're going to really focus on making decisions? Is the business really requiring the data which you're capturing and keeping backup of? If not, is that the right data? Are you spending right? That's the first question. Secondly, analytics. Okay, what's analytics? So most of us are involved in ERP, CRM kind of implementation, and we are fine with the reporting what we have. But there's more than that. Augmented and AI-based analytics has taken the world to the next level. Definitely, in the later part of my presentation, I'm going to cover it. But are we really assisting our businesses to make quick decisions? Let's take an example. Even in terms of analytics, are we helping them to take decisions quite faster? No. That's something which is not happening. That's where we have to innovate. Third, the decision making. Today, when we have group meetings, the CIOs are part of the meetings where they drive businesses, they are the core engine to really accelerate the businesses. Are we really contributing in decision making in some way? Are the applications which we have invested, which cost millions to our business, are really helping in those decisions to compete or to survive the next gen? We need to answer that question as well. And the fourth part, I think so, which is favorite of few and I would say not favorite of few, is just governance. Due to laws on privacy coming in, the data privacy combined with the governance across the IT has become a very vital part. So we are going to cover modernizing the data analytics in these 4 key areas. First, when we talk about data, and when I interact across the industry, the first thing they say is data is an asset. Data is the new oil. Data is everything. Fine. It can be liability too. How it can be liability? I've seen multiple implementations of big data fail. I've seen when we interact with few of our very good customers or few of our colleagues, and when I ask them, like, okay, when you are doing a data science use case, what is the turnaround time for you? When they say that, okay, we have invested in big data, and the turnaround time is like, for one proper use case with proper data, it's like more than a month. Does that justify the investment? No. So though data is an asset, but it can be liability too. Secondly, we have got into an era where we start thinking more the better. I have bigger data than you. That's kind of a thing what, in general, when we talk about data investment, happens. With the advent of cloud, the third thing I'm coming is like, it's cheaper, so let's put everything on cloud. But is that the right approach? We need to think about it. Definitely, I'm going to contradict my statements on big data later, but the small data is also critical. When I see like, we have a lot of small, mid-sized businesses coming here, one of the important things to look at is, should we start investing in smaller, cheaper data which is available, which gives value in shorter span of time? Is that going to be something very useful for us? That's something we should think. Let's take an example. Nowadays, there are a lot of external agencies which come up with more aggregated data which can be immediately used for better analytics. You could start getting your ROI on your investment, and you can actually help businesses to make decisions faster by that small data. So neglecting small data is not something which I would recommend as part of the new strategies. Definitely, the second part is big data. Yes, big data is important. Why? Because it gives you variation. It gives you something which is not present with your current environment of your ERPs and CRM. Let's take an example of Tesla. We know that Tesla, the kind of automation which it runs, the AI simulation which it runs to go there. But do you know that it has run the simulation of 50 million plus miles just by synthetic data. Synthetic data is going to take over the real data. Why? Because when you're trying to utilize the real data, let's take an example of hospitality industry, when we're talking about healthcare industry, when we're talking about even government industries. When you're trying to process a huge chunk of data, which is real data, we're going to end up in the regulation, compliances, and privacy issues. Why? If I'm trying to analyze a hospital record and I'm trying to process a healthcare patient information, I need to go through multiple norms. But what if I can create a synthetic data which is similar to it but will allow me to do predictive or AI-based analytics on it? Why should not I invest in it? So synthetic data is something which is going to be part of the modern innovation in data analytics. If you look at it, future, let me go back. If you look at it, in future it's going to drive the innovation. Now in data, one more thing is going to be quite important for you all. When I talk to CISOs, CIOs on a daily basis in terms of architecture, you have 50 plus kind of applications sitting across. How do you manage your data? Do you know what resides in what application? What kind of data you are actually dealing with? Most of them are happy because they do their job and you get the report for that own application. But when we talk about utilizing the application across the enterprise, are we really aware of what is happening? The old way of doing that was having a data catalog. Most of us even haven't invested in data catalog or thought about that having data catalog is important. But the modern way is like doing it in an adaptive manner. Having that data fabric which allows you to manage the active metadata. So that's one of the critical aspects we have started looking at when it comes to data management. I already covered this point. This is what I was talking about. So synthetic data is going to take over a lot of things. I'll give you an example. Google runs synthetic data for generating the simulations for languages which is Portuguese and Brazilian. Because they didn't have real data which was accessible to them and which was enough for actually catering the kind of requests they're getting for Brazilian Portuguese data. So they ran the synthetic data. Now when you see interactions on Portuguese and Brazilian, that's in the backend done by synthetic data. It is said that in future, most of the modern analytics by 2030 are going to be driven by synthetic data. Of course, how synthetic data comes into existence, how it can run, and we can discuss this in detail later, but that's going to be a very, very vital part of the data. Now, when we cover the data part, let's move to analytics. And I'm going to cover analytics in a simplified way. We're talking about three important things. One, how do you understand the analytics? Most of us are quite happy on a daily basis. Somebody from BI comes in, it generates a report for us. Okay, I'm happy, do this, that's it. I'll give you a simple example. If the CIO gets to a logistic guy, he'll say, what kind of inventory we are looking at? Okay, this is our current inventory. And what kind of demand we are looking at? This is our current demand. And that's it. This is something which is happening in repetitive manner. But are you allowing your data analysts to go beyond? Why are you allowing to go beyond and go through data? Why? So when we talk about the new way in data analytics, it's like it's combining an art. It's something where you want the data analysts to find facts which are not existing. You need to give them time to find patterns. Second thing, perfection. There's also one way where we interact with the leaders and they try to go for perfection. Sometimes the timely manner of analytics is very important. Instead of saying 6.7321, I just needed a quick answer, it's 5 to 10. The business guy needed an answer, what is the range of something I need to take decision out of this? So saying 5 to 10 is sometimes important rather than after 2 weeks I get that it's 6.7321, which doesn't make sense. That's going to be important. Secondly, asking great questions. Smallest example, as I said, one of the recent interactions with the marketing team was like, how are we really going ahead with the marketing, giving real-time ads? And one thing which we found was, we were asking questions to the consumer, but that was delayed by, I would say, 3 days. But what we tried to do, when we tried to do it real-time, it gave us 10x better ROI. So asking questions in right manner and in right time definitely helps. So these are three things which I would say are very important. But the third important step is, as I said, know when to stop. Before we get into decisions, know when to stop. There's a drive that when we involve data scientists in, when we start talking about statistical model, we would like to go for longer cycles. Like sometimes the data science model leads 3 months, 6 months. By the time we get the results, the decisions which will come out of it are obsolete. They don't make sense. Because, as I say, the current world is changing drastically. We're done with that. Now, third thing, decision making. As I said, deliver insight in time, done. Second, accelerated decisions. We have multiple applications. Those applications are actually taking decisions. We are actually letting those businesses which runs on base of application. Let's say like the marketing guy is quite responsible for CRM, the operations, finance guys and logistics and procurement guys are quite dealing with the ERPs. Where also the rest of the guys in terms of security are dealing with multiple applications. But what if there is a way where we have a process-oriented kind of decision making? Where we combine 2 or 3 applications and start making decisions. Being a CIO, you have the power to control that, right? You have the visibility to look at multiple applications at one place. Have you thought about going about it? Have you thought about a process which allows you to have multiple departments coming together and take a decision which is process-based, but which leads to one common objective of your enterprise? That's going to be something which you have to start looking at data analytics. Like combining marketing with sales is something which we all look at. But is there a process-oriented decision making? Is there something which we can automate? There are things where we can automate decisions. Rather than letting people getting involved, then that time-consuming pattern, you can just automate it and then you can move ahead with it. So definitely that's going to be something which is an area of modernization in data analytics. And third, combining decisions. So I'll give you an example. Recently, this is something which one of our technology partners had an experience in UK. So they had a bus travel agency which were dealing with the breakdown of their buses. So what they did is, they gave a lot of data, which was about the travel data, to the data scientists and said, can you find out the reason why it is happening? Can you come up with a predictive maintenance for us? Definitely, they went through it, they came up with a predictive maintenance pattern, but they were not able to find out the exact return through it. So what they wanted to do is, can we really get an outcome of what we invested in data? They failed quickly, but they wanted to go beyond it. While they were going through this, the operations guys were looking at the data. The operations guys were looking at the data which they were analyzing. And the operations guys said, wait a minute, the kind of buses you're talking about failover are the buses which are actually going through hilly areas. That's why they're breaking down far faster and far regularly than the other buses. So combining decision. When operations guys came in, the operation analytics came in, with the analytics of the AI team, they came to realize that if we come up with a pattern where we rotate the buses in hilly city and the town areas, we will be able to reduce the number of breakdowns, meanwhile also optimize the performance. You know, over a year, they were able to save 40 million pounds just by this. That's what I'm talking about, combining decisions. If you're it becomes a very dicey area because you have to be compliant oriented, you have to maintain the regulation, but then you also have to be adaptable to modern innovations. And that is something on a daily basis the CIOs go through. Is there a one shoe fit all size? No, it's not happening in governance at all. Definitely the approach has to be more agile. That's where the first step comes in, strategic governance. Now strategic governance, when we talk, we have an adaptable way of adopting governance. What we talk about is, you can go application-oriented governance, looking at the privacy perspective. Second thing is, you can definitely look at adaptive governance. Now, adaptive governance is more about, meanwhile you're trying to comply with the policies. So, recently, one of the financial institutes here in Dubai, we came across, and they were looking at privacy. But one of the important aspects where they want to start privacy was starting with basic consent management, which is part of the overall governance program, but they wanted to start with the basic consent management, which is one of the steps of going with long-term governance. So adaptive governance is something which is very modern, where you can start clicking the boxes in terms of governance, not going a gung-ho approach where you're like trying to come up, or either trying to change complete systems, or either trying to change the complete architecture which is existing. So that's something which you should look at. And third is control governance. When we talk about data governance, one of the important aspects is what kind of awareness you have in your businesses regarding governance. What kind of awareness you have within your teams in terms of data governance. Means, even if there are no data stewards, even if you have not established a well-driven plan in terms of data lineage and all, but the awareness is quite important. Why? Because the control will come first from awareness, the second is more or less from the program what you run across. And only then you will have better control of it. So, the modern approach suggests that, okay, in terms of governance, if you're going about it, have it strategically plan it across with a time span of 3 to 5 years. Secondly, try to be adaptive. So sometimes some strategy might be like rebuilt, sometimes some might be scrapped, but you can do that. And the third part comes into picture is the control governance, where it's more about education and awareness. So that's it, guys. If you're talking about innovating with data analytics, this is the 4 key areas where you can change your thought process. One is definitely, as I said, about how you think about data. Just not big data, the small data is important too. Secondly, having right data is important. Then analytics, Are you really doing the analytics which is needed for next step, this next generation? Third, decision making. Are you creating a program? Are you creating an awareness that the decisions which has to be taken are not just something which we are doing traditionally, which we have to go forward? Simplest example of that is Nokia. Nokia didn't do anything wrong. They were doing what they were doing well. But things changed after a certain period of time where others took over. It's just about how we go about knowing the market well. And that can be only done by thinking next gen and innovating. And the fourth part is definitely the compliance is coming in. The privacy laws have been more strict than before. And that's something which I will look at. Thank you guys. I hope it was beneficial and informative. Thank you.
Joseph, we have to do push-ups, bro. We have to do push-ups. Come. We said if we go overboard, we'll do push-ups. Okay.
How many
you went 5 minutes, we'll do 5 push-ups. Okay?
You're doing push-up? You start?
People thought it's a joke. It's not a joke.
I prefer squats or push-ups.
Let's do anything.
Squats or push-ups.
Let's do it.
First yeah, keep me active.
Yeah, 5 minutes. So 5 push-ups we did. But guys, please, thank you very much. It was an interesting presentation. In fact, it was quite interesting because it looked colorful and easy as well to understand. But we'll have to learn a little bit. Thank you very much. Thank you. That was Tausif Sayed. He's the Director, Data Analytics and Artificial Intelligence by Data. I'll quickly come in and quickly ask all the master awardees who've just won the award. Meanwhile, you can also vote for Tausif on Mentimeter. Go on Mentimeter and vote for Tausif, okay? Go on Mentimeter. Okay? Meanwhile, could I have all the awardees, the last masters? Abdullah Al-Ali, Abdul Hamid, Abidin Suleiman, Adam Doctorate, Akash Lal, Eamon Medaka, Deepu George Thanikul, Iyad Kashkash, and Fadi Suleiman, please, on the stage. We'll have a quick photo op with all of you, and then we'll proceed to the next section of discussion. Could I have all of you once again? These are our master awardees, and they have won all of the master awardees, please. Abdullah Al-Ali, Abdul Hamid, Abidin Suleiman, Adam Doctorate, Akash Lal, Arun Jose Wichin, Eamon Madaka, Deepu George Thanikul, Iyad Kashkash, and Fadi Suleiman. Thank you, please come in. Thank you. Anushri, you can also join them with the photo op, please. Thank you. Could we have all of you? Thank you. Please. All right. Say cheese, everyone. Thank you to the winners also. Also, I wanted Tausif to rest. Tausif, have you rested well, bro? Where are you? Come here, we'll have a special token of appreciation over Anushri. You rested well. For his immaculate speech and his thoughts about data and how can we progress with this. Give it up for Tausif! I hope you've voted for Tausif on Mentimeter. You can go there and you can vote on all the parallels that are listed there. Thank you, Tausif. Alright, a little introduction
for our next speaker. She is a millennial mom, futurist, and expert on new emerging technologies, transforming business and customer experiences, driven by the passion for sustainability and leveraging exponential technologies. She'll be taking us through her insights on leading transformation through change. Please welcome Saham Al-Bahasi. She's the Digital Transformation and New Mobility Expert, Advisory Board Member, Clean Energy Business Council. Saham Al-Bahasi. Welcome, Saham.
Good afternoon, everyone. So first of all, I'm not good in push-ups, so I respect the time I'm a person. And it's really tricky to be 1 hour just behind the launch, so I'll try to be less technical and yes. Okay, so I'll talk today about a leading transformation program through change, but just to introduce myself quickly. So I'm Siham, and I work in digital transformation fields or different areas, starting from being a programmer first in the beginning of my career journey, and then I handle different projects in different or diverse fields, including real estate, automotive, and currently working in smart cities projects. I'm also a member of different organizations and clubs, including Mobility Club, and also member of different universities and associations, for example, the Business Women Council, with the purpose of filling the gap or the bridge between the knowledge, the students, as well as what the industry needs. Yeah, thank you. Yes. So before I go forward with the presentation, I have a basic question just to be aligned with the definition of transformation. How can we define the word transformation? One simple word. What do we mean by transformation? Yes, exactly, change. It's just to change. But why do we need transformation? Why do we need to change ourselves or organization or a system or a process?
The world is changing. The bring better.
Why? Sorry, I can't hear you.
Improvement, bring better.
Can I ask you all to do a push-up, so just to wake up? Adapt and improve. So why we need to adapt? To face a disruption. So we are in a world right now living and facing the different disruptions every day. And one of these disruptions could be in technology, having new technologies and living in the Industry 4.0. So this is one of the things, Industry 4.0, which is all about connectivity, having so many devices around us, and forcing ourselves to speed up with some processes, services, or even to deal with the amount of data that we are getting to, for example, to answer the fast changing or even the demand, the high demand of our customers. So this is one of the things that we have to make it clear that when we think about change or even transformation, and the word change or transformation needs to be supported by a very clear and a strong purpose or a need. And when we talk about, of course, when we have a need, it's because it's caused by a purpose, by a disruption. And there are so many reasons of being or getting disrupted. One of them is getting new technologies, like the example of Nokia, or even the digital cameras, which came and disrupted Kodak, for example. This is one of the examples. Or even having new business models emerging. And here we're talking about, for example, the smartphones, or the move from product-centered industries to platform-centric ones, for example, Apple, or competitors emerging from unrelated industries. Here we're talking about, for example, Google, or even when Google started to enter the field of mobility, or even the electric or the connected cars, and disrupting automotive industry, or even changing regulations. For example, in our side, when we talk about automotive, I'm coming from automotive background. I used to work with Renault and Nissan Alliance and leading the connected cars projects. So, for example, we got a new request in terms of regulations, which is emergency calls that it needs to be deployed in all the new vehicles when it enters. I mean, it's a new regulation requested here in UAE, where all the cars imported in the country needs to have this feature of emergency call, a kind of a button connected to a satellite. So in case of a breakdown or accident, whatever, the driver can push a button, or the button can be pushed automatically based on a specific action. So this also can help, can push a transformation in a product or even in the process of the company. And there are also other types of disruptions. For example, we got already COVID, and this is still disrupting us and changing the way that we work or even interact or even do our business. So there are so many disruptions around us, and maybe all of you have seen this famous cartoon, which is like, we were thinking that, okay, digital transformation will take ages to happen, but then COVID came and everyone started to accelerate all these digital transformation roadmaps inside the countries, inside the companies or organizations. But also at the same time, we have seen many organizations trying just to push technologies, connected devising, connecting systems without realizing or even connecting or focusing on the real purpose of the company. And we have seen this in many banks or many hospitals or even restaurants. Like, I don't want to get my salad by a robot. I want to interact with a normal human being. So I want my simple or the basic experience to be delivered at the same way. So we have seen so many companies trying to push technologies which doesn't really answer a purpose or actually even creating some additional problems or hassle. So when we do or we think about transformation, it needs to be supported by a real purpose, and this purpose needs to be understood and communicated well inside an organization. And for me, this is one of my favorite examples of leading a transformation by a purpose is Lipton. Back to 2007, when Lipton decided to change the way that they produce their tea to be a sustainable tea, they didn't have the right answer on how to cover the additional cost, because of course when you want to transform or change some processes, at least in the first years, you need to have additional cost that will be a result of changing processes, additional training, changing a lot of things, or even buying equipment, whatever. So they didn't have the answer on how to cover that cost, and they didn't want to increase the price of the tea. They thought that, okay, the product needs to be sustainable, but also delivered at the same price. So they focused more on communicating their purpose to the community, and they focused on creating the brand love. And as a result, okay, they didn't get additional profit from selling the bags, but they got additional market share. So once you have a clear purpose and once you do it in a right way, results will come later. So before going in details about, okay, we still have time. I don't want to do push-ups. Remind me, please. So what's holding back? What's holding us back from doing a right or successful transformation inside any organization? I will summarize it in 3 points. One is first, the culture of the organization remains product-focused or sales-driven. And here, again, I don't want to mention a lot of examples, brand names, but we can see Kodak, for example, was one of the examples of being a product-focused. Or even there are also other examples of companies where they just wanted to focus on getting the sales numbers. So this will hold back many organizations from changing the way that they work, or they will be afraid of even changing the, or even holding back from improving their products. And again, this is another good example of Lipton, that they really focus on the real purpose that they want to achieve. And instead of having, although they didn't have the right answer for getting additional sales or the other also reason is also the mentality of what worked in the past will need to work in the future or even now. So we have to be really agile. We need to be also adapted to changes and to welcome new ways of working. And this is a very important note for all the leaders or even the top management who are actually sometimes those, we are the number one, let's say, blockers for many improvements or even lifting any organization or even a strategy. And the last one is not being able to use the data in a common way, or even not to have it available for all the organizations. And the result is to have each department working in silos. And here, of course, I will not talk a lot about the data because I think other experts and my colleagues will cover this part, how to have the data available for everyone, clean, available, usable, and all these things, etc. But not having the right data on time, of course, the result of all these three points will get the business doing the business in a silos or even the old way, and not to move forward or even not to achieve the transformation roadmaps milestones. So leading with a purpose here, when we lead with a purpose, we're talking about different elements. We talk about people, the staff, the employees themselves in the organization, the processes, or maybe we can say it in a different way, is the culture, which is defining the processes and the way that they work together, the data and the technology. All of these will help us to lead in the right way with a purpose. And here, one of my favorite also examples when we talk about leading with a purpose or even having a clear direction is Microsoft. When Satya, he helped Microsoft to rediscover its soul. And here, defining the direction or the soul of the organization, where it's a key to drive a successful transformation, a digital transformation. Because if we don't have the soul, and when we talk about the soul, it's the vision or even why we are here today, what do we want to do in the next or in the future in terms of products, services, etc. So if we don't have this, the organization will struggle internally first, and of course as a result externally. So without a soul, your company struggle and slowly will die. I don't have enough time to explain all these cases in details, but maybe some of you already know these cases, or maybe you can just read it in details, which can help also. So leading with a purpose, of course, it's all about connectivity, but again, before we connect devices first, we need to make sure that we connect the brand or the organization with the employees. And here we are talking about two things, mindsets and the culture. So the mindsets of the people and the culture of the organization. The mindsets here, the team that we have or the staff of the organization, we need to make sure that we have the right mindsets or the state of questioning processes, or even the intention, having the intention to improve or even to go further to the next step. And it's all, and this is, when we talk about innovation, because now digital transformation is always linked to innovation. Innovation is all about people and their mindset, questioning things, improving things, and when we talk also about innovation, it's a state of mind, and it's two keywords. First, we're talking about creativity and problem solving. Those are the most important soft skills and the hardest soft skills that you can have in any team member. The creativity is about connecting things, connecting dots, connecting people, problems, business processes, and problem solving is to focus on understanding the problem itself before finding or thinking about the solution. And there is a very famous quote by Einstein: if I have a problem, I will focus 90% or 99% on finding or understanding the problem, and then, sorry, I forgot, it's 90% on understanding the problem and then 10% on the solution itself. So understanding the problem is really important, and both will drive, the combination of both will drive the innovation. So as a result here, of course, this will drive the culture of innovation inside the organization, but what is also important is to have the safety of the employees. When we have the safety employees and when they understand that that they are allowed to do mistakes, but also they are allowed to improve or even to initiate or to do or to try things that can help the company to go to the next level. Not to, for example, to launch innovation programs, but not welcoming their ideas. So how we can ensure that we have the right process inside or even to ensure that we have the right culture inside the organization by having the design thinking process. How many of you knows the design thinking? Are you implementing it in your organization? Yeah. I can see only maybe 5 or 10 hands. So design thinking is one of the very important, let's say, methodology or approach to launch or to lead a transformation. Like maybe a decade ago, we were used to talk about P&B, project management. It's really important to meet the deadlines and timelines, and then we have different methodologies. For me, design thinking is one of the most important approaches to transform a business or a service or a product, because it helps to connect everything and it helps to improve first the experience of the employees by involving them, because it's all about different stages. When we talk about the design thinking, I think I have it later. We will go through it quickly, but it ensures involving everyone inside the organization and answering different, first of all, focusing on the problem that you're trying to solve and answer it, whether it's in building a new service or transforming a service or defining a new product or need. And it's a continuous cycles. It's not like one-time job. It keeps questioning, putting the employees in that iterative way of questioning things. Are we doing good? Are we doing enough? Do we need to do something else? So, and why it's important? Because you need, of course, to consider your employees as a change agents. And it will help them to adapt and learn, relearn, and build an agile and a growth mindset. Why do we need to be in that situation? Because disruption will continue, and we are living a VUCA world where every day or even every month we will face new situations, challenges, maybe environmental issues, different situations. So we need to be ready to adapt or even to do more with less. And to be ready to focus only on the problem that we're trying to solve rather than just focusing on the show. Are we still good with the time? Yes. So if we talk about, I will just skip this. So we talked already about this, that it's really important to face the VUCA world, the fast changing world. And when we talk about design thinking, this is the last part. So design thinking is using the designer skills to connect, first of all, I don't know if this can work, yeah. First of all, to connect the needs of the people, to understand the problem, and then to connect the business values here, to understand, is it really in line with our vision of the company? And then to make sure or to find the visible technology that can answer this need and it's in line with the value. And this will create a market opportunity. If we're able to connect all these things, this will help us to be innovative and also to achieve the excellence. When we talk about the excellence or even innovation, when we are able to connect all these things, and using this, you need to have this kind of designer's system sensibility and also methods to be able to connect. And here, when if you recall that we're talking about, time. Okay. So, the only good news that we have, everyone is doing design thinking. It's just levels, different levels. We are doing it in home, in office, every day. But we just need to really work more and more on linking all these things and even work as a designer. And yes. Push-ups? No.
almost. I would not have gotten push-ups done from you because you said no, but maybe I would have asked you 5 Bollywood actors. Bollywood actors? Have you seen Bollywood? Have you ever seen Bollywood films? Okay. Hindi films? Have you ever seen Hindi films? Okay. Can you sing a Turkish song?
No.
Okay. Thank you, ladies. Thank you. Give it up for Saham. Could I also have a token of appreciation? Could we have Ronald on the stage, please? Give a token of appreciation to Saham al-Bahasi. Ronald, please. Thank you. Thank you. But your slides were quite quirky and nice. It was very simple for a person like me also to understand a non-IT person. So that was quite connecting. Thank you. You can also vote for Saham right now on Mentimeter. You can go on Mentimeter, ladies and gentlemen, and you can vote for Saham. Meanwhile, the token of appreciation from Mr. Ronak, who is the Group CEO, GCD Network. Can I have a round of applause, please? Thank you. Go and vote for Saham on Mentimeter, on how sharp she was, skillful, on various other parameters. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Those are great insights. Moving on to the next speaker here. Ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to invite Ali Al-Kontar. Ali is a seasoned entrepreneur, passionate about technology, knowledge sharing and talent nurturing with a strong belief that people always come first. Founder and CEO of 0 and 1 with more than 18 years of experience in IT and telecom industry. Over to you, Ali. Give it up for Ali, ladies and gentlemen. We're very happy for Ali for sharing the audiences the power of storytelling. That's quite interesting, actually. Everyone loves to hear a story. Over to you.
Am I audible? Okay. So when did you last visited your secondary school? Anyone? We're too old for that, right? But I tried to do this recently. So I went there, after a long time, and I arrived, I was astonished with this digital clock that's still hanging over there. So I don't have my slides yet, so I have a very nice visual about that. And then it was pointing at 14, 15, very old. I looked around, I want to see what changed. I don't know, my clicker. So what changed, or more or less. So the playground is still there. I can see this kid holding a balloon, floating balloon. And then I looked around, I was surprised. This lake has been renovated, and there's that swan. They're still around, yeah, they're still maintaining this habit. But suddenly I saw my math teacher. God, he's old. I'm old, actually. So he's older, right? So technically, he looks like 65, but lucky man, I think his wife is more or less around 35 only. Oh my God. I don't know how he managed that. Anyways, so let's recap. What was this story about? So let's do some exercise. What time was it when I arrived? 14, 15. Cool. And then there was a kid holding a balloon, right? And that balloon looks like which number? A balloon. Floating balloon. 9, right? It's floating balloon. And then there was the lake and the swan, and which is looked like the swan, a 2, right? And then my math teacher was how old? 65, interesting. And married to? 35, amazing, congratulations, you just memorized the first 10 digits of pi. 3.14159265535. So you can see our brain really works really well with stories, right? So what's the link between the brain and the story? When we are like saying compelling personal stories, our brain really acts differently. So if we are presented with facts, our brain will use 2 areas, okay? Which are the language processing and language comprehension. But when we are thinking or receiving a story, eventually our neural activities are 5 times full, right? And then there is also a release of chemicals like dopamine, cortisol, and that's increase our empathy, focus, and memory retention capabilities. And that's biology, right? That's science. But who can tell the best stories? Where we can find a lot of good stories? Since now we know stories are important. Data. We are collecting data all the time. Devices, our music is related to data, number of clicks, the time a user spends on a web page. We are collecting data all the time. But who's listening? There is the we need to bring this data, give it a value, encapsulate the value, and give it a voice. This data, these numbers cannot speak on their own. We need to have the people who can lean on the creativity, on the empathy, and on the contextual understanding so we can build our stories. Let's look at this data pyramid. So at the lower end, we have the data, and that's the unprocessed, that's what everyone is collecting, right? And then when we start processing this data, it becomes an insightful information, more or less, something usable. But when we bring the experience, when we bring the subject matter expertise, our human added value, and that's when this becomes knowledge. But only when you put this knowledge into a good use, it becomes wisdom. So there is a journey of data. Let's think again in a different way. Think of data as a pixel within a photo, right? So every pixel is a piece of information. If you zoom in, things get complex, and the complexity of this data gets higher. When you zoom out, then you can see the whole context. So the photo itself is not an objective presentation of reality, neither data. Why? Because it was like shaped and framed with the photographer. It's a reflection. And same with data. So technically, that's why a lot of media outlets would build stories with some conspiracy theories. Let's stay out of that. So it's only how we create those stories, how we represent them. Two things I need to highlight. One, more data does not necessarily lead to more wisdom, right? Even if you have small set of data to create this, it's only about us spotting the stories behind these data, empathizing and looking into this data statistics. I mean, how we can understand those. You don't need to be a genius or mathematician or a techie or whatever. You just need to literally understand this data, give it a context, and then stream it in a way that others can understand it in a more presentable way that people can perceive. So it's simple when you put that effort within your data. You don't just need to have more and more data. So this is one. As I believe that everything is about people, so numbers for me are boring, people are interesting. We need to build our stories from this data with the human stories, every number has a story behind it. Every measurement that's related to a human has a story. I mean, we've seen a lot of these outcomes recently. I mean, I don't want to give you boring examples about COVID numbers, statistics, actions, but technically, it's all, we were behind those numbers. People. I mean, the only thing I wanted really to highlight and emphasize on this slide is while we are crunching numbers for business goals, never forget that there are human stories behind every number you are crushing. And that's the way when you empathize again, and when you put this context in a human way that will make sense. Now, I've summarized the 8 commandments of storytelling. Begin with the question, right? And then they are self-explanatory, so I'm not deep diving. It's just like putting the 8 commandments. So begin with the question, of course, end with an insight. Know and cater for your audience. So you not present for the CFO the same way you present, for example, for an owner or an investor. Maybe it's different. So you need to always to cater and then tell a compelling story, right? Something that people really want to listen. Because you're starting with a question, you're ending with an insight. What comes in the middle is a story. Then explain with visuals, narrate with words. So your words, your text do not have to be in your visuals. You can narrate over the visuals. Provide a context, no conspiracy theories. Provide a real context. And that's why you need to be clear and concise, and you have to be transparent and honest. So those are the 8 storytelling commandments that I will leave you with. I'm not done, but I need to move to how we can make this happen. So of course, we have data. I mean, there are a lot of data talks, data selling everywhere, analytics, of course. But how? I simplified it in a way that just the higher level, that the data pipeline. You need to build this pipeline to build your story. Yes, how? Define your data sources. Where I'm getting data from? Where? What are the different sources of data that we can build our story from? If we are asking a question that needs to be answered, right? So defining data sources could be your IoT devices, could be your online, the clicks, could be anything. Could be just a simple database. It could be video streams, right? I have a small story that is the buffer story based on the time. I don't do those push-ups, I'm always on time. Ingestion is whether you're streaming or whether it's a bulk, it's a batch. So you need to think of how to ingest this data. You've defined the sources. How do we ingest this data, right? And then, where are we storing this data? Are we converting this into an object storage, or we're still using some data warehousing, or how are we storing, right? That's the third phase. And then you need to really do some data catalog, and you have to process the metadata. You know, you need to arrange your data sets. That's another phase. And then comes the analytics, the search, the queries. I'm not going into technicalities, but technically if you have data, you need to search this data, you need to query this data, you need to get some numbers from this data. And at the end, which is how you can end, you need visualization, regardless which tool. But you need to build your stories with visuals. We love visuals. You can narrate, right? But of course, with all the complexities we're facing in different industries and different countries and governments, we still need to have this data layers. Everything should be governed with security controls and data governance, right? So, I still have some few minutes because I'm coming to my last slide. I can tell you a small story about the data and the humans. You know, over 2 years in my company, we didn't have, I mean, our churn rate in employees was 0. So 0 turnover for 2 years. And suddenly someone resigned, right? And he was like 7 to 8 months in the company. It was a shocking like news. And I was like, why? And then, so we decided, we thought like with those data guys and AI, they asked my permission if we can get access to the video streams within the company. With the consent of everyone, we need to do something. So they looked into the happiness factor in the office, right? Through the video streams. So, and some AI understanding the expressions, people. Okay, so this was an interesting exercise because we were using some unstructured stream data. We didn't know that we can use it. And then we analyzed this data to understand a human behavior, right? That can impact. And then we discovered that this guy was in a night shift, fixed night shift, and not doing any interaction or changing his shifts. And he was having the least happiness factor across everyone. So we learned the lesson that we don't do fixed night shifts, we don't have single person at night, so technically we try to learn. It's a simple exercise that we've done, but think of the bigger ones, right? So at the end, what do you need to implement all of this? You need platform, you need people. We use AWS as our innovation platform, and we are 0 and 1, a premier partner for AWS, and I'm myself the founder and CEO of 0 and 1, Al Kuntar. So the nice thing about the combination, we only focus on AWS, and we are a premier partner for AWS, and AWS has recently launched their data centers in UAE. So that was the whole thing I wanted to show you today, and thank you so much.
I'm so happy. I'm so happy. It was concise, sleek, to the point, and you know the power of storytelling also lies on time delivery. If it is on time delivered, right with precision, we guys are from radio, we believe in seconds, and you've just finished right on time. I guess I'll dedicate 2 songs from my side to your own radio. Can I have Anushree on stage, please, to give a token of appreciation to Ali Al-Kuntar, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, you can vote for him right now on Mentimeter. Go on to Mentimeter, vote for his speech. The power of his storytelling. Did it compel you hard enough to vote him as the #1 speaker for the day? Go ahead and vote for him, and hopefully he comes powerful as the best speaker tonight. Thank you, Ali. Thank you. All right, that was quite a fascinating session. The power of storytelling always invigorates a lot of thoughts and ideas in our minds. How do we go about making the perfect, apt, and precise stories? Because there's a storyboard that's required for everything that we do in life. Up next, to carry the conversation around digital transformation key to long-term survival, I would like to invite Shimon Ozaman. He's the CIO, Ali & Sons, holding to the stage, a digital native with over 20 years of experience in digital disruption and transformations with executive education from MIT coupled with Silicon Valley experience. Shimon brings a different mindset to delivering value, having led global projects across Europe, US, and the MENA region, and is currently leading Ali & Sons' digital transformation journey in Abu Dhabi. Shimon, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
From this and 15 minutes.
Great. I know I'm standing in front of lunch, so I'm going to make this real snappy. How do you follow Ali and the other speakers? It's fantastic. I've learned a lot so far. For me, basically, you know, we all talked about data, we all talked about survival, we all talked about transformation. Ultimately, the game has changed. Every business needs to transform to survive. It's as simple as that. Every business needs to make money. It needs to be profitable. Bottom line is, if you don't change, then perhaps you're going to have the Nokia story, Blockbuster video story. Those companies do not exist today because they did not transform. For me, I'm just going to basically take you through 4 or 5 points. I won't read all of them. So it's all about why do we need to transform, the future of digitalization, digital transformation overview, how to deliver a change, and some key takeaways. That's it. I'm not going to bore you to death with anything else. So, we all know the last 2.5 years has been obviously very challenging. Every business has experienced some impact of COVID. No industry was immune. You know, a lot of companies that have gone out of business just couldn't transform quick enough. You know, they couldn't offer e-commerce. They had global supply chain issues. They couldn't provide remote working for people. Some of the businesses just couldn't shift quick enough. The pandemic also exposed the digital abilities for many organizations, like, you know, and some of them, as I mentioned, have already gone out of business. COVID has truly shown us why digitalization, I don't mean converting something that you do manually into a digitized format. What I'm talking about when I mean digitalization is all about making sure that, you know, the data that you have, you can apply stuff like machine learning, artificial intelligence, and drive value from that. Look at new products, look at new services, you know, look at how you serve your customers. That's what digital transformation means to us. And it's obviously key to long-term survival. I think just, you know, today, because of COVID, because of what's happened, us as tech leaders have never had it so good, right? Today, the CEO comes to speak to you, wants your opinion. I remember 3 years ago, I had to go and bang on the door of the CEO and say, look, I've got an idea. Today, they're speaking to us because they believe we can help them to power the future, deliver the strategy, deliver the bottom line benefits that technology could bring. But it's not all about technology. There's a bigger aspect, and a lot of the speakers earlier have mentioned people, and I'll take you through that. Tech spend today is an investment. It's not keeping the lights on anymore. You know, before it was very difficult. Budgets were always cut on the tech side. Everything else got money, but tech side we really had to, I don't know who, machine? You know, we needed to justify every spend that we did. We still do, but today it's a lot easier. So, digital transformation, the future. We've already gone through the ecosystem, industries, the disruptions that's happening across many different industries, supply chains, new roles. Everyone's fully aware of that. But the new game in town is the new business models that we need to create. We can't do things like we always have done because it gave us whatever we've actually built. Today, it's all about platform businesses, and platforms are driven by data. That's the future. If you look at some of the best companies in the world, they're all platform businesses today. Uber, Airbnb, even Amazon. As everyone knows, right? Airbnb doesn't own anything. They own the platform. Everyone else puts it in their platform. That's how they make their money. And they're the biggest in the world now when it comes to hospitality. So new business models, eliminating others. So this is where disruption comes in. If you don't look at behind you what's coming, then you're probably not going to have a chance to look at the future. Because there will be a disruptor behind you coming to invade your space. And they'll be faster, they'll be much more agile, and they'll have probably a lot better tech than what you have today. So these are the things that you need to be aware of. The other thing, it is being predicted that, as I said, digital solutions will come in, there will be many innovation. And we talked about innovation. A lot of the speakers spoke about innovation. Innovation is not creating something new, it's making it better. It's not invention, it's innovating. So it's like Mr. Ford created the motor car, Mr. Toyota made it better. Mr. Nissan made it better, right? The concept was the same, they just basically innovated on top. That's what we mean by innovation. The World Economic Forum estimates over 100 billion of value that will come through digital transformation. Are we ready to take advantage of that? And that's something you really need to look at. And the last point is to successfully navigate the digital transformation journey, you need to be in the driving seat. And you need to be at the front, not at the back. We've seen in Formula One, once you get in the front, it's very, very difficult for someone else to unseat you. So as a business, sometimes it's better to be bold, take the risk, and go first. Because if you do, you probably will have market share. This is where transformation comes into its own being. I'm not going to really touch base on that, but digital transformation, 4 fundamental views by MIT, Columbia Business School. Get connected, get insight, accelerate performance, and reinvent the process. Standardize it across your organization. Seems very easy, but it's a very, very tough thing to do, and it depends on the industry that you're in, depends on the kind of culture that you have, and depends on the team that you have. If you have athletes, you have a great culture, you have great investment, this is pretty, perhaps, not as challenging. This is the most significant fact about digital transformation. It is not about the technology, it's all about the people. And I've been through a number of them. I can tell you, excuse my language, when the shit hits the fan, it's the people, not the tech. So here, and there are many change management frameworks and methodology, but I'm taking Kotter's 8-step process of change. First, create a climate for change. Create the sense of urgency. Why do we need to do this? Well, we need to survive. That's why we've got to do it. Then you're going to have the whole business behind you because they know in order to survive, to keep their jobs, we've got to make this a success. And I think the previous speaker spoke about getting the business in earlier. I think the lady in Shell said collaborate. Collaboration is key. If you don't have the business from the start, you're not going to have them at the end. Trust me. Got to work with them, got to get the business together and then create that sense of urgency. Collaboration, as I said, create a coalition across all the different parts of your business. Develop a vision and a strategy. What is it? What does success look like for us? If you can't visualize it, as Ali pointed out really well, you need to create the story. A story should have a happy ending. What is that happy ending? What does success look like, right? If you can't visualize that and you can't tell that to your team or to business, then who's going to back you? Who's going to collaborate with you? No one. So create that coalition, develop the strategy. The next big part is engage, enable the whole organization. Communicate, communicate, communicate. You can never under-communicate. It's better people know and tell you to stop rather than them saying they didn't know, they didn't hear, right? And how you communicate, use different strategies. Gamification, take the whole company out at an event, right? Then deliver the message how you want to. Remove barriers. There's always barriers. If it's investment, if it's people, if it's culture, these are the things you really need to work at. And number 6, quick wins. You know, I don't know about you guys, but when I used to do exams, I always used to do the easiest first. Why? Because it gives me confidence to then go to the hard ones, right? So when you have quick wins, it's validation. You're showing the business that the vision that you had, it's working. And when things are working, what happens? Everyone jumps in and wants to be part of that success story, right? So success breeds success. That's a really important point. Implement and sustain change, what does that mean? Which means, keep the change going, keep winning. And then embed it in your culture, institutionalize it, which means it now becomes the norm then. It is not something new, it just becomes the norm. It's the everyday thing that everyone does. That's what the Kotter process looks like. And I'm sure you can Google it. So, oh my God, 4 minutes, okay. Key takeaways, start planning, implementing. Don't wait for your competitors to do it, because if they do, you'll probably be out of business. Number 2, again, it's all about staying relevant, don't risk falling behind. And transformation is a journey. Everyone says it's a journey. Why? Because it takes time, right? You can't jump on an aircraft and get somewhere in 3 hours. This takes time and patience, and you're gonna fail, you're gonna make mistakes, but the key is you gotta learn from them, get up, dust yourself down, and go again, and be hard next time, right? It's never gonna be an instant success. Think about how you can improve your customer experience, relationships. This is not a technology project. This is not owned by IT. It has to have collaboration across the entire organization, from your chairman, from your CEO, downwards. It needs to come top down, not the other way up. If it does, you've already failed, trust me. Invest for success. Buy the right technology. Again, you have to meet the business need. Get the right people. You should have athletes, the best people money can buy. And then go to work to transform. Track your success. Again, we talked about what does success look like, or how do you measure success? So you should have KPIs before you even try and start the transformation. This is a big investment. You need to show the board that you're going to be able to deliver A, B, C, D, and E if they invest, right? And then at the end, you need to tick off that you've actually delivered them. The last point is self-explanatory. The bottom line is, don't be afraid to fail. These things take time, they take patience, and they take investment. But if you don't drive change, someone else will. And the chances are, when someone else does, you won't be in the game, and you won't have the chance to transform. So I believe I'm on 148, done. Thank you so much.
You've actually given me that idea when a flight lands early and the captain says you're pre-arriving with a tailwind. You've just given me the same scenario, just on land. Thank you. That was Shimon Zaman, CIO, Ali Chance holding the stage. Just hold on to the stage, Shimon. Could we have Ronak on the stage to give the participation certificate? Shimon, give it up for him. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got some exciting speakers lined up for you. Also, you've got to vote for Shimon right now on Mentimeter. 1 minute time for you to go on mentimeter.com and vote for him right away. Go on mentimeter.com and vote for Shimon. If you'd like his speech, please go ahead and vote for him. Mentimeter. Have you guys voted? Or am I just talking to myself? You voted? Voted, everyone? Everyone's voted? Okay, all right. Okay, next up is Mr. Nizar Al-Farah, the Channel Director, Commvault, managing the channel business across the region for Commvault. Nizar has worked for various vendors across the region in different capacities. With that expertise, Nizar will be sharing further insights on intelligent data management in an era of change. Over to you, Nizar. All the best. Give it up for Nizar. Check. Okay, they've checked.
So they've checked. Okay. Now it's time for me to check. So, where is my clicker? Let's move forward. Okay. Okay, so first of all, thanks for taking the time from your busy schedules. I know that a lot of us have been yearning to get out and mingle and be around and out and about. So, first of all, my thanks. Second of all, so I've been back, this is my second stint back at Commvault. I've been back for 5 months, and I'm currently looking after the channel. And to be honest, I used to work at Commvault for 6 years, stepped away for 3 years, and I just came back. I've seen a company that has transformed. So I've heard Shimon talk about transformation, I heard Ali talk about storytelling, and from my perspective, the whole idea of today is to really give you a story that you can leave, this event with, and if you like this story, come by our stand once I'm done and talk to us. So with that, yeah, and the other thing is I want to thank you guys. I was expecting something, but I want to thank you guys as well for being the frontliners, right? So all of you guys in IT are really the frontliners taking that first hit, taking the decision on behalf of the business, for the business. Businesses come to you, say, I want to deploy this application, I want to run this service, and guess what? Who's in the trenches? Who's doing all of the heavy lifting? It's you guys. So what I want you to kind of get out of this is, you know what? Step back. There's no, I mean, you can make mistakes. There's nothing wrong with making a mistake, but step back, look at the big picture, evaluate the products that are out there, because there's a plethora of products out there for you to pick from, and see what requirements might be coming down the pipe. See what the future might hold. So who are we? We're basically a data management company. We are leading the cloud era with intelligent data services. We've been around for the past 26 years. We're an offshoot of AT&T Bell Labs. And from 98 to 2010, we have been looking and solving backup and recovery problems. We've evolved that into, from 2010 to 2019, to doing data management intelligence. And from now onwards, from 2019 onwards, from those hideous days where we were all in our pajamas up and down our alleys doing our calls, things have really evolved and they've taken a different turn, right? And what we're offering now is a unified data management platform. So we're rich. The offering that we have from a data management perspective is very rich, right? And this is not me saying it, it's the industry analysts, the Gartners and the IDCs and the Forresters of the world. Gartner, as an example, has been giving us the accolades for the past 11 years. We're in the leading quadrant of the Gartner Magic Quadrant. The critical capabilities, which you'll see at the very end, also sing our praises when it comes to capabilities and functionality. But the most important thing is the amount of data that we are moving. So, gentlemen, this is a data-driven economy. You guys are the frontliners, as we stated. Shimon spoke about the transformation journey that he had to embark on. And Ali, from 0 and 1, spoke about everything being digitized. So we're in an era where the amount of data around us is substantial, significant, and this is really what's happening, right? The data world is accelerating digital transformation. The businesses are asking us to do more, which is good, right? But fundamentally, this is creating challenges. It's creating challenges for you guys to manage all this data, right? There's data that sits on-prem. There's data that sits on the edge. There's data that sits in a public cloud provider, in a service provider. There's data that sits in Azure. Your mailbox data, which is business critical data, also sits in a different cloud altogether. So that puts the load on you guys to manage that data, to protect it, right? So data sprawl, that's what happens when you have all this data all over the place. Data sprawl introduces risks and it slows down the business. So remember what I said earlier, when you're faced with a challenge, it's okay, step back for a second, think about what you're embarking on, and before jumping into providing a point solution, look to see what might be coming down the pipe, right? Because this era that we're in is constantly changing, right? So why? Why am I saying that? Because if you make the right investment early on into something that's going to scale, into something that is really futuristically going to provide you with those capabilities, then you're going to, your life is going to be a lot simpler. So the data sprawl, what does it introduce? It introduces data fragmentation and multiple failure points. It increases your surface area for attacks, for cyber attacks. And this is becoming the norm now. Every other day we hear about a ransomware attack, a malware attack, a service that has gone down, right? And it's happening to big vendors, big retailers. So there's no shame in basically saying me too, right? And our role here is to come in and help you, do the analysis early on. Regulation and privacy requirements. If you're a bank, you want to make sure you can provide some of your customers with the GDPR requirements, or the PII, right? Personally identifiable information. with the risk, with the compliance, if you wanted to pull up an audit trail, you want to be able to do all these things, right? And again, the cycle is turning. The IT requirements are ever increasing. The business is constantly demanding. Why? Because it's the business. In order to survive, Shimon mentioned a few names which were near and dear to my heart. Blockbusters, right? I used to walk up to the Blockbuster outlet, get a movie. Blockbuster's gone. Was replaced by Netflix, Motorola, or Nokia, I think it was. Nokia is also long gone. Lots of big names. Sun Micro. I used to be an employee at Sun Microsystems. It's gone, right? I'm sure a lot of you guys in the room probably don't even know what Sun Microsystems is. But good technology doesn't always last. Inability to scale, right? The market is scaling, and it's scaling fast. The requirements are evolving. Lots of what we used to do traditionally by having a server storage network has moved out to the cloud. So the requirements are changing, right? And you guys, in order to offer that service, need to have that ability to be nimble and agile. Lack of automation and insight is another challenge. So what do we call this? We call this the business integrity gap, right? As those challenges, as those risks increase, your gap increases, and your business slows down even further, right? So guess what? Again, you guys being the frontliners, and you're being tasked to do task X or roll out application Y, don't jump into a frenzy and try to address that, because fundamentally this might come back to bite you, right? Think about it, because if it does, if you do react, and you react impulsively, what's going to happen? You're going to be the reason, you're probably going to be that first person that gets the pink slip, right? You're going to get that pink slip because you slowed down the business, you stalled the business, and hey. So we're here to help. How can we address those challenges? Well, for the fragmentation, we offer the data protection, a full suite of data protection for legacy, for virtual, for cloud, for SaaS, for endpoints, for all kinds of workloads. And again, in a framework that is extensible, a framework that can grow and scale for the future needs, because we don't know what the future holds. Data security. And we're not a security product, but we offer you the last line of defense. So when the ransomware hits, it's not if the ransomware hits, when the ransomware hits, you want to be able to roll back to a golden copy, right? We can guarantee that. We have capabilities within our solution. We've acquired a company that can basically do the ransomware deception. So we have a lot of technology built in. I'm accompanied here by my super duper colleague Anil, who we can, during the break, you can talk to, and he can give you all the insights into how and the mechanics of how it works. From a data and governance perspective, we give you the ability to provide the deep search into your data, right? Into the data that has been backed up. We index it, we scan it. You can basically pull up an audit trail if you want to do an investigation. Look, a lot of advanced capabilities and features. Transformation with the power of and, which is what we offer. You can protect data that sits on-prem, on the cloud, or in the cloud, on the edge. So you have that agility to move, to basically protect all that data seamlessly using a unified platform. And from a data insight perspective, we allow you to basically have insight into the different types of data that you are managing. You have hot data, you have cold data, you have data that has turned dark, that you might want to pull some record out of in case, for instance, there's an audit that needs to be performed. So we give that insight capability. So all this sits wrapped around nicely into this future-proof intelligent data platform called Commvault, with providing you guys with a unified customer experience. And unified, gentlemen, is important. Ladies and gentlemen, I should say, is important because you have to learn one product and learn it once. You don't need to learn all these different types of point solutions, because ultimately, your admins, your personnel, they too are humans. They have a lot of other things on their plate that they would much rather be doing than learning different data protection solutions. It's flexible. This offering is flexible. It provides the pillars to those 5 capabilities, and it's agnostic to the underlying infrastructure. So you could basically run on primary storage. Your workloads could be in a cloud. They could be in secondary storage. So very flexible platform that allows you guys to address your data management challenges. So I kind of end with this, but then I'll show you the accolades. So I mentioned the power of and. So what do I mean by that? It's protecting this workload and that workload and that workload, right? Because the workloads keeps increasing. They keep increasing. The requirements keep increasing. The business keeps asking for more, right? And again, it's our necks on the line, vendor-customer relationship. If we don't offer you with the right solution, then you're ultimately going to be held liable in front of the business. So the power of and we give you, and by the way, we're not the only ones that do the power of and. However, we're the only ones that do the power of and homogeneously. So one set of solutions offered from Commvault that gives you the SaaS offerings, that gives you the on-prem offerings, that gives you the endpoint offerings, the mailbox, all done organically by Commvault. Now, if you want to risk, working with vendors that have acquired companies, by all means do that, but ultimately, you might face challenges. So I mentioned earlier the accolades that we had, and we continue to have. So for the past 11 years and counting, we're in the Gartner Magic Quadrant. So we're really proud of that. But what's more important is the critical capabilities matrix. And I leave you with that just to kind of sit and think. This is something that Gartner introduced only 3 years ago, right? Because they felt that maybe the Magic Quadrant, as good as it may be, it's not necessarily giving the vendors the justice that they need, right? For 3 years in a row, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, we have been number 1 when it comes to data center workloads. What do I mean by data center? Physical and virtual. And if you go back to 2020, 2021, you're going to see that the older surveys used to mention specifically virtual workloads. So we're the number 1, despite the fact that we've been around for 26 years, but we still get it right. Right? We're still around. We've gone through this transformational era, which basically, as I said, I worked at Sun. Sun is gone. We're still in the game. So we basically are the number 1 vendor for data center services, for cloud environments, and for endpoint. So thank you for your time. And please stop by our stand if you have any questions. We can tell you about a lot of references that we have here in the UAE, in your backyard, with some really marquee names, that have had Commvault running in their environments for even more than I've been with Commvault. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. This will just be when we just give you a token of appreciation. Could I have Anushree, please, on stage? Patrolling the territory is so important, and you've beautifully explained that, how to patrol your territory, because if you can't guard your territory, then there's no solution to it. A little small token of appreciation from Anushree. I know we are all hungry, we're famished, we are making pictures of our best cuisine in our head. We'll be breaking for lunch shortly, but before that, we have one very important speaker will be coming in. Also, you could vote for Nizar on Mentimeter right now. You can go on Mentimeter right now and vote for Nizar, please. I'll give you a minute to go on Mentimeter and vote for Nizar. We are giving a special prize for the best speaker for today. You can go on Mentimeter and vote for Nizar. So we've got one set of awards to go and one speaker to go before we break into lunch. Let me call, without any further ado, the next speaker. Now, he's a legend in his territory. His name is Frederick Bischberg. He's a highly respected international business developer with expertise in digital transformation and business model innovation. He's a Senior Vice President, Digital Transformation and Innovation at the National Health Insurance Company, Daman, one of the largest insurers in the GCC region, where he oversees the company's digital transformation initiatives, building a digital-first, flexible and resilient insurance company. With mastery in the field, Frederick will be sharing future insights with you on marketing digital transformation to success, one step at a time. Frederick Bisberg, ladies and gentlemen.
Thanks for the introduction. I'm also so old that yesterday I had the privilege of being part of our group's innovation group, and we are part of the UAE largest and that's 25,000 people, and out of these 25,000 people, I'm having the honor of being part of the innovation group. And yesterday, everybody was presenting themselves as the first time we were meeting, and they all had these fantastic stories about digital transformation. They've been working with this for this many years and that many years, and it dawned upon me that I'm actually so old that when I started working with transformation, it wasn't even called digital transformation. So, and it even to a point that I wanted to discuss, because one of the things that I've been listening to today, and one of the things that I like a lot by going to conferences like this, is we all get a lot of inspiration. We get a lot of new knowledge, we get a lot of ideas to how do we do and what should we do. So what I hear the most is we have to, we must, we should do. But what I rarely hear is how do we do it? And that's what I've been doing the last 25 years. I've been taking transformations and actually making them work. So the thrill of excitement that we feel when we come home from a conference like this, and then we meet the reality where nothing is possible, right? This is what I've been doing. I've been trying to break those barriers, and this is what I'm going to talk about today. And I guess what I'll be talking about is it can be used regardless of what side of the table you're sitting on, whether you are on the digital or IT side or on the business side. It's structured in a way where I will take you through what the reasons are for we're not working as fast as we want, and then how do we mitigate it so we actually get these digital transformations initiatives done anyway. So this one is already said. Now, our company is the largest health insurer in the UAE, and it's our vision to put digital in the very middle of the UAE healthcare system. And we are positioned in a way where we actually can do this if we can make all the partners, which is the government, the hospitals, the providers, our own members, our customers, our employees, and everybody work together with us. And that's a daunting task, because we can't just go to the government or our hospitals and say, please, you have to connect with us this way. We have to abide by their rules. We have to do what they want, which means that we have to be very, very agile. And we are getting there, and I want to share some of the observations and some of the things that sometimes stops us. And I know for a fact that it probably stopped 95% of the organization sitting in here as well. Now, I don't want to go back to the usual story of COVID and how it has changed everything and we don't know tomorrow and everything. But what I want to talk about is the difference that this has caused between our IT development cycles and the business needs. This is almost a real life picture. The thing is, when we start building systems with IT, then we have the requirements gathering system, we start working, and it's a 6, 9, 12 months project. And in that time, the world is changing so fast, the business requirements are changing so fast. So when we launch, then instead of celebrating with a champion or whatever we do, then we celebrate with a lot of change requests. And that's the problem, because that impedes us, it stops us in doing digital transformation. That stops us in doing business transformation. And we need to understand why that is in order for us to mitigate it. And this is what I'm saying, because if you are from the technical side, a lot of these things I'm going to talk about now is probably very familiar to you, so you'll be listening more on the last part when I'm talking about mitigation. If you're from the business side, what I'm saying here will give you an understanding of why it is like this. And even if you are from the digital IT side, then you can use this to talk to your C-level or your CEO about why we have to change. Now, there are 4 reasons that stops us. We have the technical debt, we have the resources, the us versus them, the silos, and of course, organizational capabilities. I don't have time to go through them. I will do a little advertising for my YouTube channel, because if you want to know more about this, I have millions of videos on this if you want to go in there. But technical debt, and this is probably the most important thing, and one of the things where IT and the business is having the biggest problem, right? Now, technical debt happens when IT cuts corners. And IT do not cut corners because they're lazy, or they don't know what to do, or they don't want to do the right thing. IT cut corners because they're being pressured by the slide I just showed before. We can't wait 6, 9, 12, 14 months for any IT delivery. So we go to IT and say we need it tomorrow. And IT say that's not possible because we have to do impact analysis, we have to understand how it affects our other systems, and everything. We say we still need it tomorrow. And IT says we can't. Then we go to the CEO, and the CEO calls to IT and says we need it tomorrow. And IT say, okay, but it's going to cost us. Yeah, but do it. So IT, they want to do it, of course, but then we are forced to cut corners. We create the technical debt. And that means next time we have to do any changes, we have to do the impact analysis, because we kind of forgot what happened down in the corner here when we cut the corner. We forgot what we did, so we have to go and look up what we did. Maybe the guy who did it, he's not with us anymore. And that takes time. So this is a fundamental issue that we all have. And I say we all, because I doubt anybody in here could claim that they don't have any technical debt. This also creates an us versus them situation. Because all of a sudden, because we cut corners, then maybe the system doesn't work exactly as the business they require, and they start complaining again. It's also IT's fault because they don't do it right. IT responds, okay, next time we do anything, you make sure that every requirement is written down and you sign it with blood. So we can compare, you test it, you sign it with blood that you tested it. And that creates this us versus them, which doesn't make things easier. I guess in most of your organizations, there's also this problem that you don't have one person who follows the whole project through, which also have some problems or challenges in the handover. So there are many reasons for this not working the way we want to work. We have the resources, and typically, and this is one of the questions that I hear many times from especially C-levels that are not in IT and digital. They say, can we just hire some more people? We just hire more people and the problem is fixed. No, it's not. Because you have 2 people who knows the technical debt, who knows what happened the last time, who knows how the systems are interacting. And those people, they're the ones who run the show, and if you put 500 more people, they still have to talk to those 2 people. So you can't just hire more people in this situation. You're depending on these people. And it's your own fault because you're forcing IT to deliver faster, so they have to create the technical debt. It's a vicious cycle. Right? And of course, then you have the organization, where you have the usual processes that may take time if you want to hire new talent, if you want to do the procurement and buy any system, it takes time. I'm not going to go into details in this one. But we have to do something about it, right? Because now we're talking about all the problems, so hopefully there's a solution, which there is. And it's about 3 things in my experience. It's about creating an environment of connectivity. It is focusing on one thing at a time, and then it is cutting down the projects into as small chunks as possible. Now, the environment of connectivity, that enables partners to connect to you, yes, but it also enables you to introduce applications to the business so they can do it themselves. I'm sure most of you have heard of bimodal IT or Gartner's model for 2-speed IT. I've been working with this model for maybe 15 years, and it works. And what we do is we try not to isolate. No, that is wrong. We try not to change the legacy systems. The legacy systems are there, and if you want to change the legacy system, unless it's really bad, it's gonna, in most cases, can continue without changing the legacy system. And why would I want to say this? Because changing a legacy system is a 3 to 5+ years project. And again, if we start writing requirements for this today, when that is done, time and world has moved so fast, then it's worthless, visually. So this model is about separating the different layers. So you actually say, okay, we keep our legacy system as it is. We isolate it. So we make sure we only have the financial or transactional key data there. Everything else, our business process management systems, our workflow management systems, rule engine, everything else, we will take out of the legacy system. Simply shut it down and put into low-code applications or applications where we actually enable the business to work with us as IT. Yes, we will have a big task in creating the connectivity layer, the APIs and the microservices between the legacy system or whatever layers you have on top, but that's worth it. Because if you do that correctly, you can change your low-code applications, you can connect to almost whoever you want without necessarily interfere in the legacy system, which costs so many resources to do. So this model is working. It takes some time to get up and running, of course, but once it's up and running, you can actually use low-code applications to put the power back to the business. So when they want changes to your processes, to your business rules, or to the websites, or to the apps, you will have applications that are governed, of course, by security and regulations, but editable and changeable by the business themselves. I hope you're familiar with this, so, and I can tell you through many years that this is actually working. It takes some change and some cultural acceptance for the organization, but it's the way forward. We also have the power of one. Now, we've heard enough reasons today about why we should be doing digital transformation. I also think that most of us think when we hear digital transformation, then we're thinking about end-to-end transformation of the whole company. And that's never going to work. Or at least I can tell you in 77% of all cases it's not going to work. Because it's like pulling away the carpet under your organization. You can't go about and change each and every process, each and every org structure in an organization at once. Nobody will know what foot to stand on when they're falling down again. They will resist change, so you won't believe it. Simply because they don't know what's happening. So the idea is start with one key project. Yes, you may think, yeah, but we have to do the complete transformation within 18 months and whatever. So one project won't cut it. But this is where I'm saying it makes sense to go slow, to go fast. Because if you do this right, I think the gentleman who had the cutter slide up before, if you do this right, the success here will start spreading like rings in the water. People will say, hey, I was part of this project that actually works, and now we're working, and nobody got fired, and it's actually, and so people will, next time when you have the next project, which hopefully coming right after, then they will be more interested or motivated to participate. And if you get people motivated to participate in your changes, they will change 10 times faster. And then you're back to getting speed into the organization. Okay, the last thing is the short-term projects. And again, when we're talking about these 12, 14, 18 months projects, it seems weird that I can say that we can talk about short-term projects, but we can, again, go slow to go fast. Yes, if we take a 15-month project and split up into 5 3-month projects, then it may take 18 months at the end of the day. But if you can split it up into 3-month projects, what's going to happen is you will make sure that each 3 months you will deliver something that's usable for the organization. So instead of waiting for 15 months to get something that works, you get something every 3 months that incrementally increases the value to the organization. And again, back to the success here. This is possible. It is a mindset change, yes, but it's possible. I'm yet to see a project that you can split into 3 months if you put your thoughts into it and your will into it.
And you can celebrate your victories. You can use your KPI trackers. You can use whatever you want to show the organization it's working, and please give us money for the next step. To me, that's a win-win. We've also heard a lot about people and culture today, and again, we have to, we must, yes, but how do we do it? I have at least 6 areas, and I'm happy to hear that, I'm happy to say I've heard many of them today, that we have to do in order to get this to work, and they're all pragmatic, so they're doable. It's not like we are waiting for the stars here, except for the first one, but we actually should set some kind of vision for how do we get started. What is it we are aiming to do? Because whenever you do this, then you can hang your projects into this. Our mission or vision is we want to create what we call 5 min-max, which means that each and every transaction that you do with our company has to be completed within 5 minutes. Also internal transactions. That's our guiding star. So whenever we do projects, that's what we look for. You have to have the right performance management, you have to pay money to the people when they complete the short-term projects that will motivate it will work, I guarantee you. You have to celebrate your victories whenever you have one and tell it to the whole organization. And how do you get time for this? Well, you have to stop projects. You have to prioritize what's important. You have to add it to the board agenda. So the board actually asks you, how are these projects progressing? And then you have to reskill the people that you have today because you don't have time to hire new ones. Thank you very much for listening and enjoy your lunch.
Right on time.
No,
right.
You're going to do post-up now, right?
Right, yes, we do. We will do a quick photo op. Of course, that was Mr. Bisberg. He's a legend in his domain. I would request Ronak to come on stage and hand him over the token of appreciation. Obviously, you'll have to vote for Mr. Frederick Bisberg on Mentimeter. You can go right now. At the same time, I would also request Ronak to give away his Legend Award as well. Mr. Bisberg has to leave for an important schedule, so his award as well in the process. For being a legend, he is the IT mogul. He has been in the industry for almost 20 years, and he's highly esteemed in his repertoire. Give it up for Mr. Frederick Bisberg. Also, his Legend Award. Simultaneously, I would request you to go to the Mentimeter and rate him, please. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bisberg. All right, should we break for lunch? Should we break for lunch? Hungry? Are we hungry? Are you making a picture of food in your head? I am actually thirsty too. But anyway, before that, let's quickly do the next set of awards and then we'll break in for this much awaited lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, we move to the second set of awards for the CIO 200 Uae Edition, and we'll be giving away the awards in the Master category. As mentioned earlier, these winners are masters in unparalleled technological experience, backed with 15 to 20 years of a career span. You're a step closer this year to the Legend category, and the projects are a clear indication that the destination is close. All right, for the award felicitation, I would like to call upon Samir Siman from Pure Storage, please, on the stage. Mr. Samir Siman, on the stage, please. All right, let's begin with the first award. It's for Mr. Ahmed Shoki, Millennium Hotel Resorts. Mr. Ahmed Shoki. Mr. Ahmed Shoki. Mr. Ahmed. All right, next, Fahad Deshmukh, Soba Realty. Mr. Fahad Deshmukh. Congratulations. Next up, Mr. Faisal Sayyed, the Seha Abu Dhabi Services. Faisal Sayyed.
ladies and gentlemen. Faisal, Mr. Faisal. All right, moving on to the next person. Juji Matthew Thomas, Etihad International Investment. Juji Matthew Thomas. He's a Master of Arts, and they're backed with 15 to 20 years of career span. Next up, Mr. Hemant Shetty, Tips and Toes. Hemant Shetty, Tips and Toes. Mr. Himanshu Puri, King's College Hospital, London, Dubai. Mr. Himanshu Puri, King's College Hospital, London. Mr. Himanshu Puri. All right. Hussein Saifuddin, Emerald Services. Hussein Saifuddin from Emerald Services. Yes, he's here. On behalf of Mr. Hussain from Emerald Services, congratulations. Thank you, Mr. Samir. Thank you very much. I would also like to call upon Ali Al-Kuntar, CEO of 0 and 1, on the stage, please. He will give away the rest of the awards. Kajal Mustafi, Sharaf Exchange. Mr. Kajal Mustafi, Sharaf Exchange. All right. Ken Moss, Exim Telecom. Ken Moss. Madan Mohan, MBG Corporate Service. Shehzad, Dubai Community Management. Mohammed Shehzad, Dubai Community Management. Can we have some round of applause, please? Yes, we're going for that. So let's save some energy and just give it to them. They're pioneers and they have hustled enough and they feel to bring in the best. Mohammed Shehzad. Thank you. Munir Abdul Rahman, Meridian Group. Munir Abdul Rahman, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Munir. Thank you, Ali. Thank you very much. For the next set of awards, I'd like to call upon Fadi Rishmani from Comvault. Fadi Rishmani from Comvault. Mr. Fadi Rishmani from Comvault. Is he here? All right. Is Nizar Al-Farah here? Nizar? Okay. Okay. All right. We have representative from Comvault to give away the next set of awards. Nadir Ayub, Abu Dhabi Health Data Services. Nadir Ayub. Next up, Nitin Gio Thomas, Amity Education Middle East. Nitin Gio Thomas, ladies and gentlemen. Next up, Mr. Qusay Al-Maghdadi. Qusay Al-Maghdadi, Ernst & Young. Yeah. All of them are masters, and we've seen enough, and that's why the experience is bringing them today on the stage. Qusay Al-Maghdadi, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations. Next, Mr. Rakesh Naran, All the Properties. Rakesh Naran. Next up, Mr. Samit Jha, Petrochem, Middle East. Samit Jha, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations. Congratulations, thank you sir, thank you very much. For the next set of awards, I would like to call upon Suleiman Yusuf from Alteryx, please, on the stage. Mr. Suleiman Yusuf from Alteryx. Mr. Suleiman, all right, I think he's away. Let me call on Ronak. Mr. Ronak, come up on the stage please and hand over the next set of awards. Next set of Master Awards. All right, the first one is Shareen Ali Mohammed from Shell. Shareen Ali Mohammed. Shanu Amuni, Ishraq Hospitality. Shanu Amuni from Ishraq Hospitality. Shanu Amuni from Ishraq Hospitality. All right, next. Shujin Prasad, Cure Medical Centers. Shujin Prasad from Cure Medical Centers. Give it up for Shujin, ladies and gentlemen. Stacey Samuel, Raffles the Palm Dubai Accor Hotels. Stacey Samuel. Stacey Samuel, ladies and gentlemen. Yaya Pandor Fine Hygienic Holding. Yaya Pandor. Yaya Pandor. Yusuf Uae Emirates Driving Institute. Mr. Yusuf Uae. All right. Mario Foster Al Nabuda Group. Mario Foster. He's, by the way, a legend, but I guess Mr. Foster also has to leave early. He's the legend himself. He's been again an IT mogul himself and been the rebel forever in the industry. Give it up for Mario Foster! Just stay here, Mr. Foster. Mr. Foster, just stay here. All the ones who won, could I please have you back on the stage? We'll do a photo op, a group photo op, and then we'll break for lunch, please. All the master winners, could you please come on the stage once again so that we could do a quick photo op, a group picture, and then we'll break for lunch, please. Thank you. We've got a long resounding list of the masters in the field of IT. Congratulations to everybody and everyone may keep going as the minds of the sector, becoming legends in future. These are the masters, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for them. Thank you, gentlemen. Well, we break for the much-awaited lunch. I know we all are famished right now. We really need to eat. But simultaneously, let me tell you, there's a roundtable that's happening. We shall commence the exclusive roundtable with EMITAC and HPE roundtable after lunch at 2:30. I think we'll discount the time a bit because it's a little delayed. So requesting all the delegates with a white wristband to kindly proceed to the meeting room. A GEC team member shall be outside the ballroom to guide you to the room. All right, this is an exclusive roundtable, EMITAC and HPE. Thank you very much. We shall meet everyone and all the delegates after the lunch for further awards and speaking sessions. Thank you.
Want to grab some food?
Yeah, let's go.
Take 2 minutes. Thank you. We're good to go. All right, welcome back. Everyone ate well? Everyone ate extra? I didn't eat. I just get sloppy. I just had 2 chocolates to run my energy till the evening. I did a little warm-up in the morning when we all met. We'll do a quick warm-up so that the food sort of stems down. You good to do that? A minute workout? Just a minute? At your place. Okay, we'll do this nursery thing which we used to do when we were toddlers, which is sit, stand. Okay? When I say sit, you sit. When I say stand, you stand. When I say sit, you don't stand. When I say stand, you don't sit. Simple. Alright? Let's do this. I'll place a timer for 1 minute. So it just goes down and the coffee wakes you up. Because afternoon time, it's sloppy. It's a little... Okay, let's do this. Sit. Stand. Guys, come on. I know you are from IT all the time. Come on. Okay, we have to do this quick though. It can't be like, okay, lay it back. Okay, let's do it again. Sit. Stand. Stand. Oh. The ones who miss sitting will stand for 15 minutes, okay? Sit. Sir, sit. 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 Stand. Stand. I can see so many heads. Stand. 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 Sit. Sit. Okay, sorry. Sorry. Stand. Squat. I'm doing that. Make a squat. Give yourself a round of applause, guys. Get it gymnastically up. We are in the second half of this draw where we are chalking out the sit and stand rules. We just did sit and stand, went back to our school days. A lot of people tell me that IT people are boring people. You want boring people. I come from a creative acumen, I come from radio. We only think, we don't understand all these nemesis. But here, I see you guys doing both almost correctly. You'll go there. And I guess all of you are also legends in your own field, so I'll also request to keep doing a lot of creative things in your company because it only adds on to the lot of things that you do, which is phenomenal. I take so much IT glossary with me when I return back to my radio show tomorrow. Anyway, for the ones who joined in late, my name is Uae Edition, and I'm a radio presenter and also the program director of Big 106.2, and I host the afternoon show from 1 to 4. I'm on leave today. Someone else is doing my show. Should be over any time. But yes, this is the show that was important and it was given to me to run, and I'm able to sort of do it wisely, even though I'm quite ghastly knowledge about the subject. I have no idea about how IT functions. Only once the radio is dead on air, there's no music going, then we call IT, mayday. Otherwise, there's nothing from my side. But yes, there's a lot from your side. Welcome back. There's a question and there's a food for thought here. Where security leaders are investing for 2023? Where are the security leaders investing for 2023? Anyone has an answer here? Where are you investing? Yes. Where are security leaders investing for 2023? All right. Let's leave it to the panelists here to take this conversation ahead with the fantastic panelists. I would like to invite Shahabuddin, Group IT, Infrastructure and Security Manager, Etihad International Investment. Mr. Shahabuddin. Hi, sir. Welcome back. You're all charged up after lunch. Give it up for Shahabuddin. He's the Group IT, Infrastructure and Security Manager, Etihad International Investment, and he will take on the moderation. I'll give you the mic, sir. Mics are anyway present. Your mic's present. You can sit here, sir. And you can take over the charge and you can introduce your fellow panelists as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much for having me here. I would like to invite my panelists here, Ms. Badria. She is from the Mashreq Bank. She is the privacy head in Mashreq Bank. Ms. Badria, please join us here. Next panelist, I would like to invite Mr. Badr. Please join us here. And he's working in the Government Institute, again, as an advisory and the risk manager. Please join me here. Thank you very much. Mr. Glenn, join us here from the Thornton. He is the consultant, he is the guru and the consultancy. Please join me here in the street.
I'm just interrupting Shahabuddin. I will request the panelists to sit besides their picture so that the final video looks immaculate.
Yeah, that will be
yes, with your
easy to
pictures
moderate.
yeah. Thank you. Yes, please take over.
Okay, so the next panelist, Mr. Yaqub, please join us on the stage. He is also from the Deloitte, the consultancy background. He is working for many years in the consulting in the Middle East. Please join us on the stage.
I was a little bit disappointed you asked us to move. I was looking for a less grey beard.
Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much, everyone.
Okay, everyone's got a mic there? Everyone's got a mic?
Yes, we got a mic.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. And I got one lead actually from the previous sessions which we're going through from the many speakers and panel discussion. And that lead is really important in terms of the cybersecurity. So I'm gonna share that lead and request you to show me hand how many people think that we are on the same page. So I understood that many CIOs, they are actually thinking and they are taking first step forward to embrace more and more technologies. And the lead is that cybersecurity specialists, they have to gear up and strategize their 2023. So how many people think that we are on the same page from the audience? So from the previous sessions, CIOs, they are investing a lot in this technology, and it is a lead for cybersecurity teams that we have to gear up for 2023 strategies. How many people are like-minded? Okay, we have a lot of hands. Thank you very much, thank you very much. Let me go back to that panelists. Thank you very much for being here. So our subject is very futuristic, and we would like to start with the concept and that round one, which I will call it round one, that what we are identified so far when it comes to the investment in cybersecurity, keeping in mind all the sessions we listened this morning. What did you identify that where the cyber leaders will be investing in 2023? I will be going in order, starting from reverse order from Jacob. Jacob, over to you.
Yeah, thank you for this question. In terms of investment, the approach of a cybersecurity leader, of a leader in this field always has to try to anticipate the business needs, try to focus on what the business requires, and then understand in terms of risks what you want to prevent and what you want to anticipate in terms of technology, people, and processes as well. So in 2023, the trends are the one that we all know, the strong move towards the cloud environment, cloud development, especially for a company like the one I work for, consulting businesses. We see a lot of demands from our client in terms of consulting development of software, of technologies, and in our role as cybersecurity leader, we have to support our businesses and protect them in providing secure services also to our clients as well, not just protecting the security of the consultants, but also making sure that whatever we deliver to our clients is follows the major security standards. So from that point of view.
Thank you. Yeah. So Glenn, yeah, I will come back to you on that same topic. But Glenn, over to you. How do you see the any quantitative approach to such analysis?
Yeah, I guess I'm in a very lucky position in my current role. I head up our technology advisory practice, but also sit on the advisory board within the business, looking at our tech structure as well. And with my tech advisory, I advise CIOs as well as CISOs. And I think that's really an important process, because there is and can tend to be, I think we haven't seen too much of it today, a diverse approach to doing things, or maybe mindset in securing an organisation or getting more tech into an organisation from both of those different roles, I guess, within the entity. So it gives me a little bit more of an insight, I think, as I talk to both CISOs and CIOs on a more regular basis. For me, the turmoil over the last few years is moving from on-prem, cloud, hybrid, remote, coming back to a mixture of all the two, or three, whatever it is that we are, has really, described, I think, chaos is the best description of how the tech and IT security ecosystem really is. So if I look at things from a macro perspective, I see that certainly you're talking about tech stack before, looking at a tool stack from a CISO perspective, and consolidating and managing that stack, looking at what new products have been brought in, and actually what tools and how they're functioning effectively within an organisation. I gave a presentation not long ago about breaches and using third-party providers. 50% of any breaches within an organisation was through third-party providers and APIs or applications that were introduced to the organisation. Cloud is certainly an issue for everybody, but I think also reducing the risk and trust in that transformation process, and using the tools such as risk quantification tools to understand what can be implemented, what's implemented, and what are the challenges around not implementing various security measures within an organisation as well, helps us to be able to work very closely with the CIOs to understand what they want to do and how we can help them secure the organisation with the new tools that they want to implement as well.
Thank you, Glenn. Glenn, you have raised one important point. Actually, I want to add here, in the morning session, there were many speakers, they were talking about customer efforts. So what do you see when it comes to the consultancy approach, like senior leaders like you, that how would we actually adopt certain tools to reduce those efforts without affecting, having the security and reducing the customer, efforts in place for the business?
Yeah, I think if you look at if you could break down your budget spend of a lot of organisations, I think 25% of the security budget sometimes goes towards managed services. And if we're looking at how we can address the potential or alleged skill set lack of in the cyber teams within the region or even globally, organisations are looking to address it in that way. Looking at a managed service approach to doing it, looking at collaboration, certainly looking to outsource potentially, and bring in advisors to be able to help them understand and fill that gap there too.
Thank you very much, Glenn. Great words. Coming back to the risks team. So, brother, over to you. Keeping the wide spectrum of risk management in the security portfolio based on your personal experience and exposure. What do you think, what is coming up in 2023 to achieve our goals?
Thank you for the question. So actually, if we see that threats in different type of technology like AI attacks and cloud breaches and ransomwares and this type of threats are growing every day, every moment that we see a lot of threats are there. So we see that the hackers and the bad guys who are trying to attack the systems and so on, that they are leading this game. We are following them, trying to find solution here, and trying to protect our systems. So the investment should be in the right way. So the main strategy of protecting the organizations and the systems and the data is to go with layered security and secure in-depth, defense in depth we call it. So the investment in the coming period will be going to extending and increasing our capabilities in terms of the systems, networks, and infrastructure risk management. This is one of the things which we will focus on it in the coming period. And in terms of the incident management and incident response to the threats, since we see growing in the threats landscape, so we have to make sure that our incident management plans are up to date, not we write incident management and we leave it. So we have to make sure our capabilities, the team members, the technologies which we have, it is capable to respond for this different type of threats which is growing, and we are trying to protect these organizations. So all of us, maybe we agree that it is the matter of when the cyber attack will happen to the organizations. So the most important strategy which we have to make sure that it is there is the risk management of the enterprise level and the technology level also.
Great. You actually triggered one just point for me. You talk about resources. Yeah, we talk about resources in terms of the OT and IT technology and tools, controls, whatnot. Just want to add one point, which is the resources as a human resource. What challenges do you see, or what risk do you see in 2023? And let's say we have two types of organizations. I'm talking about for example, we have the government institutes, the bigger TICONs, I'm talking about the bigger institutes, and then we have these small enterprises, SMBs and all those things. So what challenge or risk do you see for the resource augmentation in 2023? Do you see some things?
See, actually, what is happening and what we see nowadays that there is a cloud is coming, right? And it is growing in in terms of the organizations, they are migrating to cloud. So the people, the expertise and these people, they will follow the trend. They will start moving to cloud security. They will leave whatever that they are working on, in terms of on-prem. So this will leave a gap. And the new generations who are coming, they will follow the trend also. So you will find a gap. Similar what happened with previously, the IT people. IT, they started moving to the security. They left the IT. They are not focusing on IT. So you will find a gap of the skills. We have a big gap in terms of resources and skills, and it will keep growing. since we are like seeing like these trends and technologies are, coming. So it is like more complexity, less people, less skills.
So one takeaway for the audience, for everybody, especially CIOs, hold your resources. Thank you, Al. Thank you very much, brother. So coming back to brother, what do you see when you come? I'm your data privacy expert, right? So, and I saw your previous profile. You're coming from the IT background and head of security. What do you see that, institutes like yourself, I'm talking about FSI, financial sector in industry. So what do you think that, what are we planning 2023?
Good afternoon. I see that all the points which come under the security should take very high priority, because it can cause a huge damage to the organization and can impact their business ongoing. So to highlight one point, I will say reduce the risk for the CISOs would be high priority to take an action on it. So the risk will be covered, all the type of the solutions of the human being attacked, or the behavior even or mistake that come from the human being can create a very huge damage. So reduce the risk. The CISO should involve themselves on identifying the latest attack, the latest fraud, and advise the organization to take the best practice or safeguard their data in future. Because I believe the hackers every day they are thinking 10 steps ahead for the next data breach. So we in security should be ready and think more early than take more steps higher than the current solution have to protect, to safeguard our organization. Plus, I would like to highlight, as my colleague says, about the cloud security. I believe that everyone is moving to cloud security. Before bank sectors or other entities are relying down on the premises. They hold the data by themselves, so they are more comfortable. But now, since everyone is moving to cloud security and digital business, so I believe that we have to focus on the providing the high security solutions, again to protect also the organization from the frauds.
Thank you very much. Very good point. Yeah, so we have to add a lot of controls which will be taking care of the cloud data, right? So coming back to so we have now, I will say, we have almost identified where we will be investing in 2023. So next round, I would start with the decision making. So we have already identified here we will be, these are the gaps which we have to fill these quickly to secure our investment, right? So when you are buying, some specific security tool or control, so what is the highest important factors? I'm talking about the factors which could help you to embrace some solution, security solution. So Jakub, over to you.
In terms of technology, when considering a new technology with the final purpose of mitigating a risk and reducing the probability of certain events happening in terms of IT or cybersecurity or risk, there are multiple factors, of course, to be evaluated. Although the most important one are always the risk mitigation, right? So you want the business to be impacted in the best possible way, which is not this tool or this solution or this new process, because we just need to remember that cybersecurity is not just about the technology. It's a full environment that covers also the people, which are most of the time the weakest link. So this solution should interact with the business synergistically in the proper way, without being a burden or just another paperwork to be filled, just another problem, and add the most possible value to the overall process by effectively reducing the risk and making sure that the business can operate in the most efficient way, in the most secure way as possible, without weighing in too much on that. So from a decision point of view, that's definitely a factor. Of course, there's budget. We always want to spend as much as possible, and then all the CIOs in the room are always happy to give security all the money available to mitigate all the risk and put us in the most comfortable spot. But sometimes we have to discuss and find a trade-off in terms of what we can do, what we want to do, and a appropriate risk appetite of the business and of the firm, right? So there is a threshold that needs to be identified and that needs to be discussed between the CIO, the CISO, risk people, and the business itself.
Thank you. So actually budget, right? So budget is very important perspective. He rightly mentioned, Jacob. So what is your take? Are you still considering budget as a constraint when it comes that everybody is already adopting the lot of technologies, going to cloud, whatnot, to have this digital transformation done? So are you still constrained? I thought that budget is off the shelf from the management now. So what is your take on that?
Yeah, my CEO, as myself when I had my own business, budget was the very first thing I ever thought about. And if I look at any organisation, be it government or the private sector, affordability is one of the key considerations when you're looking at your risk matrix and your risk approach to implementation of any new technology. So yeah, absolutely, budget is there, and I think when you look at it more broadly, just not only budget, I think it's a distillation of one of the points I mentioned earlier, and when you're considering from a macro level what's really impacting on your business, and the consolidation and the utilisation of the tools that you've got within your organisation and you've got currently deployed. I think when you're considering bringing something else on, budget is a key factor, but it's also the compatibility and the provision of additional services and complementary services, if anything, to your existing security stack is also is quite key to part of that consideration process as well. Budget, defence and management was one of my key points. But I think that's very important. But I think one of the key factors really is that trust in that transformation process. And it comes back to one of the other points I made before about how fortunate I am to be in both the tech and cyber area. I get to talk to everybody, and I see a lot of transformations that don't have a lot of security involved in it, and a lot of security that doesn't really interact too much with the CIO and the tech area. Yeah. So I think that interoperability and that interaction is also key when you're looking at bringing new tools in, and maybe getting some budget from everybody else as well.
Thank you, Glenn. Yeah, budget is still the constraint. That's what I can read from Glenn. Okay, so coming back to the risk advisor. Yes, sir. What do you see any factor which will help us to identify when it comes to decision making?
Actually, for bringing security solutions, it is vary from technology and different solutions. It can be whatever. So there will be a purpose for bringing these solutions to the environment, to the organization. So it depends on the purpose of this security solution which you are bringing. So the factors can be legal requirements. You have to look to the legal requirements. If you are considering privacy, also you have to look to the system capabilities to provide you with the privacy features, whatever features the system is providing you. The return of investment, you are investing on solutions, then you should look to the return of investment on that one, the benefits you are taking from that solution. it is going to serve the business, it's going to provide you benefits, or it is just you are bringing the solution. So this is some of the factors which we have to look at them, in addition to the budget and other factors like which was mentioned by other members.
Thank you, brother. Yeah, brother, yeah, over to you. So what do you see in FSI industry? What would be the main factors when decision making happens? So based on what important factor, highest impact?
So I believe each organization have their factors, and they have their issue as per their business. So any security solution that you will take a decision on it should fulfill your requirement of the controls that you needed to implement it in your organization. So I believe that risk assessment will help you to identify the gaps that you have, and it will also help you to take a right decision to select the security solution that you needed to support you in this field. For example, I would like to say that if, for example, in your organization you use all Microsoft product, all the Microsoft, and you have a new solution, security solution, for example, it's using Linux. So it will be difficult also for you to like connect both solutions together. So when you bring the solution, you should think about the exist control that you have and and compare it to the new solution that you bring. So this is also should keep in mind. So to have a more resilience on your for your infrastructure.
Thank you very much. Good. Yeah, so integrations, that's what I think I can take away from her, that between different integration between different vendors, that's very important factor when you onboard new security solutions, that should be considered. Thank you very much, Maria. So yes, round 1 happened, we identified our strategy, round 2 happened, we decided this is going to be purchased in 2023. Now it's time to, for example, audit. So I think we have 2 consultants sitting here. So I would like to take a leverage from their presence and find out how audit actually going to help us to identify the controls. I mean, should we watch the watchers? So please.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, audit, when it happens because of a regulatory requirement or because you have a specific certifications requirement, it's always a good leverage, especially to the senior business, to the senior management, because you can go there, say, we should implement this list of controls because it's a good idea, it will help our business, it will reduce our risk, and then, but they'll keep asking, like, but where's the juice? Where is actually the actual reason? Then you can say, oh yeah, because if we don't do it, the regulator will come and they will fine us for 5% of our revenue. Any reference to current EU privacy regulations is purely casual. It's not specific, but that's it. It's always a very good drive, right? So you have this regulator, you have this audit outcome, and then you know that you must implement those improvement activities because they were identified by an official audit, and if you don't, there will be repercussions on the company. So very helpful, a very good leverage, and it's up to the security person, the security people, the CISOs, the security leaders to be able to leverage these opportunities and get the best out of what they're doing for the company and for the businesses.
Thank you very much, Yakub. Yeah, I really understand the point that how would you leverage audit to secure your controls, and how would you watch the watchers. That's what I will take it from you. So coming back to you, Glenn, so what do you think that without impacting the business, we want to audit, right? So I don't want to have any hindrance from a business. How would you achieve that?
Yeah, I think I'm a bit of an outlier on this in the consulting field. I have a bit of a contrary view to just using audit as a tool to look at your controls and implement new tech. From my perspective, audit is a good tool, but it's a snapshot in time. It's a snapshot in a single point in time. And without continuous audit, and I think there's probably maybe only one or two organisations in this region, I think one in the FS sector, that has a very good continuous audit program in place. The rest of us, I think, are relying on that snapshot in time to be able to make our decisions. So I see audit as a lever, but not the only lever that we should look at when we're looking at this justification of implementation of new technologies or tools. You touched on regulatory, right? I think there's only, if you look at in a very high level, organisations make changes for maybe 2 or 3 reasons. Differentiation, regulation, or they want to keep pace with what's happening. And more we're seeing the third point becoming more relevant within an organisation. Regulatory requirements have certainly now become a factor. We saw the changes in regulations impact RegTech. I think the change in privacy, we'll see us now introduce privacy technology. So I think having a broader understanding of the ecosystem of the market itself, what's happening and how it's impacting our business, understanding our tools, auditing the controls that we have in place, how we're meeting those regulatory requirements, having that holistic approach and view to it really adds a little bit more weight to the argument as we go up to the CXOs, the C-suite, in conjunction with the CIOs, to say this is what we need to do to implement and secure our organisation. So it's certainly a tool, but not the only tool we should use.
Thank you very much. So ecosystem, yeah, that's what I can hear from Glenn's statements. So whether over to you, so do you see that auditing would be achieved, and while auditing will help us to have the right controls, and instead of going randomly picking up tools, controls, will before getting such controls, the audit will help us.
Actually, the audit is not like ad hoc practice. So it's supposed to be like, as you mentioned, that it's continuous based in the organization, and it is linked with consultation provided to the different team members, different business units. So when you do audit, you are looking to the business from different perspective. You will look to HR, you will look to finance, you will look to budgeting, you will look to the IT controls, you will look to the security, compliance, legal. So you will have full picture like when you do the audit. So it will really help you to implement the controls, find the gaps, and implement the controls without impacting the business. Because if you come and implement your controls without interacting with the other business units and understanding the gaps in those business units, then it will not be helpful. Maybe you will impact the business in that way. So in our security also, we are not supposed to have exceptions. But if you implement things without going back to the business units, doing the audit on different functions, different processes, then you have to do exceptions. But when you do your audit, understand the other business, understand their gaps, then there is no exceptions in your security. You can implement the controls which you need to protect this business.
Thank you very much, brother, for bringing up the both sides of the audit. Thank you very much. So, Mr. Badri, what do you think about the audit, how it can help the banking industry, financial sectors to before onboarding any controls? I'm talking about particularly security control, how it could help. I will give you the example. Let's say if you are bringing up any, let's say, tool like privilege access management solution. So, before you do that, would you be auditing that? Do we such identities do the audit and it will help? Do you think, or what is the best approach of audit?
Yeah, audit, internal audit and external audit. It is must. I would say it's must to be in each organization, because their feedback and their assessment to your security controls and to your employee even who's accessing that systems is very important, because they can see the whole organization from outside, where you as an employee in this same organization, you might not see the full picture, or you have used to see usually the controls of behavior or performance of your organization. But if you bring someone outside, they can see the full picture. Plus, these people are more experienced because they have go through many organizations, many entities, and sees many challenges and many risks that organization that have, and they can advise you for the best practices. So I believe that audit points should be taken very high priority and taken action on it. So security solution, yes, it can be advised, even you can take the advice of the auditor. Although I believe that in any security solution, when you want to implement it, you will do your investigation and you will do your evaluation before you took it. So you save your budget and you cover your needs from that security solution. But the audit, when it's come, it can ensure for you that this security really it's complying with rule and regulation. And if you have missing any security control, he can advise you to take next step to implement that solution in your place, so you fulfill the requirement of the regulation. So yeah, it's very important.
Great, thank you very much, Valia, for adding these couple of things. Yes, so coming back to the summary of the discussion, that the takeaways from our discussion, particularly for the audience, the CIOs who are embracing more and more technologies. And first thing first, yes, we have to secure our resources. I mean, human resources. We have to make sure we have the right skill set in our team who can protect and secure our data. That's what I can summarize from the strategies of 2023. And yes, be aware of the big players. They may drain your resources. So retaining the resources will be a challenge for 2023. So you have to strategize on that front. So the next point is the one of the things is I noticed from all the discussion is the identity and access management life cycle. That would be because more and more stuff is going to the cloud, more and more third-party vendors are coming into the picture. So yes, identity and access management, I understood, will be the last, another important factor, which will be our priority onboarding the such solutions. And the last and not least, I think, yes, the GRC, governance, risk, and compliance tools, controls, solutions would be the highest priority for 2023 to secure our digital footprint and to give the business continuity without any hindrance, and giving the users comfort zone that they are not being blocked to achieve their business goals and objectives. And with that notes, I think the timer is there and we don't need to do the push-ups. So a couple of minutes, I will give it back to the audience. So, and the host, Aju, and thank you very much for the panelists, and it was great to have you here. Thank you. Over to Aju.
Thank you. Fantastic. Everyone's running in time now. I'm super happy. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You can stand up. And I would also request Mr. Ronald to come up on the stage and give you guys a token of appreciation, and then we move forward. I would also request people not to walk out, because we are still left with the Goliath of this award, which is the legends, the legendary awards, the legends would be in action soon. So do not step out, just stay in, very much. To the panelists, and of course Shahabuddin for taking it as the great moderator. Congratulations, give them a round of applause, please. Meanwhile, you can also go onto Mentimeter and vote and decide for the speakers. You can vote accordingly, and hopefully one of them shall be number one. You can go onto Mentimeter right away and you can fix your votes. You can fix their performance, give them good appraisals, or not, according to you, whatever you've taken from the discussions. You can go onto Mentimeter right away and you could fix your votes and your choice keep reminding, go to Mentimeter and you can fix your vote or the choice of the person that you wish to vote for. Thank you. Meanwhile, you can take away the furniture so that we're ready for the next speaker. Thank you speakers, thank you Shahabuddin, thank you Ronak, thank you very much. We are in queue for the next speaker. Are you all here? All of you are here, not sleeping with your eyes open? I saw people yawning. Please don't yawn. If you yawn, I yawn. If I yawn, everybody yawns. It doesn't happen. Okay, we have got exemplary awards to come. The Goliath of the awards, which are for the legends and the pioneers and people who have made their repertoire through intense hard work, okay? So we shall go on to that. Okay, that was fantastic. The next session is about reinventing a smart data experience. Okay, how to reinvent a smart data experience. And to take this ahead with you, I would like to invite Samir Saman, a Channel and Alliances Manager of Middle East Pure Storage. Samir, I'm here. Give them the light, give them the energy, and become the best speaker as well. Over to you, sir.
Where's the clicker, please? Good afternoon, everyone. I'm 45 years old, and since I was 8 years old, I used to hear this word, smart. And guess what? From who? From our parents. You have to be smart. You have to be smartest. Smarter than your cousin Hadi, because he's not better than you. We all know this story. And after now, in 2022, what do we have? We have smart device, smart people, smart home, smart city. Everything is smart. Around us, everything is smart. And guess what? The access to this information, to the smartest around it, it's very easy. If I tell you a simple story, because I'm going back in history, not me, my 6-year-old kid, his name is Alex. Last month, in 3 minutes, I turned from being, I love you daddy, you're the best daddy, to I hate in 3 minutes. To I hate you daddy, you are a big liar. And you know why? Because simply, on Friday I came back home, I was so tired, and he was telling me, Dad, you promised me, we're gonna go to Warner Brothers in Abu Dhabi, they have the superhero theme, it's amazing. I told him, oh Habibi, guess what? It's closed. He was really upset. He went to his room. 2 minutes after, he took my phone. He's 6 years old. He put my phone in front of my face, and he said, okay Google, Warner Brothers, when it's ending in Abu Dhabi. Warner Brothers is 4th of September. And this is why he hated me. And the result, I had to take him on Friday, next day to Abu Dhabi. So my name is Sam Saman. I work for Pure Storage. I handle the channel business for Pure Storage in the Middle East. Lovely being with you. Let me check if the slide is behind me. So we start talking about smart, and reinventing or providing a smart data experience to all of you. So with this, I work for Pure Storage. I said, yes, we're proud. We have 10,000 plus customers. We have an NPS, Net Promoting Score, 85.2. Do I really care? Oh, what else? We have been 8 years in a row in technology #1. We heard everybody is #1, but what's the difference? So let me tell you the story about the digital economy. Actually, what do? We try to help our customer to be ready for the future. This smart application, this smart development or environment, everything is smart. We want the infrastructure to be ready for the future. So how ready you are, how enabled you are. And if we go on some reports, some IDC report that you can see here on the screen, the first one, The automation. We want an environment for our developer. It has to be automated. It has to be fast for development. It has to be faster for deployment. This is how fast is the cycle today. The second estimation, or it's a prediction, by 2025, 100% of the organization will be on the cloud. 75% of the organization by end of this year will be using containers. Who didn't hear about containers? Right? Can you raise your hand? Containers. Who's familiar with containers? Those development, everybody, every vendor, every company is coming to tell you, yes, you need to be on the container. You need to have a developed environment. In 2008, we start saying what? Cloud. Private cloud. And then we said to confuse you as a customer, you know what, not private cloud, you have to put some services on the public cloud. And then after we came with something else. Private and hybrid and public, 3. So we ended up that today we're all having one or more cloud, or more than one cloud. So it's a multi-cloud now. So how are you going to maintain those services that you have with the multi-cloud vendor? You need to have back the first point, the best ready environment in order to deploy everywhere in one shot. So this is, again, those are IDC and Gartner. The last point, we heard it today with all the valuable presenters that came today. They said that yes, machine learning, artificial, it's still number one. It's still number one on the CIO agenda. Cybersecurity, cloud adoption, those are the top 3 that we're seeing everywhere. So how the technology is changing, container, everything is around us, it's smart, as I'm saying. Let me start telling you the story of Pure Storage. We're helping you what? Enabling your digital infrastructure. Actually, simply, we provide for you. We are a company founded, born, whatever we call it, in 2009, based on flash architecture only. When I say flash architecture, it means it's high performance. It's the best performance that we have today in the market. This is the flash technology, SSD. And we felt this when we moved our laptop from hard disk to flash. Starting the old traditional laptop, we experienced this, all of us. 2 minutes, I have my Word open. With the SSD on your laptop, less than 30 seconds you have your Word document open and you start working. This is how fast is the flash. Just to simplify, what is the importance of architecture, flash architecture? It's the performance. So what we provide as a first layer, we are talking about for your tier 1 most mission-critical application. We provide an infrastructure and storage or flash technology. And we provide solution for the less mission-critical application. Guess what? Now the cloud. What is the cloud protocol? It's not SAN and NAS unified. It's the object. So also we provide an object solution in order for you to be ready for the cloud. So the second level, it's not only the most critical asset, it's protected with, it's saved with us. We make sure that the protection is on top. We make sure that your data is replicated to a second side for the business continuity. Because if something will happen on your main production, you don't want the business to be interrupted, correct? So you want to have the business continuity. So your people will continue working. This is the replication, whether sync, async. We make sure that the business continuity is enabled for you. So if I talk about this, the third level, and please remember this third block. I'm going to talk about something, one word, evergreen. I don't know why I shout, but you hear me, right? Evergreen. Evergreen. It is a business model that we're transforming your operation. What do I mean by, what is this evergreen Pure Storage? Pure Storage with the evergreen as a business model, we're protecting every single investment that you do with us. How we do it? Whatever investment you do as part of this evergreen business model, every 3 years, we're not going to come tell you, what I sold you 3 years back was good. You know what? It's time to tech refresh. We heard this, I'm going to give you the latest technology. No, we don't say it. Good, tech refresh is what you're hearing, correct? So what we do with the evergreen business model, every 3 years, we're going to come, we're going to replace the brain of the solution that you have, storage system, backup system. The brain of it, the controller, we give you the latest controller for free. And yes, all what you need to have is the renewal is the contract, normal contract support for the hardware and software. So this is number one. So you're going to tell me, Sam, I love the idea of free every three, you're going to give me the controller, but the renewal is going to be very, very, very high, which is exceeding the investment that I've done. Here where I say no. Actually, as part of the evergreen business model also, we have something called flat and fair. If today you pay $500 for your hardware and software support, you will continue paying this for the next forever. We sign that the price will never increase, it might decrease. So in this case, yes, we're transforming this model. I have every three, the hardware, top of the software. Software also the same. It's only one license per system. Every single feature that we have, you can have it as part of your solution. So in this case, yes, evergreen business model, it is disrupting the market because you're not going to protect your investment for 1 or 2 or 3. And again, remember, Alex, 6 years old, he asked Google. Google is our common friend. Google evergreen. And you will know that what I'm saying, it is a protection forever. Because you don't have to worry about data migration or changing the system that you have. It's going to be done for you for free as part of the contract that you're having. So with this, let me get back the clicker. Here, I ask you, who knows about containers? So today, we did an acquisition 2 years back, Portworx, which and to be one of the most popular and known data services for those containers, where whenever we talk about any Kubernetes environment, it's compatible with. So this Portworx, the data services, it is to manage all the data that are generated by your containers without going through those details. If I give an example, Amazon, it's an application for all of us on our phone, correct? Amazon, behind, there's hundreds, maybe thousands of containers. So one of those containers would be, hey, I am the card. Hey, I'm a container for handling the picture. I'm a container handling the description. So if a container is down, doesn't mean that Amazon application is off or down. No, only this feature. So with this, the container, the Portworx, which when we talk about the data management Kubernetes application, it is really the set of 7 data services to manage all the data created by your containers in your DevOps environment. So with this, the last point, without going into a lot of details, when we talk most critical information, it's your data. Most critical asset, it's your data. So we want to get benefits from this data, increase the insight of this data, add some analytics. Why we want to analyze the data? If I have a lot of data that I don't want to delete, I want to get some insight from this data in order for me as a company to offer more services. Or maybe they need to have this service on the data I collected. It's collection, it's scaling. Everywhere they collect data about us, wherever we go, they are collecting data. So I use this insight in order to benefit for my business. So with this, your storage, our mission. The first one, simplify. Simplify what? Simplify your life. And we are offering the simplicity. So when I say the simplicity, any solution that we're offering, the manual of this, let's say, storage system that you have for your mission critical application, it's the size of 2 business cards. That's it. And this is the command line. This is how proud to say that it is simple to manage and monitor our system. And the next point is the innovation. If you try to remember this slide, I call it slide X, where it's saying 8 years in a row, #1. Here, the innovation, the investment in the innovation of technology that we're offering, this is what keeping us as 8 years in a row when it comes to all-flash technology and enterprise storage. The last point, or the next point, protect. You want me to say it again? Protect your investment forever. You don't have to worry about your infrastructure and your tier 1 storage or tier 2 storage anymore. Our solution are protecting you with evergreen business model. Free, every 3, and flat and fair. So again, quote me and check what I'm saying. And the last one, this slide is to reflect back to slide X that 85, the NPS, the Net Promoting Score. We are obsessed by the satisfaction of our customers. And we rely on this Net Promoting Score because we do believe that what we're offering, it is what we want to offer for the satisfaction and of our customers. So with this, we're trying to do everything with those mission, protection, and also the simplicity in order to provide to you the best customer experience. With this, I think the last 5 minutes. Thank you very much. Any questions? Now he's going to tell me we're not opening for questions. If there's any question, we're outside on the booth, correct? Okay, but again, any question, guys?
That's fantastic, swift, quick, and I really love the inference that you gave about your son. I'll use that with my own son.
No, thank you. Yes.
Just stay here, so we'll have a token of appreciation. May I please call Mr. Ronak on stage, please, once again. That was fantastic. He's Mr. Samir Suman, Channel and Alliances Manager, Middle East, Pure Storage. Give it up for him, ladies and gentlemen. Also, you can vote him on Mentimeter right away. If you don't know the Mentimeter, could you please run the slide very quickly? You have to use the code 444-02034. So you go to mentimeter.com, then you use the code 444-02034. You'll get logged in. The moment you get logged in, you can vote for your favorite speakers. This is 444-02034. Menti.com. That's the place that you have to go to. Okay? Vote for Simon if you think that he's bright. The votes are coming in. That's nice. The virtual test is happening. Oh, okay. By the time you vote, let me also introduce, by the way, it's fantastic to see all the speakers running on schedule, on chocks, which is great. I don't want to be a Gordon Ramsay here. Let's just go with the definite timing and hopefully we'll short complete the entire proceedings on time. All right, moving on to the next one. We move on to the third set of awards of the CIO 200 Summit in association with Alteryx in the Legend category. The Legend category facilitates the seasoned CIOs who have been leading and mastering the technology for more than 20 plus years and are inspiring the upcoming and next generation CIOs as well. Without further ado, I would like to call upon Ronak yet again. Ronak, why don't you take a seat here? We'll just keep sitting. Give it up for Ronak, ladies and gentlemen. All right, these are all leaders. They're all IT moguls, and they are so well loaded with the kind of work and activities that they've done in the past. All right, let's call upon the first winner, Shrenik Jain from Siemens. Next up is Peter Jesper. Both of them have actually won in the leader category, but we are bringing them with the legends. Next up, Peter Jesper. Ladies and gentlemen, Peter Jesper. He's from New.com, the place that you shop the most these days. At least I do. Peter Jesper. Give it up for him as well. He comes in the leader category. Congratulations. Moving on to the legends. The first legend, Krishnan Gopi from Jets Education. Do we have Krishnan here? Krishnan. Anywhere? Krishnan? Alright. Moving on to the next person, Abid Hussain Shah from Saudi German Health Group. Woo-hoo. up, Aditya Kaushik from Zakir Marine International. Aditya Kaushik, ladies and gentlemen, Aditya. Aditya around? All right. Woohoo! Give it up for Aditya, ladies and gentlemen. We've got Ahmed Yahya from American Hospital Dubai, the next legend, ladies and gentlemen. Ahmed Yahya. Ahmed is around. All right, moving on to the next person. Ahmed Al-Madani, Horizon Terminals Limited. Ahmed Al-Madani, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for him. Congratulations, sir. Moving on to the next person. Ahmed Al-Marzouki from ADNEC. Ahmed Al-Marzouki from ADNEC. Okay. Imam Otman from Union Cooperative. Woohoo! Imam Otman, Union Cooperative, ladies and gentlemen, for him. You're all legends in the field, and that wonderfully well. Congratulations, sir. Ali Gunaim from Canadian Specialist Hospital. Woohoo! Ali Gunaim, Canadian Specialist Hospital. Next up, Ali Asghar Buhari, Zulekha. Ali Asghar Buhari from Zulekha Hospital. Next up, Mr. Anand Krishnan from Emirates Investment Bank. Congratulations. Anand, next up, Anindo Banerjee from Eltizam Asset Management Group. Anindo Banerjee. Mr. Fareed Farooq, Dubai World Trade Center. Mr. Fareed Farooq from Dubai World Trade Center. Okay, moving on. Fayaz Ahmad Badubhai from Al Yusuf Group. else, just stay here. Just stay here. We'll call the first set of all the winners. We'll do a photo opportunity quickly, and then I'll move on to the second set because we've got a lot of legends. I don't know whether the camera can accommodate those many people inside, so we'll take the first set photo ops together. All the winners, kindly come to the stage yet again to do a photo opportunity, please. I will request all the winners to come in on the stage once more so that we can do a quick group photo picture. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ronak. Thank you, CIOs. Thank you very much. I would like to invite Mr. Arun Shankar. He's a group editor of GEC for the next set of awards. Please, Mr. Arun Shankar on stage. Continuing with a forward march, awarding the best in the IT field for almost 20 years, 20 plus years. These are the legends. The first person up is Francis Arul from Al Shaya Group. Mr. Frederick Bisberg from Daman National Health Insurance. Mr. Bisberg, are you here? He's left. Next up, George Akrus from AMSI. Mr. George. Next in queue is Mr. Jacob Matthew, Government of Abu Dhabi. Mr. Jacob Matthew. Congratulations, sir. Next up is Mr. Jaleel Rahman, but he's not here. Filling in for him is Mr. Fahim from Prime Healthcare Group. Mr. Fahim, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Jayakumar Mohanchandran Esa Saleh Al-Gur. Mr. Jayakumar, ladies and gentlemen. Next up, Mr. Jayesh Manulal from Demand Properties. Mr. Jayesh Manulal. Next up, Mr. Joseph Aninias from Abu Dhabi University. Mr. Joseph Aninias. In order, Mr. Karthikeyan Guruswamy from Truevel Group of Companies. Next winner is Mr. Kashif Rana from HSA Group. Mr. Kashif Rana. Congratulations, sir. Shouting in next is Mr. Mamoon Al-Hamsi from Abu Dhabi Islamic Bank. Mr. Mamoon Al-Hamsi from Abu Dhabi Bank. Right, we don't have him here. Next up is Mr. Manish Bindra from Galadari Brothers Group. Mr. Manish Bindra. Don't have him either. Going on next, Mario Foster from Al Nabuda Group Enterprises. Okay. Martin Waldron. Mr. Martin Waldron, okay. We have him here from Gulf Agency Company Limited. Yes. Don't click till the time the slide changes. It'll change soon. Alright, here it is. Give it up for Mr. Martin Waldron. Congratulations, sir. Mohammed Arif from Al Jaber Group. Congratulations. I request all the winners to come back once again to the stage. We'll do a quick group photo and then we'll be back to your seats. Thank you. All the winners in the last category could come on the stage, please, once again. Thank you. Thank you very much, Martin. I think you should stay here. Martin, don't go back. I think the stage loves you. He is, of course, the next presenter. I would like to introduce Martin Waldron, ladies and gentlemen. He's the Group CIO of Uae Agency Company. He's been in the industry for more than 24 years, division and 10 years on the executive C-level. He's been working with executive leaders, board of directors, and management teams in many different companies and knows what it takes to create and implement a successful digital strategy. With inspiring presentations, excellent management capabilities, and a strong strategic plan, he transformed organizations into digital leaders. Over to you, Martin. All the best. Let's listen, Martin.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much, GAC Media, for the prize and for the acknowledgement. So congratulations to all the winners. Yeah, my name is Martin. I've been in this region now for 6 years, and I'm going to do a little bit different twist today, I think, on the presentation. So my first question will be, how many ships like these, or vessels, do you think is right now out in the world sending data? Just give me a guess, the number of amount of ships. Is it 100,000? Millions? I wish. It's around 225,000 ships sending data every day actually, and actually every second they're sending different data. And this is my problem. And I'm going to tell you a little about the journey, how we go in an industry which is very old-fashioned, where we still have a strong hierarchy of captains, and how we can do good for these guys going forward. When I arrived here in Dubai, I had to, technology-wise, rewind my brain probably 15 or 20 years back, and find a way of creating a new digital platform to take care of these things. I work at a company called GAC. It's a 60-year-old company, been in the Gulf, and we do a lot of different things. We do everything that's in it, all of you take for given. We don't really think about these things. It's in the background of everything that we do. I mean, the background of the Amazon, background of the news. Someone has to move the goods and take care of that stuff. And that's what we do at GAC. To set the stage a little bit for this presentation, imagine you're having a ship like this, and you have to come into a port. When you come to this port, you need the place to stay with your ship. You maybe need to change your crew. You maybe need some Coca-Cola bottles and the stuff on board, right? Spare parts. The crew might need some special visa depending on the port. All these things is called shipping agency. Not a very advanced industry, but it's a lot of details and a lot of services. I'm going to talk about how you build a digital transformation in this kind of old-fashioned strategy. It's a big business. And it all begins with what I call the digital platform. We're going to talk about digital platform, some mistakes that I've done. I'm going to talk about involved people, and I'm going to give you an example of how this platform actually created something that we had no clue of what that we were building. Quite interesting. Let's start. It's a 12-year-old picture from Gartner. It's probably the best explanation of a digital platform to the board that you can use. At least I think so. A digital platform in a company like ours is 5 pillars, or 6 pillars at the moment. In the middle, you have intelligence, okay? How do we take decisions based on facts? Financial facts, operational facts, all the different facts you need to take your business forward. Up in this corner, it says customers. How do we interact with our customers when it comes to integration? Maybe it's a portal. Maybe they have an old system that needs to send still Excel sheets through an SFTP. All those things, how to interact with the customer, is in that pillar. An area where we normally don't talk so much about is all the suppliers that we have. Here are all the suppliers. For example, when we do a logistics work for Formula 1, we are not shown everywhere. It's just DHL or something else. In the background, we are there, and we're sharing a lot of data with different suppliers, and it shouldn't be shown. But it's a different kind of integration, because the customer should not know about it, and you have to be secure you don't share too much with your competitors. Ecosystem integration is a completely different thing than customer integration, at least for me. Down here, we have the things. Internet of Things, right? It can be a scanner in a warehouse. It can be a sensor on an engine in a ship. It can be an air conditioning unit that's sending some data. All these things has to securely come to the intelligence part to take decisions. And the fifth pillar is all the things that the users see, the internal users see, the IT systems. I've added a sixth pillar in the last couple of years, and that's called IT security, of course. Because when this picture was done, that was not on the topic, but now it definitely is. But this is a digital platform for a company like ours. We call it like decide, engage, interact, sense, and run. And it all has to be security. So when I sold this to the main board for 5 years ago, that this is what we're going to build. It's going to take quite a long time, at least 5 years. It's going to cost us a bunch of money. But I don't want any questions. So you're not allowed to ask me any questions for 4 years, I told them. I'm going to hide it under the name of Pegasus. This was before the hacking platform was called Pegasus, by the way. So. Okay, so it's not a system. It is a platform that connects things with our customers and internally, and we just kind of share data between us in a flow. Before we started with technology, though, I needed to do something. I needed to go out and really understand how the business works. What are we actually doing? What is the day-to-day processes? I needed to have an understanding what a good integration platform means for the customers internally and for our suppliers. We needed to know the data we have and the quality it has. So how good is the quality? And I can tell you it was absolute crap. Horrible data we had. But so we had to learn about that. We needed to know some of the customer. We needed some customers to join our journey. So we really understood what we're trying to build. And we needed to get our house in order to be able to get the kind of freedom and trust in the company. And then the most fun part, to do a digital transformation, you have to run, you have to grow, and you have to transform at the same time. But you have to have different focus maybe. Maybe you start with 30% run, 10% in the grow, and then a lot of transform. This change over time. And this will happen as well. People will be, we will be delayed with certain projects. We will have them do mistakes. And there's a good reason for that. And that also has to be communicated to your people in the business and the customers, right? Because you will do so many mistakes. And I've been doing this business for over 25 years. And I know that when you do go live with the system, you're going to have incorrect calculations, wrong data edits, and all these things. And you will not be able to test that until you go live. When you go live, you're going to hit the fan, as they say, right? And that's how we learn, that's how we can adopt, and that's how we can change. Okay, so the users internally, all they're going to see is different applications. And one of the speakers before me, he told me that, yeah, you have to build project by project and then we scale it down. Absolutely correct. You have to release all these applications in the background at the same time you're building the new platform because they need to see delivery even though it's going to take 4 years. That's absolutely crucial, and this is also where you're going to find a lot of mistakes and going to change over time. So now we're done. We went live with this in September for our whole company industry, and this is what our users see when they open their machines. Now, the interesting part is, now when the platform was done, and suddenly our internal staff started to understand, what can we do with this? I mean, I understand you built it, I understand we have it, and we have a lot of new cool system, but can we do this? And I said, yeah, interesting discussion. So let's see what we did. Some guy came up to me and said, you know, we have a little bit of problem with these ships. There are around 5,000-ish ports and terminals around the world that we use. A number of different ways of calculating the port cost for these areas. And then I said, one ship can, even though they look the same, can be different settings. They can be built different years, can be business certificates, different ownership. And then you have tariffs for different day and times and holidays and what have you. And a lot of services. So every time we get a quotation or a question to us, it takes up to an hour to calculate the port cost for this ship. Okay? And this happens, as I said, 225,000 ships out. You can imagine how many ships in the world like to come to the port every day. It's a lot. It's like a very, very big airport. Now the problem is the port does it a little bit differently. Everyone has a little bit own calculation. So, to calculate the tariff in a port, this is a simple one. This is a Swedish one. You can just say this is a tonnage, a heaviness of the ship. This is day, overtime, and in Swedish kronor. Super simple for us to solve. This is a little bit more difficult, another Swedish port. But here you have to look at, okay, the vessel has some, how do we call it, some settings, you can get rebates. So suddenly you have to read a document to figure out the price for this specific ship, this specific day, these settings. If we go to Namibia, you have to read 72 pages to figure out the cost of the port. So my interesting problem with this question was, so many ports, this happens every day, nighttime data, we have to be quick. How can we solve this? So now we have the platform out there. So we start comparing data, and we start using the platform when it comes to augmented reality a little bit. We started with OCR reading for this text, and we actually found a solution. We can build a very simple port cost estimation. So we put in this low-code platform that we're using, and we started to give Sarah here a lot of work. Started putting in a lot of port tariffs, using data, using everything from the Ramadan or weekends, what have you, to different prices. And in the end, we come up with a solution that actually gives us a port cost estimation. And when we built the digital platform, we had no clue that this was going to happen. But because we have it now, we can actually build whatever we want quite quickly with local platforms and stuff. And this is what I mean, the power when you have a foundation. You have a clean data, you can buy data sets, you can do things with your platform without too much hassle and too much price. The first version looked quite ugly, used definitely internally, but we go from 1 hour of calculating an estimation down to 35 seconds. Quite a big difference, a game changer, I would say. But it didn't stop there, because when they realized this was possible, they come up with new ideas. So now, we take this and use this for all the uniqueness, all the ports in the world, including down to a terminal. So we have now built this. You can go to any terminal in the world, detail in, and you get all the data historically. You can also get the price for your specific ship that specific day. I had no clue that that was what we were building 4 years ago, but that actually happened. And this is again the power of innovative people and the digital platform. Right? And it didn't stop there, because when we did this, they understand, you know what we're doing? Have you seen this page before, booking.com or hotels.com? Yeah. What we just have built is that here you fill in, you know, family, day, time, children, and these things. Well, we're going to do the same thing, of course. But now it's a ship. And here's the ports. So the power of having control of your own systems, be able to integrate and move data between different systems, this can end up in a very interesting innovation. And this is what we're releasing now. I cannot show you how it looks like, because there can be some competitiveness here. But I like this idea where when we as CIO take the step to really discuss and start using our knowledge and the business knowledge together, we are not CIOs anymore. We are something completely different. I'll come to that. Summary. Build your foundation and let it take some time, because it's hard and you're going to do a lot of mistakes. Don't forget security, because if you don't have it, you're going to stop you even more, right? Get your house in order, which means you have to go old school sometimes with IT service management. Yes, it's not the most fun in the world, but definitely necessary to have the trust in the business. See who are your most demanding and difficult customers. Sorry my language, but you have to find the bad guys, the assholes really, customers, because they're going to learn so much from you. It's super important to have these guys. Engage with the colleagues and allow failures. It will take time, and have fun. CIOs. We as CIOs have to have different hats. Okay? Sometimes you can be the CIO when it comes to, Chief Information Officer, but mostly you have sometimes to be Integration Officer. I'm not talking about digital integration. I'm talking about you have to make sure that silos in the business disappears. You have to talk the language of business and tech at the same time. Exec at the same time. That's a very low code. So sometimes you have to be very infrastructure oriented, talking real tech. Then you have to be the intelligent guy, the innovation guy. And guys, this picture is 15 years old. That's what they call the new CIO, and that is hopefully what we are in this room. Because this is my picture of how you change the world. And I've suddenly, this is my dream as well, I want to call ourselves a technology company with a shipping agency license. Because I think that's where the world is going, right? A 60-year-old company took 5 years to change to this way, and it's been an amazing journey. So, yeah, that's my little story. And I think I will not do some push-ups, so I'll have time for questions. Thank you very much. No questions?
Push-ups been such a scare though.
Sorry?
Push-ups been such a scare.
Yeah, it was a very good one.
Any questions for him? Gentlemen? I think no questions.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Just be here. We'll give a token of appreciation, Ms. Anushri.
Oh, yeah.
If you can come in quickly and do the honors. Thank you. Lovely. You can vote for him on menti.com. You can go right there and hit the button if you liked what he presented and if you've understood that well. You can go on menti.com and you can vote for him on Menti Leads at least. I'll give you a minute. You can go there and vote. I'm seeing people are voting. You can go there and you can see his course. Done? Awesome. All right. Okay, with that, we've got the last speaker of today. It's been a fascinating time listening to and just understanding the entire nuances and the nemesis of what IT is all about and digital transformation is all about. Big things for me, but I'll try to adapt it in my glossary. Hopefully I can quickly. Well, about this speaker, we've saved the best for the last. He's Mr. Suleiman Yusuf. He's the Regional Manager, Middle East, Alltrex. They're also the CIO partner. The magnificent trophies that you're winning is all courtesy Alltrex. And I guess there's nothing better that we can conclude with this fine gentleman and his great finesse speech. Mr. Suleiman Yusuf, Regional Managing Director, Middle East, Alltrex.
Check. Okay, we good?
We good?
No pressure on the last act, right? You know, it's got to be, got to engage the attention. All right. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for staying back, and really appreciate the time. I actually quite enjoyed listening to a lot of the content, especially from Martin a while ago. I think that will be a tough act to follow. So, great story. Where's my content? Yeah, sorry. I'm gonna make sure this works. We're good. Okay. So I'm here to talk to you about a key messaging, analytics for all. And before I walked in here, I wanted to put myself in the shoes of, if I'm talking to Martin, who's done such a phenomenal job, how can I convey a message to him in terms of talking about the new age of analytics and the technologies and stuff that we're trying to position. And so I thought to myself, okay, let's give it a shot, right? We start by saying, if you look at even the most recent IDC report, for example, what they've said even today is data, analytics, AI. These are the key investments for digital transformation for every aspect of every organization, whether it's operations, finance. We knew this, right? But we also knew this 12 years ago. Martin alluded to that a while ago. And intelligence was key in terms of messaging even back then, right? Back then, people said, I have all this data, I want to get the reports, I want to get those nice fancy dashboards, I'm going to slice and dice those dashboards. And intelligence was key. Why is IDC saying this, that even today data analytics, AI is key to your investments? Because of this. Even today, latest report, International Institute of Analytics, you can see the average company score for companies deriving benefit from analytics within their organization is around 2.2. Now what does that score mean? Most organizations today, for them, deriving benefits from analytics is still very localized, right? It's more reporting, dashboarding, slice and dice, and so on. But analytics is more about decision making. Quick show of hands. Anyone knows if there's a difference between intelligence, business intelligence and analytics? Yeah? No? Okay. So, historically, business intelligence, as we call it maybe 10, 12 years ago, was about, I have a certain piece of information, what happened and why it happened. that was what intelligence was limited, right? What happened? I slice and dice and figure out why it happened. Analytics is more, how can I make my business better? How can I drive decision making using data within an organization? And when you put yourself in the shoes, every organization, we're seeing a lot of them, they're all in the stage where, you know, there's 1% of knowledge workers who are preparing content for the rest of the organization. And so they're in that 2 to 3 score. The only way you can grow this is by having more knowledge workers in the organization. How do you have more knowledge workers? You give them power, you give them the, you know, the systems, the tools to be able to make decisions. And what better way to make decisions than using data, right? So these knowledge workers, as you see, they're, you know, as they're evolving in the curve, as you give them tools. I'm talking about the HR business partner. I'm talking about the operations guys. I'm talking about the tax consultants. You know, if they have the power to enable themselves and make better decisions using data, and not just by using the intelligence aspect of data, but by the analytics aspect of the data, where I'm looking at what's my future forecast. I'm looking at, you know, scenarios, algorithms, without really knowing the code, without really knowing the, you know, SQL scripts behind all of it. If we give them the power to make decisions on their data, without any code, without any, you know, technical knowledge, then that would be really powerful, because then they don't have to lean back into the data scientists. They don't have to lean back into, you know, different business analysts to kind of get that information. And that's why, as IDC said, enterprises still investing heavily in AI and analytics and that gap. But what's happening is, in spite of all of that, we're seeing that the analytics gap is widening, right? Only 19% of companies, typically, from some stats you can see, are actually feeling that they're truly data-driven. So how do we stop the analytics gap from widening, right? The analytics gap is widening because there is a little bit of a change in approach that's required. Currently, I mentioned this before, currently you see that intelligence analytics is being done by experts within the organization. You have your business analyst, you have your data scientist, you have your practice experts, and these guys will prepare the content. These guys will, you know, churn out different kinds of statistics, and these guys will then take that and give it as information to the wider audience within the organizations. And those people are the ones relying on the knowledge and expertise. That's why they're in stage 2, because what happens is, if you want to evolve on the curve, you need more and more knowledge workers to be information savvy. The current approach is also about very manual approach into data and analytics. You know, we still require the Python codes, we still require the scripts, we still require different kinds of SQL flows and so on to be able to do that. As Martin said, I looked at that. Information is kept in silos. Even today, we see all of that. We have very, you know, rigid architectures in terms of how we can extract this. There's a restriction in terms of what is meaningful data for an organization, with a lot of security governance. This approach needs to change. And what we're seeing with customers who are actually moving faster on the curve is the desired approach, which is moving away from just the experts and giving the power to actual knowledge workers within the company. Moving away from manual processes and giving the power to automated solutions, not only in terms of processes that are automated, popular terminology, but in terms of analytical workflows that are automated. And those analytical workflows could look into your information and come up with multiple scenarios with which you can, you know, drive decision making within the organization. You're also seeing end-to-end analytics, you know, not the only siloed approach that I've got this product doing my ETL, which is run by IT or applications. I've got this product which is doing my storage, warehousing, and then I've got this product making my warehouses, my dashboards, 5 other products doing reports, and so on. Instead of having that, you know, relatively siloed approach, organizations we're seeing are moving towards a more end-to-end approach, providing end-to-end analytics, again, powered by business. And obviously, the important change that analytics need to come up with is breaking some barriers, giving people the access to all kinds of data. It's not just the data within your organization, it's data across. It could be external data. It could be API information. It could be, anything could be a piece of data. And that data might require storage, that data might require a certain scheme. When you give the business the power to provide analytics, or to do their own analytics, you have to give them the support to give them real-time automated insights. So coming back to the theme, we're here to talk about analytics for all, right? And if the approach of analytics needs to change, what should it look like? Analytics for all should be about the 4 E's. We call it the 4 E's. First thing is about analytics for all being, or making analytics easy. What I mean by easy is every business user, knowledge worker, needs to be able to do analytics, not just get the intelligence from the data, to be able to do analytics and execute automated processes within minutes and hours, if not longer. Analytics for all means that analytics should cover everything, not just from insights to actions, to also making decisions, to scenarios planning, to data science, and so on. Analytics for all should also be available everywhere. It should be available on the cloud, on-premise, hybrid. Talked about hybrid a while ago. It should be, on your phones, on your web applications. It should be available everywhere. It should connect to everything. It should post out into everything, and so on. And finally, analytics for all should enable everyone. And that's actually, pretty much the messaging around that, because if your knowledge workers have the ability to be able to make analytical decisions and not just business intelligence related decisions, then they will be actually data driven in their approach. And then, that's true digital transformation. Coming to Alteryx and how we do it. We address analytics for all as a theme, but one of the key messages that we do is we give business users the power to be able to connect to any data anywhere. We give the business users, and I repeat business users because it's a product made for business. We give those people the power to extract, load, transform, prepare, blend, do some forecasting, do scenario planning, do data science, do machine learning. All of this without any code, just by utilizing some building blocks. And then we allow those users to then export that information and consume it in any possible way. We do this across the spectrum on your clouds, on-premise. We do it in hybrid models. We do it on your external systems. We can deploy analytics everywhere as well. The key messaging behind all of this is that, as Alteryx, the goal that we have is to provide automated analytics, automated data science, and automated process. And we want to empower business users to be able to do that in a more comfortable way where they don't need to actually think about how do I do the process, but what more can I do with the solutions related to the process. So coming back to the 4 E's, analytics for all needs to be easy. Alteryx makes analytics easy. We give you drag and drop interfaces. We give you simple building blocks which can do really complex things, and we give people the ability to make data talk just in the form of simple workflows. We give you machine learning, which is automated. We give you computer vision, natural language processing. We also let you make analytics apps. There's like 30,000 of them in our community. You could refer that as well. Analytics for all should cover everything. Alteryx covers everything. Whether it's extraction, transformation, load, prep, blend, analytics, data science, machine learning, natural language processing, everything in one interface, and everything made for business. That's how you can drive more knowledge workers into doing different kinds of things. Typically, people can make workflows like what you see on your screen there in a couple of days. And it's extremely powerful. I think that's probably why we get very good feedback. Analytics for all should work everywhere, and Alteryx works everywhere. We will be on your cloud, we will be on your premise, we will be on your, on a hybrid cloud if required. We will connect to all your data sources. We will post results into all kinds of systems, whether it's your BI systems, whether it's your business applications, or whether it's your consumption devices and so on. Analytics for all should be for everyone. Alteryx is especially for everyone. It's not about the data analyst, it's not about the data scientist, it's about your HR business partner who wants to do employee retention, it's about your finance professionals who wants to do tax automation, it's about your sales and marketing professionals who want to do forecasting, scenario planning, seasonality index calculations. These are people who would not otherwise know how to run an algorithm on Python. But if they have the power to be able to run a seasonality model just by pointing the machine learning tool to Alteryx and the data, and on a click of a button be able to run simulated models on seasonality, that's extremely powerful, because then that gives them the options to do more. Alteryx is for everyone, as I said. It's also for your supply chain team, demand forecasting, inventory optimization. All of these can be, you can unlock unlimited number of scenarios. A little bit more on Alteryx. Look, we are a public listed company, right? We have about 20,000 enterprises who work closely with us. 15 to 20 years in the region. In the Middle East, actually, we have more than 300 enterprises who work with us on a very large scale. And what's really important is the 300,000 plus members that we have on our community. Typically, this is a piece of technology that does not require implementation. Now, if you look at software being an asset to your organization, you want to look at spending money on software, for example, but you don't want to really have a very big capital expense on implementations. When you're looking at a product that's made for business, you want business to use that product, and and the community plays a big part in that. We have more than 27,000 solutions which you can use, which you can extend into your business, available on the community. That kind of widens our reach today. With that, that's my time. Any questions? Happy to cover. Huh?
Thank you. I owe you also a token of appreciation. Could we have Ronak on the stage, please? To the gentleman himself, Suleiman Yusuf, ladies and gentlemen, the regional manager, Middle East, Alteryx. You can vote him on the Mentimeter. You can go on to menti.com right away and you can vote for him. Quickly, you can go on menti.com and vote for him. I'll give you a minute. And then we'll collate the scores very quickly and let you know who are the best speakers for the day. Also, we are just a few names away from giving the last category to legends. Okay? We've got the voting happening. Everyone's voted. Who do you think is the best speaker? We're just culminating. Who do you think is the best speaker? Okay, let's do this. Who do you think is the best speaker according to you? Anyone? 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 Yes?
Pure storage. Samir.
Amir. Samir. Okay, okay, okay. Anyone else? Take a picks. Picks. Anyone? Okay, all right. Let me call Ronak on stage first of all. Ronak, come over please. Give it up for Ronak. We've got the results of who's the best speaker for the day. It's not me, unfortunately. But we've got not one, not two, but three best speakers. I don't know, do you have trophies for the three of them? Yes. So it's not the trophies that they're winning, but they're winning something very, very special. And that very special thing would be mailed to them in the IT way in about 10 minutes from now in their inbox, okay? Your mail should be active. In no particular order, the three best speakers of the day. Number one, Ali Kontal. He is
best speaker number 1. All right. Ali, just check whether your mail doesn't get hacked, okay? Okay. A lot of hackers around, they know all the stories, they know what to do, how to do. Okay, number 2, just stay here, Ali, just stay here, we'll do a photo, okay, just stay here. Who do you think is the next one after you? You've heard so many. Oh. See? This is so Jalu, so clever. These IT people. Okay, the second is Samir Saman! Yay! Take that 40-mile walk. You can wave. Thank you very much. Yeah. Samir Saman, the second best speaker of the day, ladies and gentlemen. All right, and the third and the final best speaker for the day is Martin Walgren, ladies and gentlemen. Woohoo! So we have a try here. We don't have a tie, we have a try. Congratulations. Check your mails in 10 minutes. Actually, let me know what the award is, because even I don't know. Okay? It'll be on your mails in 10 minutes. I need to know what you're winning because I honestly don't know what you're winning. That's such a catch to know. But like, I have to do this formality. Thank you, Ronald. Thank you. Thank you, the best speakers. Yay! This goes on Instagram. Yeah? But yes, the formality beckons me to say this, that all of you were phenomenal. Some of them, okay, we can accept the fact that, yeah, it was a little dragged according to people, but everybody tried. And it's so important to patiently listen to people, and you all have been extremely, extremely good listeners. It's very easy to talk, and it's quite dichotomous of me to say that, because I'm a radio presenter myself, but it's so difficult to listen. All of you deserve a round of applause from my side. It's so difficult to listen, and all the information that we've gathered today obviously would help expand the horizons of your organizations. With that, TED Talk, let me come to the last section of my awards, which is the Legend Award category. And we've got a few winners who are still waiting. I'll call upon Mr. Marcus Movas from Alteryx to come over and hand over the few Legend Awards. Ladies and gentlemen, Marcus Movas! He's from Alteryx, and he's here to give away the first award, which is to Mohammed Taleb, Zayed bin Sultan Al Nahyan Charitable and Humanitarian Foundation. These are the Legend category awards. Congratulations, Mohammed. Congratulations. Next up is Mubarak Hussain from Bloom Holding. Mubarak Hussain. Mubarak Hussain. Mubarak. Moving on to the next person. Mustansir Aziz from Automec Group. Mustansir Aziz. Next up, we have Najim Tayyib, BHM Capital Financial Services. Najim Tayyib, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for him. We're just about to drop curtains here. Let's give the final round of applause to everyone who's winning here. Next in queue is Neil Kruter-Foy from Security Capital. Neil Kruter-Foy. Give it up for him, ladies and gentlemen. Come on. Congratulations. Next up, Nicholas Shanley, Abu Dhabi National Energy Company. Nicholas Shanley. Nicholas Shanley. Next up, Mr. Pradeep Nair, Oasis Clinics. Woohoo! Pradeep Nair, Oasis Clinics. Next up, Mr. Rawat Bader, Al-Ain University. Guys, some more applauses, thank you. Up next, Riyasat Ali from Rakpos. Guys, more noise please. Up next, Mr. Roger Tabal, Accor Hotels. Roger. He's not here. Roger that. Next up. Next up, Ronald Dassar from OSN. Ronald Dassar from OSN. Okay. Next up, Mr. Santosh John Thomas. Santosh John Thomas. He's from African Eastern. Congratulations. Marcus, you're going to stay here. We've got quite a few. Next up, Mr. Santosh Shetty, Leeward Felling Enterprises. Santosh Shetty, ladies and gentlemen. Remember, all of them are legends, and that's why they're here, and they are here for the company, of course, to grow with all the principles and acumen they have. Next up, Sebastian T. Samuel from Al Rostomani Group. Sebastian Samuel. Okay. Next up, Shailesh Mani. Shailesh Mani from DVMSC Steel. Last from Mr. Marcus, and this one goes to Shrikant Kapoor from Arada. honor the last His Majesties and Her Excellencies in the IT Palace. We've got Ronak yet again to come back on the stage, please. And the first one to get the Legend Award is Shimon Zaman Ali & Sons Holding. Congratulations. Next up, Sohail Kajani from Rabobank. Sohail, oh yes, he's here. Guys, applause. They're bright up. Come on, there's the last few set of awards and we're giving away. Congratulations. Next up, Mr. Sridhar Suragauni from Oman Insurance Company. Okay, moving on. The next person to get felicitated is Srinivas Narsimha from Jalfar Gulf Pharmaceuticals. Pressing in next is Mr. Sunil Nair, GMG. Give it up for Mr. Sunil. Stepping in, Mr. Umesh Mulchandani, Bin Dasmal Group. Give it up for Mr. Umesh. Shunting next, Mr. Vineet Purushottam from Aster DM Healthcare. Mr. Vineet Purushottam. Alright, moving next, Mr. Venkatesh Mahadevan from Dubai Investments. Mr. Vikalp Srivastav. Mr. Vikalp Srivastav from Kvasna International. Mr. Vinay Sharma, Gulf Tainer. Mr. Vinay Sharma. Alright, which leaves me with the last name, Vincenzo Piccolio, Uae Marketing Management. Alright, give it up, he's the last graduate that we have. Mr. Vincenzo, congratulations, sir, from Uae Marketing Management. And I'll also ask everyone who are the winners of the Legend Award to kindly come up once again for a photo op, please. So just stay here. Let's do a group photo op. you, thank you. Congratulations once again. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Robert. Thank you. Well, with that, ladies and gentlemen, it's a wrap. We culminate this absolute fantastic day. Thank you once again for being such patient listeners, for all the speakers, for all the people who've discussed on the panel. You guys have collated, brought about the most cohesive, wonderful content for all the people to bring up and bring about transformation in digital strategy. All these team speakers, yet again, thank you. Any questions would be taken offline. We congratulate all the winners. Once again, you shall be receiving further details on the tour to Thailand. Best of luck for that. This is me, Ujjwal Khanna, signing off. You have a great evening with your family. Thank you very much. Good day, stay safe. Right, before exiting out, Mayday, before exiting out, okay, could we have a group picture with the entire entourage of this IT Mela that we have? It's such a fantastic thing. Let's try to squeeze in to do a jumbo picture. Let's do a jumbo picture, guys. The entire entourage of the giants of IT. We all have like a group picture. You'll have to sort of sneak in and sort of stop breathing for 2 minutes, but that's okay. Everyone, please, let's huddle in quickly. Let's huddle in quickly. Everyone, let's huddle in quickly, please. All of you. So, thank you. Come. Everyone who's around can come for a massive jumbo photo op so that this remains with us as the culmination memory of the World CIO 200 Summit 2022 UAE Edition. Come in, all of you. I think we'll have to squeeze you guys. All of you stop breathing for 2 minutes. Can you? I think Mr. Photographer would let you know where you stand, how you stand. Anushree, the GC Media team, could you please help them, assist them with where to stand? Right? Staff from the GC Media, just help them quickly so that they could stand together. Come on. There's space for everyone. All right, squeeze in, guys, squeeze in. You gotta squeeze in, honestly. Yeah. Think like you're a Mumbai local if people are from India. You've ever traveled local? That's how you have to stand. Mr. Photographer, will it be captured? Okay, amazing. He says he'll bring it. Could we not like have a wedding picture? Could we like a roar picture will do? Like in jubilation, raise your hands up guys on the count of 3, 2, 1, raise your hand! Woo! Did we get it? Or should we do it again? We got it? Okay. That's more like it. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. 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 Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.